estimating right now 491,000 vehicles. So that's actually below the company's forecast of around 495,000 vehicles. It's also below consensus, and they actually do not think the company is going to reach that 500,000 deliveries per quarter. So we'll have to wait and see what happens here. But that is Guggenheim, which, despite that overall bearishness, did still raise its price target.
So where do you guys fall? Guggenheim, on the Guggenheim side or the Bank of America side, guys?
In between, no. I mean, I fall on anything bullish side for Tesla. So I would say that BAC upgrade there is what I like. But Adair had mentioned that Guggenheim still increasing their price targets there. But Tesla was just at 180.
Yeah, exactly.
Like at the beginning or near the middle of this year, summertime. And now it's
1.6 trillion if they get robotics figured. You could make an argument that that's light. Because, and you know what, that's just one aspect of it. I think that doesn't necessarily include, of course, eventually when automation becomes, I guess the norm is the best way to think about it. So you can go more than a 1.6. I think you're probably talking about a $2 trillion company if both those things happen. That said, okay, let's get the brass tacks here. The 52-week high is $361.90 something cents, 93 cents. So effectively $362 there. If you want to be precise, 7 cents lower. So if it breaks that today, I'm going to go long on Tesla. It's pretty much that simple. As long as it makes the break, we'll go for it. The last time it was up here, it wasn't quite the same as this. Like, it was consolidating. There was a dip, a big dip, and then there was a nice break. And that was going into the open at 8 o'clock. Now we're more of a consolidative tone. The fact that we're holding above this 357, 358, it has been resistance. I like it. If there's a dip buy, to me, it's like, I like 50. It's like 50s and 54s, like deep down in here if we don't get the breakout trade. So if there's no breakout, then we're just being very, very patient over there on Tesla. Ooh, and we just got a poll up here.
Ooh.
So here's the poll. And by the way, if you want to be in the chat, ask us questions, drop symbols in there, hit the subscribe. It's a subs-only chat. And if you want to answer this poll, where do you see Bitcoin's price by the end of next year, 2025? Oh my goodness. 2025, you know what, I'm going to think that we don't actually, I think you could break 150, but I think if you do that, there will be a pullback at some point. So I think you're stuck between 100 and 150, to be honest, by the end of next year. When I first read it, I thought that was at the end of this year, but it's at the end of next year.
Yeah.
The poll.
Yeah. All right, so just really quickly here, Tesla is going to be pretty much my number one idea. I mean, I like them all the same. I like AMD and Tesla and IBIT, pretty much all equal. I just want to bring everyone to this area right here, back on the 25th. So it looks like in the pre-market on the 25th, the high of Tesla was 362.70. So I'm actually going to wait. For me, I'm going to use a bit more shares. I'm going to use 363 break because this top already happened right there. So I'm just going to give it a minute to make sure that we do break it. But I mean, I like the Tesla long. Like, I think you can go long now. It's just we're 15. Actually, we're quite a ways still from the open. Yeah, I mean, you could start a long now at 360 on Tesla. I mean, if you like the stock. Anyways, the dip down opportunities would be fantastic. There's that 354 area, 355 that Neil was mentioning. I think into here too, 356. Anyways, you want to be long this name because if you're going to look over here, Tesla, you're just going to see the market pretty flat, right? We know sort of the trajectory of what this market has been. This is the NASDAQ on a 60-minute. We just cracked the high yesterday, all-time highs, right? So there it goes. The NASDAQ is up. So you'd like to play longs. We're above VWAP. We're above the 50-period moving average. So on a flat day, when the market, I still think, has a long to it, I mean, yesterday we were sort of like this. We wound up 1%, right? So we'll see that Tesla is much outperforming the market today. So for me, I like it. I like the stock. I like the break. But I'm going to wait for a little more patience there and try to see about that 363 high. Because honestly, it shouldn't make that much of a difference. But again, if you like the long, you like the long. And there's almost nothing wrong with trying to get that. Hey, what's up, Alex? right here in the chat. Just wanted to reference that. We do have that new cool thing that we'll put the chat up on the screen more and more. But there he goes. Thank you for your patience. Hey, well, thank you for watching. That's more important to me. But yeah, patience is definitely something that we're trying to work on there so that we can, represent this hat a little more appropriately there. So yeah, Bitcoin right now, 102.7, still trying to hold, and ETH there, 39.2. We'll look at some altcoins as the show goes on, but right now, let's go over to Hood.
New announcement today, Sean, from Robinhood. Looks like they may be evaluating the opportunities for sports betting, but they haven't made concrete plans yet. But it's a different take than DraftKings, FanDuel, and some of the others. The expansion could involve contracts similar to those that were introduced during the presidential election by Kalshi and Polymarket, allowing peer-to-peer trading rather than traditional bets against the house. So that's where it kind of changes there. It's also signaling future diversification of their offering. So this is by no means the end of their product ideas, Adara.
Yeah, lots of price target increases here too. KeyBank, Deutsche Bank. We also had Piper Sandler raising their price target and also saying that they really were happy with what they see during the investor day. They said it was pretty bullish. It's also worth noting, though, CEO Vlad Tenev of Robinhood was actually just on CNBC this morning, and he clarified he does not see Robinhood as a direct competitor of DraftKings. We know DraftKings dropped on that initial announcement that the company was, quote, keenly looking into sports betting. But Vlad Tenev did clarify here that he wouldn't rule out the possibility of getting involved in some sports betting in some way. I also, too, want to mention this Proterra Therapeutics, TARA, got an 18% short float here in a market cap around $165 million, announcing some positive trial data here. Great look on the 15-minute chart, guys.
All right, guys, 7 1/3 here for Hood. What's the look?
It's all good in the Hood. There's enough money out there in the betting market for everyone to win.
Yeah.
Not everybody. There's always going to be some consolidation for sure. If you go all the way back on the Hood, and this is what you have to do. These IPOs, man. Okay, if it ever ends up getting back about $60, that would be like the rocket ship area. But if you look, this is where you open it like at 35, and the last time it was at this price, you had a wall there at 40, which we've now broken above. So it's this area from 40 to 45 where there's some price history. So I think you got room today to at least the $45 level on a continuation. With that little dip that we had in BTC back into 102.5, you were channeled back down into Bitcoin, into Robinhood, I should say. So that does set you up for the old hold the low and you must go kind of play. And that would be off the pre-market lows at 42. But just be looking for a dip, hold on to 42, and then a continuation long on Robinhood. I think this is more of a join the trend type of trade. And there was one crypto adjacent name that I completely forgot about. Not that I forgot about it, I just didn't say anything. And we had mentioned Block throwing a block party like everything else and breaking out on the daily. Block could see a 100 break. Not a ton of volume pre-market. So I feel like Tesla and IBIT probably better ideas, and I still like that AMD, but don't want to ignore if Square gets above 100. I think this breakout is looming for them. So Robinhood, I want to see it hold that pre-market low because it's been channeled down to look for their dip and rip off the pre-market low. I don't know if it's the first thing that I would jump into a trade on.
All right. I really love the idea of Robinhood getting into gambling. They already are in gambling. This is, stock market options. They have the right crowd involved in this for sure. Look, 42 for dips I wrote down here on the sticky note for Robinhood. I don't know if we're going to get to that. It was a strong investor day yesterday. I liked it. Holding 40 support level with these upgrades. I think it was going to do that. So for me on Robinhood right now, I am bidding $42. That's where the 200 period moving is. I have to be a man of my word, right? We got to trade what we like, what we look at, and how we think about the work that we've done. I like this level. Seems like something technically here as well on the pre-market levels of $42. Up 8% really on a couple upgrades and an investor day that happened yesterday. Yeah, it's nice. It might be a little far. So that's why I wanted to write down $40 there. I don't want to be too nervous about it, but realistically, this 40.5 to 41 area might be where you want to start to layer in a few more shares if this 42 doesn't hold. So I think you can sort of dip down. I'm not sure you want to mess with in between 41 to 42, but if you can come into this next sort of layer into there, I mean, we really like Robinhood. This stock has been an absolute monster to the upside here. And SoFi is finally starting to pick up with it as well. So we can go back over to the desk and figure out what the story is with SoFi. But Robinhood, another name that I really think is going to be in play today, and it already is with over 3 million shares.
It's like a theme of new products today, Sean, with Hood, with the sports betting. Today, SoFi coming out with alt investments, alternative investments. What do I mean by that? So if you want to get into some of these non-publicly listed companies, SpaceX, for example, OpenAI, and others, they're going to give you access to these private market funds. They're working with a team called Templum One, which is a platform for alternative investments. So you'll be able to access some of the companies I just mentioned. They also, though, currently, you still have to be an accredited investor. So we're still being babysat by the government here. Maybe that requirement gets removed. Adara, any more information on this one?
Yeah, I think what's interesting, too, they had that alt announcement coming through yesterday. And then this morning as well, they were down. I looked it up. Apparently, Silver Lake, which is a pretty large institutional investor, several of their entities have offloaded shares totaling roughly $498 million. That's according to a Form 4 filing. Apparently, a lot of this selling was led by Mike Bingle, who is a executive there at Silver Lake. He's also a member of SoFi's directors. So interesting look there for SOFI and Mike Bingle and Silver Lake there.
So what do you think, Neil? Are you interested in these alt investments?
I mean, who wouldn't be from a first standpoint? I mean, obviously, it's going to come down to like the structure of it. I know what you say about the whole babysitting and by the government, but a lot of people have been interested in getting into things like SpaceX. That's why the DXYZ has been a bit of a runner. That's why the ARK Venture gets a little bit of press because of their holdings in that. Like, how would you get it? How would you get access to invest in OpenAI? Those types of things are interesting. It's not. Look, SoFi's down 2% today in a day where we're talking about anything fintech related has got a bid under it. So this $16 area, if there's selling going on, it's been sideways off this level for a bit. And I have the daily chart up just so you can see this pretty decent slope that SoFi has been on has kind of broken here. Like you've now closed a couple of days underneath what has been a support trend line. You need to reestablish it. I think this is a stock I'm more interested in long if it's breaking above 1660. And if it's not going to do that, then you're waiting for it to make some kind of a turn off of a support level. So I'm not touching this diddling in the middle. I think there's so many other places that you could trade. If I was thinking, I couldn't argue with anybody that said you wanted to short it into prior high. That's not really going to be my look for it. But yeah, just look out because it is breaking a bit of a trend on the daily chart. It needs to reestablish it in my mind. And I saw a bunch of people have been asking about Terra in the chat. There it is. And one of the questions was, what is the short float on TARA Pro Terra? It's 18% short float. And it is absolutely, well, let's just say it's going ham. So it's up 180%. It just went to $10. It was at $8 when you guys were asking the question. But look at this pullback that's already happening. So when something has gone this parabolic before we've even opened, we have 5 minutes to the open, and it's going to probably have some profit takers. It's a $3.50 stock yesterday, and it just broke away from $7. There will be profit takers at 3x, I think, at the open. And watch out for this to be a high potential halt candidate for TARA. Again, just be careful. It's a 15 million float, and it's done 45 million. It's done 3 times its float, and it's only 925. So just be careful with this. I do expect some profit takers on something like this at 930.
A lot of people chat there talking about having SoFi calls. I mean, I know there's a lot of people in SoFi. SoFi's new 52-week high, 1661, made yesterday or so. And I don't like the fact that it's down. That's the only thing, right? And it's like, if we're going to talk the game, it's relatively weak versus the market, pretty relative as well, right? I mean, the market's flat. Even the ES right now flat as well. So for me, looking at SoFi is going to have to be probably a short today. You know, I mean, in the pre-market, we've danced around. If you're going to look at levels, though, 1570, 1575, I think to hold that would make some sense. We held it yesterday. Why not do that again today? There's just so many names that we can look for breakouts today. I mean, even like a name that we didn't even talk about, like Amazon yesterday was huge. I mean, yesterday Amazon was my number one P&L name. It was the number one idea on the sticky note yesterday, and it was 216 dip buys. Break. We didn't get the dip buy yesterday. There was the move there yesterday into 216. So it must have been the day before actually on Amazon that we had this rip through the north side. We were just kept on taking out some highs, and then we came into yesterday and saw Amazon actually up at that 220 area. But look where we started the day, right in the pre-market up there, 1030. We are missing quotes there. So this is that 216 that I'm talking about from yesterday. Look at that break higher into 220. So it actually was yesterday. This little gap there confused me for the day there. But there's the break yesterday off the open, not 215 all the way up to 220. I apologize for missing that data, but I think we could do that again today. I mean, this hold at 217, this is going to be another level that you're going to want to look at for Amazon if it dips down. And then you also have a 220 break that could happen again immediately off the open. So I'm going to try to fix this little wick here and get this out of here. We just have to go to this and see. It says the bottom here was 206. Sometimes these, these wicks will get involved. 218.70, let's just say that would be the low.
Good luck.
All right, so there you go. So we're just going to wait to see if we can take out this 220 again there, right from yesterday's high, and then around 11 o'clock for Amazon. So another name. So that's why SoFi, I have Tesla on our mind. We can have a quick look at that. I mean, those imbalances are going to be out. They are out right now, so we can have a quick look to see if anything's happening. So let's zoom in a little bit. So Tesla comes underneath 360 now. Pretty important to note that as we are hoping for that to hold. The other one that needs to hold is going to be AMD. Just quickly, I just called this up. All right, Salesforce. Obviously, Salesforce's 13% move yesterday. Has a little bit of a sell side to it today, so we'll watch out, see what happens here with Salesforce. Come on, charts. There it is, Salesforce on the downside. There's Tesla. It looks like Neil Tesla will
buy and bounce.
Up. It was just there. Oh, there it is again. 162 to buy. So you're starting to see some stabilization here in that. But other than that, it looks like we'll have a minute and a half to open to relatively stable quotes. Obviously the quotes are stable, but stable price action as we just range around this 144 to 143 area on AMD and Tesla's holding 360. So the
slight dip in Bitcoin got down to like 102 change there. So IBIT's at, I don't want to call it pre-market lows. When you're a 24-hour market, calling something a pre-market lows, let's call it like the 6 a.m. low at 58.4, like right around the 102 area. So you're getting a little bit of a bounce here. Going to be watching, obviously, IBIT off the open for a dip and like mean reversion type of rip over a breakout style trade. I just saw NVIDIA maybe not shoot up, but get back through the 145. So I don't want to completely ignore that. I do like some AMD, but I don't want to ignore over in NVIDIA. And then we didn't mention just one last name that we didn't get into, if it'll load up. Apple, with only 40 seconds. Apple, again, didn't see it on the imbalance locator, but it got a little bit of a pop there, about $1. So Apple just went green. And right now, we're open at another all-time high for Apple. I didn't see an imbalance on it, but Apple probably going to open at all-time high today, which could set up at 245. Wasn't even in play. I wasn't even looking at Apple, but I think we got to put this one on the radar as well to add to Tesla, which could break almost instantly. So let's be ready for it. It's Thursday. It's Bitcoin 100,000 watch party over it. And let's see the continuation. Get the camera off me. The countdown is on. Brought to you by Firefly. Ring it, Adara in 2 and 1.
Right, the party has been started. Make sure you hit the like and the subscribe, of course. Thank you, Fabian, for that. All right, Robinhood just fell into our level, so I'm not getting quotes again. Okay, there the quotes are.
Yeah.
All right, so here we go. Robinhood right now up and going. We're long on Robinhood, but it is falling in a lot. Wow, into 41. Okay, well, hey, man, this is why we talked about sitting there and catching these falling knives. This is why we don't just layer our orders in to everything.
My quotes.
All right, there goes Tesla now. I guess, as well. Huge for Tesla, but I have no idea where we are right now on this stock. As we are, there it is. We are having, we're underneath now. I thought we were above on this Tesla trade, but here we go. We are now long on Tesla in and around this 363 and change area. Looks like the quotes are finally starting to stabilize. We did have a movement down there right now. So, okay, so Tesla, we're long now at 363. 20s, it's dancing around. I'm getting some out on the upside here. Let's see if Tesla wants to continue to work itself out. The market is making a move down, so I'm going to take some more
64,
out.
I think.
Yes, baby. Yeah. Oh, yeah. We're right there on Tesla right now. I just got some out there, Neil, at 64.50, 64.17, sorry, as it's really popping around. The mistake of the day so far, though, is Robinhood, because that is falling down like crazy right here. But anyways, go ahead. Sorry, Neil. I know we're both having some quote issues.
Yeah, so look, I did get the break at 62, and I crossed to the quarters. I actually got the quarters exactly where we crossed to. I just got to fill it in front of 65s as well. Apologize for the cough, guys. But I'm looking at the mean revert on
here,
Hood.
by the way.
Is that starting to come? So only one trade for me, which is 362 break on Tesla, and now we're holding at the 65. You did have a little bit of a bump in BTC, but it's all about the Tesla. Now 65 is broken.
Oh my God.
Let's go. Tesla continues to rally. I just put an order. Oh, I didn't get the 65 half turn. Let's get one at 65 as it's coming right back through. Wow, what a move there by Tesla. 1 for 1. That was the idea we liked the best. So thankfully it did come in there. That was wild. The quotes were, I think, just a volume thing. It was so much volume coming through on Tesla. That's what's going to happen. Just for anyone looking, Apple did open at all-time highs. We were mentioning it's starting to pull back in. That prior high, 243.5. So Apple on the charge as well.
So again, this is going to sound like a broken record, but honestly, day is done now. So, I mean, that's your one trade. Neil nailed it right there by talking about how you only need one trade, and there for Tesla, it's over with. We talked about it being the number one trade here on the sticky note. It is your number one trade. It's the number one P&L name. It's absolutely a monster. It's Tesla. What's up, Adara?
Lots moving around this morning I want to mention, but I want to start here with Meta, M-E-T-A. This is, Neil mentioned Apple being near all-time highs at open. Meta actually made new all-time highs and then rejected that 620 level. This morning we had the information reporting that the company is going to be farming out some of its designs for this mixed reality services due to some concerns about a potential trade war between China and the U.S. So META on watch there. Now trying to pull back into that 615 area. There's a couple other stocks moving around. Be aware of some of these airlines like AAPL and LUV. American Airlines with some updated guidance notes, and Southwest announcing that they're going to be having a $750 million buyback. I'm also seeing names like SoundHound running this morning as well. BFS, we have CGC. There's a lot to be aware of, guys.
I mean, yeah, props up to everybody. Props up to Neil. Props up to everybody. It's a chicken dinner damn winner right now. Wow is all I can say there. Remember I said we're using upsized shares. We're going on this. This is what we're doing today. It is an absolute monster right there, Tesla. Congratulations to everybody. Congratulations. Reverse congratulations to anybody that tailed me here on Robinhood. I'm going to just start getting some out now because the amount of money that we made here on Tesla, I don't want it to be sort of squashed by losing a significant amount here on Robinhood. So we're long right now on Robinhood, and we're out 50 cents or 40 cents. So I'm going to get another piece out as we continue to go upside there on Tesla. I told you what it is, man. It's the end of the day for me right now. That's that trade. We're still going to trade, but it's just one trade. And I mean, I'm trying to sit here to show and to prove and to talk about how we can actually make this as an income source. Maybe not potentially. You just want to hit it and quit it. Ain't nothing wrong with that. And right there on Tesla, it's a $4 winner to start the day. And I'm proud to have told you guys that it was on upside shares. So it was the bigger position on that trade, but it worked out. It's Tesla. It's to the moon. Congratulations, everybody. Congratulations, Neil. Everybody that's there that hit that. That's why we're here. NVIDIA
just broke the high of the day. I don't want to look. Obviously, Tesla's a big time runner, and I know we haven't talked about NVIDIA. I'm going to get to Robinhood in a second, but NVIDIA broke today's high. Now, remember, this is why it's important. Yesterday's high is like 20 cents higher, so you do have overhead resistance happening on NVIDIA, but it's absolutely flying with the markets. I got Robinhood off of this low. It's trying to break 41, and it can't seem to do it. So we're trying to scalp out of Robinhood as Tesla just continues to rocket ship up. Obviously, 52-week high. You're not at any all-time highs there on Tesla. And usually I do some work where we pull back the weekly chart. But this just went like super parabolic.
Oh my God.
When it broke the 365 level. At this point, next offer is in front of 370.
Let's fucking go.
You know, what an unbelievable rally here on Tesla. It was an all-time high break at 361.93, and it just continues to go. And by the way, Bitcoin crossed back above 103. So if you were looking for IBIT, you're probably a winner as well. But, you know, Tesla was the first thing that came in. We're going to continue to ride with that. I still want to get into Bitcoin. As long as we're above 100,000, I still feel like this is going to be a long for us. It's just a matter of being patient, right? Like the dip buy came into that pre-market low. You had to have it right away. Maybe we get a VWAP. Maybe we get a retest of that low. Whichever one it is, that's where I want to take my shot. So obviously, shout out to anyone that got into Bitcoin. Bit of a missed opportunity there. And now NVIDIA is at yesterday's high and continuing to break.
Oh boy, oh boy. This is very, very exciting stuff here. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. I mean, maybe it's exciting,
I pity
maybe
the
it's
fool
not.
that doesn't hit the like and subscribe button.
Pity the fool on that one. But yeah, hit the like, hit the subscribe, get going, man, or else Mr. T will come and get you. All right, so we just got out of Robinhood. We talked about that right there. Nice moves to the upside. It doesn't look like it wants to hold 40. I mean, it's here right now. There it goes. It breaks lower through 40 bucks right now on Robinhood. So we're going to give it a couple more pennies to the low side, but it looks like it's going to do it right now. And there it goes, breaking through 90s. We'll get out there on Robinhood. So slap a fail on that one as it continues to march lower. So remember I was like Robinhood up 7% seemed a little bit spicy on that, but we'll wait to see now if it retakes that level. I don't want to just keep on digging in here to Robinhood, but it is starting to get a little interesting there. I'll try to buy a little bit back here on Robinhood, and just to see if we do want to hold out for this $40 level, we'll buy a little bit back in. Yeah, I mean, big day alert. We talked about it here on Tesla. Our best outs up there at 368. So now it's trying to fall back in with this market as well. Good reload on Robinhood, but we've already lost the first time. Too bad it didn't make this move that time. There we go, long it back at 40. And look at this move coming back in on Robinhood. Good thing we just took a piece out right there at 25. So that was good. What's up, Adara?
Some more stocks to be aware of this morning as we head into the first 10 trading minutes of the session. We do have American Airlines here, AAPL, up about 10% with an 8.8% short float. This is at day's highs. This is a 10 million share volume candle here on the 15-minute chart. I mentioned this earlier here, but they did have higher than expected guidance for Q4. Adjusted earnings, they're estimating between 55 and 75 cents per share versus 39 cents per share expected. I also want to mention OKTA, which got a Bernstein upgrade this morning. They did have a pretty strong day one earnings as well initially before pushing lower. They're up about 3.5% right now for OKTA, guys.
I'm actually going to make a comment because of Robinhood. There was a seller, and I didn't think too much of this in the pre-market, and I'm going to maybe rethink that decision on Hood. There was a seller in the pre-market at 42.25 for a boat. Like, it was doing no volume, and it was like 100,000 shares. They just said, I'm on the offer, and I'm taking it. And they got filled before 8 o'clock or somewhere in around here, around 8 o'clock before we even came on. And I was thinking, okay, well, maybe it's just going to be the breakout. And long underneath that was probably dangerous. I had 2 trades. One of them won, and then obviously the other one I just got out.
Let's go.
I want to see it hold a higher low, and I want to jump back into it. But if you look at the acceleration, when it got right to that price is where it broke down. Where that seller was at 42.25, it broke you-know-what at that same price. If I see that again, I'm going to file it away and maybe ask myself if I wanted to calm down if it loses that kind of a bit. So monster seller was there. Probably should have taken more note of it. Look, Tesla being up this much is probably masking the fact that the NASDAQ just wicked the high into yesterday's top and pulled back here. So worth acknowledging, you're getting a pretty hefty pullback in the NASDAQ off of yesterday's high. Topping tail candle. I want to see us get back above this 215.4, maybe even the half, and I'll get a little more confident because NVIDIA, it lost its breakout. I'm looking back over at some of the crypto names, and they're starting to pull back. Square had a big pullback. It's really just Tesla that's doing what you expect. Everything else has been a bit of a different story. So I'm sort of fortunate that I was able to get something out of that hood bounce. Now we're looking at this 370 here on Tesla. That's where the next offer is going to be as we go up to the desk with Adara.
Keep an eye on Soundhound here, SOUN. This one has about a 27.6% short float. What a push up here on the 15-minute chart, making new day's highs as we speak. Looks like they're trading up here in this announcement that their voice AI phone ordering is going to be debuted across all locations of Torchy's Tacos, which is a Mexican food establishment chain there. So keep an eye on SOUN, up about 14%. Again, 27.6% short float and NVIDIA associations, guys.
Thank you so much, Adara, man. This is now $6. We'll go like this. What's up, Ozan? Monster movements on Tesla. Shout out to Chef Joe. Shout out to all the boys and the girls and the traders and the theys. Everybody in the chat, what's up to you? Because this has been what a day here on Tesla. The number one idea, we talked about it there today, take that 363 with confidence and with share size. And that's what happened. And boom goes the dynamite. Monster moves up, man. $6 now in the monies, which is nice. All right, this name, though, not nice. Robinhood again. We took that reload there back into the long. We talked about it. It bumped all the way back up to 40.70 off of that reloaded long. So we didn't make it all back, but we did make some of it back right there on Robinhood. Now we'll just let it go. All right, Tesla. The beat is on right now, up to 370. My attention's probably still going to be onto this. I only have about 15% left, but 15% left is a decent spot. So I'm happy with what we're doing right now. Let's just see if it will continue to make a higher move. I'm going to take something out now because we're right at this level. And again, when you're trading with more shares, for me, this is kind of why I'm choosing to do is I can layer out the outs, but it makes it look like I never really have very good outs because I look back and it's like, oh my God, 365. It works. Layering out works great when the stock kind of just doesn't move anywhere. But when it starts to rip up like this, you always think, oh man, what if I still had the boat? But it doesn't matter. It's a nice move right now for Tesla. Looks like it still wants to go higher, man. I just took another piece out.
Yeah, there's not even anything on the 370 level. You're used to seeing like, oh, there's a million shares on the offer, blah, blah, blah. There's nothing there. I took some out in front of the 370, and now it's a hold through 370 as far as I'm concerned. I didn't get a dip buy on Bitcoin here in VWAP. It was a little bit of a fast bounce. It's holding a higher low. You're probably going to break out the top here past 103. It's a nice move. I'm going to sit on the bid and see if we can pick something up. But if we end up with the breakout trade, it kind of is what it is at this point. So you're about to break out the highs here on IBIT. Oh. And that 370, hot knife meets butter on Tesla. But I am going to take this IBIT break through the top as we did not get the dip buy that we're looking for.
Man.
These are not the droids you're looking for.
We already have, so IBIT's already ready to go. We're taking 59 if that breaks. I'm not even looking at it right now. My focus, obviously, and I would just kind of like laughed at that right there. There goes Tesla again, man. Tesla breaking through 371 now, and we just took some more out right there. Okay, we're into IBIT right now again. So there's the break on IBIT. We'll trade this. We'll see where it's going. Right now, I'm still trying to watch out for Robinhood, but IBIT, again, we knew we wanted this break higher, so let's just start to piece it out a little bit. We'll see if there is going to be a fade back in on Bitcoin, but there it goes, man. We're long right now at 01s here. So, all right, so far so good, but we'll wait. We'll have to give it a second. Tesla, good couple outs there as it's giving a little bit back.
NVIDIA double top now as well, by the way. 146 on NVIDIA, double top incoming. It just didn't dip really far enough there for NVDA. By the way, Tesla's at 71. I think you got to think about 75 at this point, but NVIDIA looks like it wants it next. I'm just going to double check AMD. It hasn't gotten yet above VWAP. AMD didn't break the top at 144 and didn't give you a pullback into 142, so it's still diddling in the middle. No trade setup, unfortunately, for AMD, which is why the pivot to NVIDIA here on this 146. So double top breakout. Looming here on NVDA. If you got a dip buy into 145, congratulations. Obviously, attentions were elsewhere when that happened. But let's see if NVIDIA can make this break. Yesterday's highs cleared. Now a clean double top. Remember, the NASDAQ is still underneath overnight resistance. So you got to be in something that's leading. I wouldn't want to be long a laggard or taking a breakout on some kind of on a lagging stock. It's underneath resistance. But NVIDIA trying to make the break here.
All right. Yeah. So we got some out of IBIT there, in and around that 59.10, 59.07 area. It failed there. We didn't want to break if it was going to fail, and it looks like right now fail she be doing right now. But we'll wait. We do have VWAP down there at 58.70, which is kind of what I'm looking at, in and around that area for IBIT. And again, just waiting to see. I punched a little bit out there at O's when it came back in. So just trying to tell you guys what we're doing again. And it's kind of the same logic for me in all of this. We've made our week on Tesla. So it's like, let's not get too carried away with all these great ideas right now, because again, you can always give back, and it's just not a charity over here. And we're trying to make sure that we are able to put some money in our pocket and keep it there. With that being said, Robinhood will take out another out right there for Robinhood. So nice play there as we continue to go. And Tesla, go there to the upside. Like, we would have been able to take the rest of the month off if we had held our shares. But we'll wait now and see what happens here with Tesla, hopefully giving us another opportunity. Like you said, man, that 375 would be fan-damn-tastic, as we still got an upsized position over here.
Yeah, so by the way, NVIDIA did not hold that breakout. Still had a little bit of a hiccup. And then we saw this with Palantir, where you broke a 146 you broke it on Palantir, that 70 level, and nobody was buying above it except for the breakout price. When that happens, I'm jumping out, and I'm only going to go for the dip buy. That's what happened over on Palantir. So and that's what's going to happen here on NVIDIA. But if you're taking a breakout trade, the way I look at it, I don't mind taking a hit, like when Palantir doesn't work or when NVIDIA doesn't work, slap a small loss on it, and then try to make the win on the one that does go, right? So you're still having the nice break over there on Tesla. IBIT is still continuing to hold out. It did hang on to the prior high, which was right under here. That's 58.85. That's the prior bar resistance level. So as long as it holds on to that level, then I like Bitcoin here, still above the 103. If you're watching spot prices, actually that's Binance. Binance is always a little bit iffy. You're at 103.5. So you are pretty much on the line at the overnight high level. You break away from this, and you can see explosion into the 104, into the 104.5, Randy. It's a Bitcoin party, but Tesla just crashed it, and crashed it in a big way and said, who cares about Bitcoin? Let's go.
Yeah. Randy, $9 in the money on this one, and it was not on anything to sneeze about. Nice move up, and we just topped out there and got another piece out at 372.75. And on here, Randy, this is the Tesla sticky note here. Pick up the mic, Randy. I want you to tell people what the trade was on Tesla today. Just
holy 363 long.
Long 360
multiple upgrades and price target. Yikes. You called it. Brisket.
We're going, Randy. Nice move there on Tesla, as now it's a 10 spot right there. Again, have the confidence. This is, you don't hear it, and Randy, we talk about this all the time. It's about share sizing and picking the right trades for the right share size, because you could lose a lot on an opportunity that you don't think is as great as this because you didn't have the proper risk on it. But when I said in the pre-market that this was going to be a spot where we'd put on a little bit extra risk. And I'm happy to do it there today, especially when it works, because sometimes it doesn't. Did you ask if we want another coffee? Because that would be great.
I was going to...
Anybody?
Anybody? Lemon tea, man.
Hello?
If I could. I'm just saying, I got to drink some tea. That's all it is.
I probably have to drink a tea too, but I'll go for coffee here. All right, tea and coffee. Thank you, Randy. And thank you, Adara. What do you got?
I have MMM here. This is 3M, which is popping here on 4.8 relative volume. Though it is worth noting, we're only trading about 750,000 shares so far today. I cannot find a catalyst on this, but we've had strong volume bars here for the first two 15-minute candles today. A little bit of social media attention, but just be aware, MMM with a bit of a breakout here, up about 3.5%, guys.
Thank you very much there, Adara. Oh, by the way, there's a few other things that are making some decent... Oh, come on, load, ARM.
We just got some AMD.
Making some decent moves. This is the disappointing one. ARM is about to break 104. Like the market's coming back in heavily here. ARM is about to lose a flat bottom break any second. And you look over, thank goodness we got out of NVIDIA. I know the NASDAQ is breaking down because NVIDIA just took out 145 to the downside. Again, don't be stubborn about it as we are starting to pull back relatively heavily here. IBIT's holding flat, so I guess that's okay. And then Apple, which was at another all-time high, right back into 243. So you're seeing a lot of failed breakouts. That's why I'm in a bit of a back-off mode. Like if the long is working, hold it. And if it's not, wait for some kind of a setup that you can work yourself into. I think the crypto names are doing okay in here, a little bit better. And obviously Tesla's doing okay. Coinbase is back off of those lows. So even this name not doing so well. Yeah, Bitcoin, sideways action, but I don't really mind it. Just keep an eye on these markets as they are starting to pull back rather heavily on the NASDAQ there. I think led by Apple's pullback, led by NVIDIA's pullback.
Yeah, we got into a new position right here. So on AMD, we just said we would try to see about this 43. So again, in spirit of not catching falling knives, we're going to take a starter position right now on AMD and just wait to see where we go from here. So we had written down 142 as a possible area for some support, but the 200 period is right here at 70s. So we wanted to see if we could try to hold out some hope for that level. So on AMD, it is going to be a new position for me. And I just kind of want to I'll put an equal amount down here at 142.80, just where we just sort of bounced off at. But realistically, I'm still waiting to see about this 42 area. And then maybe, like I said, if you're going to go long, you got to sort of wait to see what happens at 141.50, which is right into there. And then that very bottom yesterday is 141. So just be careful with all of that. So just be alert and figure out what's going on. So that's what's going on with AMD right now. We're long into that one. And we just took some more out on IBIT again. So I wish for this thing to keep on ripping up. We've been taking some profits. It did drip down for us there, so we were not too sure. And we'll figure it out what's going on here.
Any guesses what just double bottomed at an even dollar level? And don't look at my screen. And it might have been $70.
Uber?
Palantir.
Oh, Palantir. Okay.
Something is going on at $70 in Palantir, everybody. A shout out to everyone in the chat that mentioned this name was there. If you have been trading Palantir and you haven't been watching what's going on at 70, you're missing the entire party. Look at this. 70 accumulation, there was some selling, insider selling, resistance, support. We like support turning into resistance. If the market's breaking lower and you want a long, you want it somewhere that there's strength. You're up 1%. You now have a support at the $70 level. Now, I'm not going to, if it goes there a third time, that doesn't make it a guarantee that it's going to hold 70 a third time. But it does give you a better chance than with the market at lows trying to find something that's bleeding like a you-know-what. So IBIT, I know Sean's also in it as well, that pulled back into VWAP. I'm going to zoom back in so you can see with a bounce. So it's on trend, but the rejection of 59 was a little heavier than before. And if I'm looking at what usually would be my rule, I got the dip buy, then I put up the trend line, saw that I bought the dip on a break of trend, and when it got back to the trend, usually I'd be shorting that, so I covered a bunch in there at the 59 when it got back to that price. This bar can still close above the trend line, but I don't like that look. If we lose VWAP, I want to jump out and look for the next trade over in IBIT. I know you went over to AMD. AMD is going to get close to that 142. That's the level I like. So if it gets a curl off that, we're going to have to be very, very patient. And then be careful because like Coinbase is headed lower, MSTR is on the lows, the market's on the lows. I'm looking for curl trades, but they have to give you an actual entry setup. I don't want to just be catching a falling knife. Hence the patience waiting for the 142. I'd like to see a nice little curl here on one of these crypto names as Bitcoin's still holding near the highs. So I want to catch a mean revert. I don't know about MSTR as the first place I want to go. Part of me is still leaning into Robinhood because where I got out before, it's now holding the $40 level. Like the initial bounce was pretty solid, but it then lost that bid pretty good. But if it can wick the bottom, reverse it, then there can be a 40 long back into 39.80. But it's got to give me that good setup. So IBIT's back on trend, but I do want to see one of these others mean revert, and then I can punch a long.
Joe knows what's going on. Yeah, so do we all. I mean, great trade over there. Good trade by Neil there on Tesla. But this is now at 374. So we're going to take out another piece of Tesla right there for $10 now. I just wish we had held the whole stupid thing. All right, nice move to the upside right there. We'll continue to look at it. Another out for me at 374 on Tesla. All right, so IBIT, I'm going to still be talking about mostly the same names here. I'm in 4 of them. So we'll have to watch out now. IBIT, again, a little bit of a move higher. We'll get something out at 08s again, see if we're able to do that. There it is. We take the fill. And we're just doing this because this is what we do. Like I said, average in, make sure that we get the right prices. And if they don't, then we lose those prices, right? And then just like what's happening right now with AMD, again, the posted level that we wrote down here, 42s. So that's what just came in. So we'll take some out here. If we do get a little bit of a bounce, we're long now at 48s on AMD. So not super great against this level, but right now I do have that offer to get a little bit out, stop some of the bleeding there, take something out in and around this 30 level, and then see if we can't climb just a little bit more here on AMD and let this one work itself out. As again, I'm trading all of the names I mentioned on here: AMD, Tesla, Hood, and IBIT. The only name that we haven't looked at today was SMR. So let's go have a quick look at that and see what this is doing. So again, oh my, wow. So it drops right into the levels that we wrote down, 2250 for SMR. Where am I bidding? 22, I think 55s or something like that for SMR. And we missed it. We're actually bidding 2275 right now for SMR. So we missed SMR by 3 pennies. What's the low of the day? 2271. I don't think that's probably not true. I'm bidding it and we missed it. But there's another trade for us. So again, always good to look back to see what your notes tell you about that. So right now, AMD back into 142. We've got some shares. We're long right now. Let's just figure out what's going on here. AMD trying to push into that 142. If it drips too much below that, we're going to get out. The market, not worth fighting today. Downside here, markets.
Yeah, this market is actually starting to bleed. Well, you did get the press back above 40 on Hood after it kind of tried to break that trend. So long at 40, stop at underneath that 39.80 local bottom. This is what we were looking for in terms of like a lower mean revert off of that 40 level. And I'm looking for the same thing out of AMD, only it's dropped obviously a heck of a lot lower. So it's a very, very steep trend. I like a mean revert when a trend is that steep, and it's now into the support zone at that 142. But it's got to give me that bottoming tail candle or the clean break of trend. Right now, it's looking like the bottoming tail candle is going to be coming in here. Again, you just want to have some kind of an execution strategy. If we can hold above 142.25, I'm going to like that. Thomas just said Intel is tanking to 9. I'd take a peek, but I don't want to get distracted. I think we called Intel a bit of a nothing burger on the, it was the ASML. They got a chairman, or they got a member of the board. It's not, I don't think this is board chair or anything. Yeah. They got a member of the board from ASML, which I think is a good idea, but I also consider it a nothing burger because people want to see some defined direction here, maybe on the CEO level. So AMD's in there. It just held the quarters long enough to get me in at 26, 42.26. I love that number. But if we can't hold on to 42, I'm going to jump out and look for a better entry. Robinhood, on a similar idea, is working a little bit nicer with the break of trend at that 40 level. It's now back up into the quarters. So this one working, AMD, probably not at this point. So I want to make sure we're getting out into 40, into 46, take 2/3 out into that, and then try to hold for VWAP on a mean reversion play. Because when you're playing against the grain, you usually want to have take profits. This is not something that has been strong. It's a stock that's been bleeding all morning. So a lot of times this can be a consolidation for another push down. You want to take advantage of this 40 while it is at least lasting. And Dara, thank you for putting that in the chat. Former CEO of ASML and is joining the board.
So for those of you that are normally, like Neil and I, we normally will trade different names, but we have exactly the same names on right here. So, and I think that's important to know, like when things are hitting and things have been working, you go over to what's working, you know?
Actually, it's interesting because...
And we've been doing that, right? So that's exactly what it's all about right there. And you know, that's part of the game. So trade what you think is right and what's been happening and trade in your space. And there goes AMD right there, dropping below 142. So there's the breakout. So both trading AMD, both creating failed opportunities and losers right there. So there goes AMD, nice move to the downside right now, breaking through that 142, but it was a level of interest. So we'll still stay on here and have a quick look to see what winds up happening right there with AMD, but it is a fall back in for that name. All right, like now my biggest position by far right now is IBIT, because we just got out of AMD and we just got another piece out on IBIT as it continues to go higher and higher and higher. And this is why sort of when we talk about piecing things out on the upside, it's kind of like this on Tesla. It's like, you have to get out when certain moves are happening. You could always reload them, but there's also nothing wrong with holding and trying to get the maximum position out of everything as well, right? So let's wait to see what happens here with IBIT. Maybe we could continue to go higher here the rest of the day. That would be swell. And then there comes Tesla really dripping back in right now. So again, we've taken profits on this one. I don't have that much left of Tesla. I'd say about 5 or 6% left here on TSLA. So a couple good outs here, and it looks like it is fading back in. Was that a call for Misadera?
I think so.
All right, it's happening now.
For the first time this week, we actually have the Q slightly underperforming the S&P 500. S&P is actually green right now in the day. Q is down about 0.1% as of right now. No economic data as of right now at 10 a.m., but we did get here higher than expected initial jobless claims and a slightly higher than expected U.S. trade balance that was coming through there at 8:30 a.m. We'll get a couple comments, both of which are from Fed's Barkin later in the day, so keep an eye on some Fed's Barkin speeches coming through during the midday. One of the biggest catalysts today that we have to talk about is Bitcoin. I have MSTR up here, maybe trying to base out a little bit here around that 419 level, but MicroStrategy and a lot of these other crypto stocks on watch as Bitcoin surpasses the $100,000 level for the first time last night. That rally in Bitcoin is highly speculated to be inspired by a couple factors, including the fact that we did have the SEC chair appointment or nomination there announced by President-elect Trump as Paul Atkins. That's viewed as a good look for crypto. Jerome Powell also talked about crypto yesterday, compared it to gold in terms of its value as an asset. So that's an interesting look. We do have, of course, strength in some of these Mag 7 names like Tesla, but then we have NVIDIA, which is chopping around here on the day. I was just reading apparently that NVDX, which is the 2x levered ETF, just crossed $1 billion of assets under management for the first time, so great look there. But also here, Reuters reporting that TSM and NVIDIA are in talks with regards to Blackwell production there at TSM's Arizona plant. And last but not least, AAPL up about 10%. This one's staying really strong today so far. They did guide higher than expected adjusted earnings per share for Q4. LUV, so Southwest Airlines, was also on watch this morning with a buyback announcement. Lots to take a look at. Make sure, if you're enjoying the show, that you take a minute to like, subscribe, and join our community. Back to you guys.
Oh, no. Did it not work?
I heard it.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, but it cut off for a split second there. A couple of things here. I'm going to get to Bitcoin in a quick second, but Robinhood just got back up to the 4070 level. So it did make the regression that we're looking for. Again, sometimes you're just better off with your execution plan. I got in off the level, and when it's trending down, sometimes you want that trend to avert. I have an offer out in front of the 80 level. If it does lose this level here, I'll probably get some out at the 40.50 and then wait for 40. It's now a double bottom on Robinhood. IBIT just might have wicked me out. I had just gotten a reload off VWAP, and it got me to 90. But if we hold right back above 58.80 on IBIT, then I'm going to like it and just probably jump right back in. What did happen is you got to the actual high, the all-time high on Bitcoin again, and pulled back. So I think you're in the midst of that pullback, but look at this lower high here at 103. As long as we hold the 103, that's a trade I want to jump back into. So Hood's still doing okay. Tesla, obviously, is still holding on at this point, but it's got a bit of a rounded top there on TSLA. But it's IBIT I got to get myself back into. And as far as AMD goes, did not follow an execution rule there. Now it's actually closing above the trend line. Like, that's a very big difference. Like, there's your trend down. There is your close above the trend line. So on Robinhood, we waited for it to do this. On AMD, I did not. And so now I'm going to get into AMD, if I can pick it up here, as it's now given you at least some reason to, or at least for myself, an execution reason to get into the trade. There's a heck of a lot also moving, by the way. I just want to go over to NVIDIA to acknowledge if NVIDIA loses the bid, it might not matter any technical on AMD. So fail breakout on NVIDIA, but it is now holding that pre-market low. I do like that look, but if we lose the bid here, it might be a good reason to take something out of Advanced Micro Devices. But we're back in it, and we'll see what happens. Obviously, it hasn't been a good one so far, but I do need to get myself back into. That was clearly a wick out.
Yeah, we got reloaded maybe on that wick, but we got reloaded down there at 80s, so that might have been that exact wick, I think, right there. And sometimes I'll punch Neil, he'll punch me, and it looks like that was right there. I'm going to try to get some out because I do agree, man. It looks like it is trying to fail up here. But, I mean, it's also just kind of coiling up. So we take that bid on VWAP, of course. That's what we wanted to do. So we did that one. We're back into AMD. And that's about it, man. Let's talk about something else. We missed SMR by 3 cents, which kind of sucks. Hopefully that will come back in. Let me have a quick look at SMR to see if that does come through. Futures right now, I mean, I know we've traded that really well lately. We've talked about that, but I'm going to stay away right now from the futures. It doesn't seem to be doing too much here, kind of just hanging out 0.10. You know, that top wasn't super significant, 21,550. And this bottom of maybe 21,500 could have been looked at. But then when you're looking at the NASDAQ, we barcoded here for a while. So we'll have to wait. I'd rather maybe play the short if it does come back in through that level rather than try to catch, like I was saying, some falling knives and whatnot. All right, so AMD's coming back in. Hood's going now, obviously, and IBIT. There was another
Intel is not where I was thinking it was.
No, it wasn't Intel. Hold on a second. I want to say this, and this is, I know this is your bank too, but TD today is down 6%, and like I'm guessing, we talked about it, we never really talk about Canadian bank earnings, but I'm guessing.
They reported.
Yeah, so again, a pretty big situation here for TD. Now, I just want to say, like, most of the Canadian banks are generally around.
All of the Canadian banks.
Yeah, reported. Yeah. No, but I'm saying most of the Canadian banks kind of move in similar fashions. If you're looking to maybe pick up some kind of value or something like that, I mean, TD is in a world of hurt. So I don't think you want to catch the falling knife. But this, I just want to bring it to everyone's attention because I was looking at the chart. It just broke below this level. And without zooming back out, this is like a major bank here in Canada, one of the top 6, of course, and just really getting pummeled down there. So I just want to, if you're in any bank ETFs or something like that, and just, opposed to something like a Royal Bank or whatever, I'm not in Royal Bank or TD Bank, so it doesn't really affect me, but I just wanted to show you guys, like, this is, different things are happening in the space here. So to all of our Canadian viewers, definitely dig deep into that into that TD number because definitely appears to be, anyways, giving some decent value down there. If you are looking for support and resistance levels, could be a decent spot to start with. But there goes IBIT again. So I'm going to actually now start taking more out. I mean, this is exactly the style that we're trying to do. Trade off of key levels, trade things that we like, try to hold them for as much as we can. The only mistrade for me was not getting more Robinhood down there. I didn't even realize it came to 40, so I'm glad that Neil got that. But again, another trade that's listed right here. 40 support rate, listed on the sticky note. So great couple notes the last couple days, and we've been reaping the benefits of it. And I really hope that some of you have been as well. So today, the only mistake so far really has been AMD on the track of it. I mean, Robinhood early started to come back in. We're able to get it back now. But this AMD not holding this 143, 142, and eventually taking that dollar hit, breaking through, I don't think it was $1, but breaking through that 142.50, boom, nice downside play there. So, and then Tesla, I know you're still in it, but this is the thing. It's pulled back a lot, man. It's pulled back $4. So I'm still in it as well, and only in a piece, but we've already gotten decent pieces out. I think I'm going to put another one around 373. So just see if we can take something out there and work off that. So I'm going to put an order at 373 flat, actually, and just offer that and see if we can get it back with more trading excitement after Adara.
Roblox really strong here, up about 4.4% here. At or near high of days. It's interesting, all of these 15-minute volume candles so far, that's about 1 million shares of volume. So lots of interest here in RBLX, which does not have a catalyst that I can find. A little bit of social media attention. It does have a short float of 4.84%. Roblox killing it this morning.
Big move upside on Roblox. Big move downside on Intel, which when the people were screaming about Intel, I was like, oh, that stock's not going up. There's no long opportunity there. It was going down a little bit faster than I was anticipating. So the second time in a row, they've announced moves, and when it's not Give us a new CEO with a new vision, the stock bleeds. The only level down here, it's not going to go SSR or anything, but $20.80. I look at a stock this sharply down, and I want to do some kind of a mean revert on it. So it's obviously, like, the trend is nasty here, but if this one breaks the trend back up, it's a go zone type trade. When you have that kind of a move to the downside, just for a scalp trade. I mean, if it closes above trend line and then play back into VWAP, you can get a nice little scalp trade. I mean, when Robinhood did it, it wasn't even nearly as, like, it was a dump and then a consolidation. So it's not exactly the same type of setup. By the way, Hood did get to 40.80 and is now putting in a higher low. If it comes a third time to 40, I'm going to look for another bounce off 30 and see if we can't grab it. But yeah, I didn't notice that Intel was dropping as fast as everybody else was. Everyone was sort of talking about Intel. I thought you guys were saying it was going up. That's my bad. I didn't realize it was dropping like an absolute rock. Mara back above VWAP. If you're looking at some of these non-Bitcoin or crypto-related names that aren't Bitcoin. Coinbase, however, weak, dipping back under VWAP. This is while Bitcoin's back above that 103 level. And then MSTR, for those that have asked, MSTR is bleeding. So it is also going counter trend. So you've really got to be like IBIT's strong or holding strength, Coin's meh, Mara's strong, MSTR is weak. They're all over the place. You've got to trade these at this moment on their own merit. I think at some point there'll be a little more convergence with some of these crypto names, but specifically MSTR is bleeding. For myself, the next trade, and it might not even happen now because the sec I drew the trend line, I'm like, okay, we're about to try to break it on Intel. It just took out the low again. So we're going to have to be real patient for this setup. It might be at $21 or $20.50 by the time it takes this reverse, but I'm looking for that reverse trade here on Intel at this point, and I'm not going to just sit there on the bid. It's not looking good for them at all. Maybe it just needs to go down like 5% or something.
Yeah, I'm going to give this.
Wow.
Yeah. No, I didn't realize. I mean, Intel. It's funny because we had that marker on there, thinking that we were going to go up on that Gelsinger, and it just kind of never really got its base there. So we'll find it out. I still like that 22 area, and I know we were just talking about it, so we'll have to wait to see if there is any sort of push back and forth on that one. It looks like right now Bitcoin 103.5 is looking like it's some sort of a level because it's just holding this. Like I'm trying to let this breathe a little bit here with IBIT, right? I mean, and trying to give it a little bit of space, but at the same time, we have to make sure that we're taking profit when we see the profit man come in here. So that's what we're trying to do. Wait to see if there's going to be any opportunities in the space for IBIT. But again, if we drop too much below, what's up, Joe? What are we doing that? Oh, no, that must have been a mistake. That must have been a mistake. All right, so 58 right there. The 200 period's 58.70 there. So that's something that I'm looking at as well for that. So just a quick little look there on what we're doing with IBIT. Tesla, we just talked about I was literally, as I talk about my kids all the time, literally, Dad, I was waiting at 373. I'm going to go to 372.50 right now. Looks like we had a good level there, but it did bounce off of it. So we're going to try to get out. We're going to get out of 20% of what we have left, but that's only like 5% or so of what we had initially. So there it is. Nice take. It just came right in there. So good little level there for us on Tesla. Pretty happy to get that out. And then Robinhood, we took out another piece right here as well. So good outs on Robinhood, 80s and then again 50s, as now it's coming all the way back in. You can't have a winner until you take that profit. So we're trying to take a little bit more out there. I still like the VWAP, and I'm a little disappointed there in Robinhood today. All right, so AMD, we wait. We're back into this long game on advanced micro devices. Let's see if it wants to work. Long at 17s.
So, I just heard there was a halt.
Something about Fox or something?
Fox halted?
I'm not.
So this isn't halted. What's going on with Uber?
Oh, no.
Right now.
You're not. That's a whole...
No, I don't see a story on Uber. Uber is down 3%. Like, I thought Intel was the ugliest looking chart that I was pulling up this morning that didn't report earnings. No, Uber, while down a lower percentage, this is really starting to bleed. It just broke $70 and is accelerating to the downside. Good news is that there's support down, like double barrel support at 68. So, man, I hate only looking at, hey, let's look for some mean reversions on dips, but the truth is, there's a few that are setting up here, so watch out for this 68 level on Uber, as I don't know what is necessarily going on. I didn't hear anything with it. I just threw it in, and I don't see a story. I'm going to guess it's a huge volume through the low of the day. Obviously, there's a little something going on here with Uber. I mean, is it a Tesla up, Uber down thing? I don't know. Maybe that's too simplistic, but Uber bleeding here. I like that 68 level. I'm just going to mark that one off. And if we get down there on Uber, I got to pay attention to it. The other name that's been talked about a lot, well, you didn't get a third crack at 70 on Palantir. It just didn't happen. Now you got to look at 71.
Wow.
VWAP's at 71, 70. Every even dollar has been gold on Palantir the last couple of days in terms of significance. So let's look for a dip back into 71. As you can see, it's just tagged 72 and is holding here. So maybe we look at this 71 level and are able to get a retracement back into VWAP. I think you want to join trend. From right now, I'm looking at join trend on a dip. VWAP I like. IBIT, Palantir, mean reversion on Intel, which it's still going down, so there's no entry yet. And then this 40, here comes a third time here on Robinhood at that $40 level. Would like to see it show a bounce. Got front end last time, didn't work. Got back end last time, did work. So we'll look to catch this on the back end of Robinhood. We'll keep my ear to the ground on Uber. Good shout out in the chat. Still not sure what's going on there.
Yeah, chat undefeated. So shout out to everybody up in that chat.
Might be
Thanks for
worth
hooking
a
that up.
buy.
And we always need to get new ideas floating through there. I'm just making sure I don't get out of too many, just in case just in case this actually goes higher right here. What I'm looking at is AMD. I'm still trying to see about that support level in and around 42s, so that's going to be something for me that I'm trying to look at right now. Are we going to have luck at trying to play off of 42 long? It doesn't look like it. Trying to break a little bit lower right now is AMD. We've been getting out of it there, but we only had one out. So here it is right into the low of the day again, as the futures are not doing much. So not much to sort of hang our hat on here with advanced micro devices yet, but so far, so good on holding it. We'll have to wait to see how further, though, it has to go to the downside here with AMD, because for right now, just waiting to see if it holds this area. We're going to give it down to 41.50. We talked about that earlier. That was a stopping spot yesterday. Look, if it gets down into here, you're going to be questioning, like, hey, why not just hold it for that little bottom break? That's 41.40s. So that's where I'm going to hold it to. That's that sort of 50 area that I was talking about. I'd hate for this one to lose today, but it already has all the way to the downside. So maybe, again, we talked about trading relative strength versus weakness. We're going against the grain with our thoughts here about AMD right now. So 141.50, the last sort of line in the sand, and we've gotten out of some of this, but not a lot. So hopefully AMD can come back in, give us a little bit of reload ahead of that 41.40 area. So that's what I'm thinking about here with Uber. And AMD. Sorry, not Uber, AMD.
Speaking of stock trades, Trade the Pool allows stock traders like you, everybody, to get evaluated and trade real shares using the company's capital with no PDT rule holding you back. Trade the Pool has just launched a limited edition program for a one-time fee of just $300. You'll receive $80,000 in buying power and the chance to become a funded trader.
Boom.
Hit a profit target of just 4% and you'll start trading with the company's capital. Get funded faster and easier with the new conditions designed for success. And the best profit split has been upgraded to a generous 70%. So you keep more of what you earn. Don't wait, check it out now and see how Trade the Pool can help you trade bigger and better. Scan that QR code you see in front of you. Check out the description check out the link in the description of this video as Trade the Pool. Shout out to them. And of course, they have the competition ongoing.
Yeah.
I'm going to take a wild stab and say that anybody who's doing well in that competition probably had Tesla today. Call that an educated guess.
I'd hope so.
Just a couple of things here. There hasn't been a bounce yet off of 40 on Robinhood. And then Intel did just do trust me, this was a bottoming tail candle 2 seconds ago where it held 21 even, got down to 90. So got down to 90, then re-held 21 even. I then hit when it went through 21 and threw my stop at the low of the day. So if it makes a fresh low, I'm going to be out of Intel here. Down now 4.5%. I did want to also go back over to show you guys PLTR. It's kind of pulling back, but not much of a pullback yet. So I want this one at VWAP. I don't want to chase this one at the top. I think you're getting your opportunity soon, hopefully. Oh, Robinhood just lost. Okay, Robinhood just made a fresh low.
Robinhood just lost, yep.
I'm now out of it. I didn't reload it, but I still think as long as it's within like a quarter of that 40 level, it can still do a rounded bottom. It just needs to show me another mean revert, like another, let's make a low, let's revert a trend, let's hold a higher low, something along those lines. I don't want to give up on it completely, but even like Intel there, we took the 21, it broke the prior low, we're out. Just need to catch one mean revert, but I have to wait for the next one to set up. So if it doesn't set up, then I don't have to take it. You're even getting a bit of a drop here in Bitcoin. I'm just going to throw on over. I know IBIT, still looking at that bid off of VWAP, but you're getting a pullback into 103 here onto Bitcoin. If we don't hold that level, 102.5 has been support this morning as well. And it's 10:20. My goodness, time is flying. Let's get to Adara and the small cap recap.
IWM just breaking below previous support. If you can see here on that 15-minute chart, we had held that 239.65 area pretty nicely. We had one touch there, another touch yesterday. Today, we chop and turn around that level, and then we've just broken below it on this most recent candle. Let's take a look at some of these tickers today. HUT, actually a bit of a larger cap name, relatively speaking, about $2.9 billion market cap. I wanted to bring this up because it is running on that 100,000K Bitcoin milestone. It is a crypto name. Also, yesterday, they announced they entered into an equity offering sales agreement to sell up to $500 million worth of stock. They also launched a $250 million buyback program. So it could be a day two move on this as well for HUT, which does have a bit of a short float there. Then we have VRNT, Variant Systems. They have about a 6% short float. Also a slightly larger market cap, about $2.1 billion market cap. Yesterday, they did announce earnings. They had sales and earnings per share up on a year-over-year basis. Guidance here was a little bit mixed for fiscal 2025. Last but not least, FOXX. I know Neil mentioned this one. I'm not seeing any catalyst on this. Be aware this is very volatile. There's been a lot of holds, and it has a pretty small float here, 1.23 million shares. Usually you see this kind of action in ADRs, but FOXX is actually a U.S. company, so be aware of this small cap. Pretty volatile, guys. Be careful.
Thank you very much, Adora. I appreciate the credit for it. Did I mention FOXX? I did? Okay.
All right.
I must be getting real old then. I remember talking about Uber. We talked about Palantir. I actually don't remember mentioning that Fox. It is that halt.
Might have been earlier.
No, there was. Yeah, it's the only thing that actually showed up on my halt indicator. Oh, there's ZVZZT a few times today. So I'm actually out of Tesla. And I was ignoring something that usually, it's like, what am I doing very differently on Tesla? Well, let's look at what happened here. It broke trend with a fail of this 373 area, like right in here. That's like an exit rule. Now, you don't have to be short on it. But when it got back up and failed it a few times, it said, if it does it one more time, I'm going to jump out so that I can have a more clear-eyed view of what I think could happen next, which is either we're breaking 375 or a dip back into 369 or VWAP at 370. Like this initial breakout trade, like it gave you the push to 60, it gave you the scalp to 65, it gave you the pull. I think obviously 68 is kind of a random number. It gave you the push into 70, and then the 75, you get a bit of a topping tail multiple times. I think the next trade is either the 70 or the VWAP or the 375 breakout trade on Tesla. And now I'm not even in anything at this point. It's like, and why? Intel is, it's bleeding. That's the best way to think about it. So it's now through 21. You're headed for a 20.5 level, maybe even a 20 level as well. You're now back underneath. You're at 102 change on Bitcoin. AMD just can't seem to hold on to it at all. Like every time I've taken it twice here, and both times it hasn't been able to hold. This time I give it the wide berth under 42, give it a tight stop on a mean revert, and it's now headed for yesterday's lows. So it's about, if you like looking for a long, you got to wait for the absolute support levels to come in. And this one's another 50 cents. Uber is trying to, Uber, there's obviously something going on here.
Yeah, how did we miss that?
It's now at $69. So that 68 level is incoming on Uber. One of these two, whether it's Intel or Uber, that's going to be the next trade if it's not Tesla. Because the chance of even a scalp trade on a mean revert, Uber is absolutely bleeding right now. And this feels a little bit heavy without seeing a major headline. I mean, I have X up as well, and I still haven't seen anything crazy. But this is
yeah. There has to be something. No, I
this
didn't even
it's
realize
not.
how
This
far-
isn't obviously this is abnormal, but it's gotten me out of pretty much all the longs. Thankfully, obviously Tesla did pretty well, and Robinhood did well, but AMD didn't work, and Nvidia didn't work, and we had that in and out on Intel that didn't work. You just have to be very patient looking for those curls at this point. And then the next trade on Tesla is it going to be 70 or VWAP? Gotta let the stock dictate that to me. But there hasn't even been a green. The last green candle on Uber on a 3-minute was at 9:57, and this is what it looked like. It wasn't even a bounce. So any kind of a bounce here, like this could bounce $1 in 5 minutes the way it's going down. Same thing with Intel, but it has to break trend first.
So I went long small here because we do have a level down here of $68 that I think we could probably hold. So we'll try that. It's $1 away from now, but as Neil said, maybe we can bounce back up a little bit. We'll average it in if it does come back in, but I want to have a starter position on now for Uber in case we do bounce back up. I mean, I like the story of bouncing back higher now, so let's give it a chance. Again, a major move there. Now that Adara is back there, she's going to look. She's been looking for Uber, so. Yeah, so we're already looking for this, but it is a move down here for Uber. And again, we'll just wait for it and see if we get a little bit of a correction move back in. But I'm going to be bidding that $68 now on Uber. It looks like, again, I can't win for losing here on AMD, it seems like, because there's the hold right at that level of 140, 150. So let's wait to see where it goes now. But again, I like this stock. I like what we're doing here with AMD at these levels. It has not been great, though, or very kind to me today. Tesla still continues to go to its highs again. We'll wait to see if we are able to get anything here on that. But for right now, Tesla in and around these highs. I like it. We'll see if it can hold, though. TSLA bouncing up to 375. That's my next area right now, 375, an area that I'm looking at.
Yeah, and I know you're in Uber, but this is, okay, it just closed above. It just got to close above the trend here for the first time in a long time. So, I think we're going to be going to it there in a quick little second, but it's now closed the bar above the trend line, open the fresh one. I'm looking for the curl there, but also at the same time, Intel doing the same thing. All right, I typed NY just very quickly. Intel doing pretty much the same thing. Let's go on over to Adara. Maybe we have the story.
Yeah, I figured out what's happening here with Uber. It's actually not specifically Uber related. It's more of an antipathy play, which is why it took a second to find it. But basically what happened here, Waymo this morning, which is of course owned by Google, they announced they're going to expand to Miami and they're going to launch their robotaxi service there by 2026. So that looks like to be a little bit of an issue here for UBER. Everything I'm seeing online here indicates this might be a bit of an antipathy play. So just be aware here. That could be what's pushing UBER to the downside. I also want to pull up Barrick Gold, which is getting a bit of a volume spike here. Molly apparently has issued an arrest warrant for the CEO of Barrick Gold, but Barrick Gold said they're not going to be commenting on these reports. Reuters reporting that apparently CEO of GOLD getting arrested in Mali, guys, or warrant for his arrest in Mali.
Yeah, that's going to be.
They ain't got him yet. That's what that means.
Yeah, that's going to be a nothing burger, I feel like. Okay, so just pay attention to that one if you guys are all over that. Yeah, I mean, we talked about taking a little bit of a risk on Uber. We'll take out some levels there in the 30s and get a piece out. So thanks for that news there, Miss Adara, as we'll continue to watch out for more, right? I mean, we never know where it's going to go. So we'll still keep on some offers. My next offer is at 70, so maybe we can get going here on Uber and really make a decent trade out of it today. So that's what I'm going to look for here on Uber. Again, like the stock, like it for the long term. We sort of did talk about that there. I've been buying it up. Let's see if it works out. But right now, 69 and change for Uber. I'm in the name, but not loving it today as it continues to make moves lower. It's a $10 winner on Tesla and still going, so we'll hold on to that one. My biggest position now, of course, because we did get stopped out of our Robinhood, and IBIT, by the way. IBIT is tanking. So we talked about, I don't want to say tanking, but that's a decent move right there. We talk about this with Brian Shannon all of the time, and it's about being a risk manager, and it's like, there's your out. If I was looking at this, I would have got out probably 10 cents earlier.
Sean's chart.
because the 200 period moving average, but there it is right there, absorbing all of that, but right back into 58. I didn't really write down any levels other than the 200 period moving average on IBIT, so we'll have to wait to see if that's going to come back into play again. But for right now, we do have a nice downside move here in the market. So, in IBIT and the Bitcoin market. The actual equity market seems to be relatively healthy right now, but we'll wait to see. All right, so now we just basically wait for AMD. That's gonna be my next trade to come today. We have DocuSign. We have a couple good earnings plays later on tonight. Come on, let's go, man. There goes Tesla. Oh my God, Neil. Tesla's big time face slapper right now, up to 375. There goes Tesla, now $12 in the money and starting to go even more. Bye-bye 375. Ciao, nice knowing you. Until then,
nope.
Right back in again. I see you went long there. Watch out. Nice move to the backside. I did not. I was watching it, but not clear enough. Wow, what a rejection.
That was
there.
an instant. And if you guys were on it, that was an instant break the high and then instantly back under. I wasn't even on. Sorry guys, I wasn't even on the level 2 of Tesla in that moment. But I got in and out. Why does it say short sell? I'm not short Tesla. That was an in and out on a 375 break. I did take the break, but we're instantly out. I'm going to get out of a breakout right away. You hold the ones that work. I'm not holding one that doesn't work, not my style. It'd be nice if that was a short trade, but it's not. Was that a Dara again?
I'm not sure. I believe so.
A Dara?
I think
Maybe?
it's still.
Oh, okay.
What other story would be fit for the crypto update other than Bitcoin surpassing the 100,000 level for the first time? Every platform is going to have a slightly different numbers. According to TradingView here, our high was just below that 104,000 level. Right now, we're trading around 102.3. So great look here for BTC to the USD. There are a couple different catalysts being speculated for running theirs. There was someone on Twitter yesterday that was trying to pump Bitcoin basically by saying that if Microsoft does choose to invest in Bitcoin at its investor meeting on December 10th, because that is a proposal, they believe Bitcoin could surpass 100,000. Clearly, it did that on its own. We also had comments from Fed Chair Jerome Powell yesterday at the Dealbook Summit saying that Bitcoin is actually more of a competitor with gold than it is with the USD because they're both more speculative assets. So that's also been viewed as a bit of a bullish look. The last bullish point for Bitcoin that happened yesterday was Donald Trump's announcement that Paul Atkins, who was heavily suspected to be the new SEC nominee, has been confirmed as Donald Trump's nomination for the SEC chair position. Paul Atkins is viewed as a boon or a positive note there for crypto, so that's certainly a good look. We do have Bitcoin up about 6.5%. Ethereum was actually stronger earlier in the day. It was above that 39 area. Right now it's around 30, just below that 3,900 level. XRP, interestingly enough, breaking lower, but it's worth noting Ripple had its own little pop when the initial resignation of Gary Gensler was confirmed, so could be a little bit of a pullback. Like here, we have BNB to the downside as well, but Doge really strong here, Solana really strong here, Tron a little bit weaker as well here, guys, negative 7%. It's also interesting to me that Dogecoin is up 6% the same day that we have that massive rally in TSLA. Of course, Elon Musk heavily associated with not only Dogecoin, but also the new Department of Government Efficiency.
All right.
Oh, there was a note I was going to say. I was actually saying this to Sharif. When you consider that department, the Doge, if they're going to meet the targets that they set in there, which is like $2 trillion in cuts in the next 2.5 years, you're probably not going to be able to do it without any defense spending cuts. And if if you pull up a chart of like Lockheed, it actually might have some room to go to the downside even more. Just be careful with some of the defense names. Obviously, it's hard to cut. And you guys know, if you follow politics in the States, you guys know that. So a couple of things. There's a few mean reversions on. Uber was bouncing and not anymore. AMD it's finally curling. I've already taken 2 shots at this one on mean reversion. So this is the third one works. It's a 1 for 3. And then Intel as well. First shot didn't work. The second one didn't get the entry tight to here. We got it back when it got to 21, and then it dipped and held the 21 a couple of times. So we're back at the 21 level on Intel. Obviously AMD we just showed you, and then I know it's crazy. 21.
Wow,
like,
Intel is really a.
And then Uber was going, so it did the mean revert. It was going. It got up to the $0.50, and it's now pulled right back in. So Uber still under a little bit of pressure here as we're watching that story unfold. Waymo operating in Miami, causing Uber to dip. But remember, it's got support on the daily chart here. Uber running into some trouble, but it's caught a little bit of a bid here. So let's see if it can go. Obviously, we missed a few small caps out there for everybody. That Fox, I just realized we didn't actually. Oh no, that's not a New York stock. That's hilarious. that Fox. I didn't pull up a level 2 of it. This is now going to take a second to load. Its high of the day was literally $9.99 on this Fox, if it ever loads. And it's back at the $4 level. But the concern, I think, is that if you're picking things up off the bottom, which I'm doing mean reversion longs off the bottom primarily because things have been tanking, you have an inside day in the market. And if we don't, ideally, if you catch a bid here, that's where you get a relief and the stocks have been weak. But if all you do is resolve lower highs into a check of the bottom, at some point got to give up on the mean revert and look for a short trade. And ultimately, I haven't even taken a single short trade. So I'm going to start looking for ideas short if we don't break this trend back up higher. At some point, you want to stop fighting and catching dip buys. It's fine. You catch a good one, and it can make up for a few paper cuts. But at the end of the day, if we keep trending down, the short's got to be an idea on its own as well, and start looking to hunt for some names to short.
Yeah, for right now, it seems like the short is what's going to be in play. I mean, some of these names can't get going. That fail on, unfortunately, on Tesla there might have sort of started something here right now. So we'll have to wait to see if we do get that pushback or not here in the market. I'm still on that AMD, just looking at the chart there. There's Uber. We took another piece out at 20, just getting my order set up for that play exactly. It does look like, and then AMD just came right back off that 50-period moving average right there. And the reason how we get some of these moving averages is through eSignal, and we love eSignal. You can click that QR code below right there and join the eSignal revolution. Trade with the best charts, and I mean, it's going to be reliable, up data. That's exactly what you're looking for. You want data that's going to be up, reliable. Take the best in the business here with the ICE exchange. Trade smarter, not harder. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Infinite data, instant trading. Connected to over 50 plus brokers, app store, different things that you can go have a look at. Just download the platform, go check it out, see if you like it. I've been using it for over 20 years. The back testing is phenomenal. They have a great tick replay system there with eSignal. I like it. We've been using it here, and I support eSignal. And again, it's just an affiliate that we have with them. Go over there, have a look at it, see if you like it, let us know, but support it by clicking on to that link. That is eSignal. Join us today with using their product. All right, so look, man, right now, IBIT gave it up. We can, yeah, thank you for that right there. Look what IBIT's doing, though. Right down to 58 right now. So if we're going to look at some Bitcoin names, there's IBIT just with a little bit of a bleed there. I want to look at Mara as well as a potential name to look at one more time. So Mara, nice move down, about to go flat, right back into yesterday's levels. I just see the professor right here, and something that he always tells me is there's no more important print than the closing print. And yesterday, right here for Mara, we're right at that level again. It looks like we closed in and around right here, $26. We can go find out exactly, but for right now, Mara on the move downside right there. Areas to look for, 200 period. I mean, obviously we're well off of that. This is a 5-minute chart. So there's the 200 period right there. 25.50 maybe as an area. You do have Top stops, Amazon's at 220. Okay, thank you for that one. We're going to have to watch out for Mara. But right now, we're sort of spinning around a little bit here with AMD. It's right back up to these levels, so I'm going to put another offer right there. There we go. Taken out for AMD at 08s or 07s. Now let's see if it goes a little bit higher on this one. We're only 40 cents in the money on this. We'd like to get it a little bit more than that. We're a quarter now in the money on Uber and hoping to see that one continue its move a little bit higher as well. Tesla fade a little bit, but for me, it's all about AMD. Let's see if we can get that name cooking right now. Uber upside, my offer's at 70. Maybe we'll get another one right now because that's a pretty good move on, again, a little bit of a negative story. I think probably overblown. Let's offer some 37s. If we get it, we get it. Right now, that's my look there on Uber and AMD. As we just took another piece out, but it's starting to go. I have an offer at 20s, which is right here again. So hopefully we can get something out if we continue to climb a little bit higher on AMD.
Market's trying to go green here, and it's the NASDAQ, I should say, is trying to go green. It's closer than the ES. The ES is, here, I'm just going to show you what we should show you when we're talking about it. The ES is actually breaking underneath support while the NASDAQ is catching a bid. So that's the easiest way to show you the divergence. You just heard what Amazon is doing.
I forgot to look at it.
So it's a very, very different story between the ES and the NASDAQ. So if I say the market is catching a bid, sorry, I meant the NASDAQ. Intel, look, it only got to 21.12. I was able to get something underneath the 21 level, but not much. Like most of the fills I've had have been at that $21 level. So my average price is going to stick to the 21 area. And if we get into VWAP, great. Got to look for VWAP to hold. At this point, I don't want this losing 2090. It's been bleeding way too much for that. And then, okay, yeah, just jinxed it. Just jinxed it saying the market was catching a bid. I mean, AMD was just at that quarter mark and it pulls back. Uber was trying to bounce, even Intel. I'm going to jump over here and see if I can get something. If I have to take something at the 10s and this can only go 10 cents, then so be it. This market is absolutely flushing. And as you were just saying, or with Mara, like it could just be this party that we're looking for. It could just be that we could pull back into 100 on Bitcoin. And now that you're underneath the 102, start to look for what is the weakest thing in terms of the crypto names and look for a reversion there, maybe not in the chips. That's certainly a possibility. I like the fact that Mara is at least holding the gap, but you're absolutely bleeding down. ES, NASDAQ falling, there is Bitcoin. Remember I said that last line was like 101.5? Well, we're pretty much there. So looking for a mean revert as well on one of the crypto names, if not just IBIT itself, which is probably where I'm going to lean. I mean, Mara's at that 26 from yesterday that we talked about, but I'm probably just going to go over to IBIT. And if we bounce off 101.5, that gives me my next trade as we go to Adara for sector watch. Something's dragging the ES down.
Yeah, big time.
The market's been trying to find a sense of direction here today, and so has the sector board. We do have a lot of these tech sectors notably a bit mixed. We have the technology services sector, all of the Meg 7 names in both this sector and electronic technology, more or less flat of the day as reflected here on the board. CRM to the downside, a couple other of these tech names to the downside, but both these technology sector a little bit more muted though. AVGO, another good day for this on electronic technology. It also benefited from Marvell's earnings yesterday. Finance sector really strong here with the notable exception of Pfizer, down about 4% here because it was announced that Frank Bisignano, which was their CEO of Pfizer, has been selected by Donald Trump for his administration. So I guess some concerns here about whether or not he will stay with the company. That went down about 4% here. We also have some weakness in producer manufacturing. Health services weak here. UNH leading this group to the downside as we still have investors. And I guess the police and public assessing what occurred with United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson, who was unfortunately shot yesterday. Then we have producer manufacturing weak, transportation weak as well. Uber here with that Waymo story. Waymo expanding into Miami, Uber to the downside. Another area of strength here, consumer durables. The rest of the sector a little bit muted, but Tesla trying to lead this group higher. Amazon also strong here in retail trade, but other than those two, Meg 7's a bit weaker, guys.
Thank you, Adara, for that one. And we talk about, flipping over into some shorts, and of course, no shorts. All right, so Uber right now just breaks through 69. So we'll talk all about that one, of course, as we've got it. But we're going to wait to see. I'm going to give it down to that 68 marker. We were able to get something out. We talked about that for 20 or 30 pennies, 130, 120. And now we'll wait to see for lower. I was just using 68 bucks based on sort of the daily chart right here. We bounced off there a couple times. We'll see. I mean, I don't know. To me, it's like it's a funny thing because like we already know that there's going to be competition in this space, and we already knew what Waymo was all about. So I don't really know exactly why this is such a big move down, but I guess it's just reality, right? I mean, traders don't like competition, and that apparently is what this is, and it is what it is. So we'll wait to see now if Uber can find a base. We did not reload down there. I'm trying to actually get a little more long and a little better prices. I mean, I was thinking about 70s. My average price right now on AMD is this 88 level. I mean, we've been in this name now for quite the long time. And now it's starting to go a little bit upside. So good for us. There it goes, trying to break higher right now on advanced micro devices. So we'll wait to see where this name goes from here. Decent size position. So hopefully, like I keep saying, it will somewhere print us. And get going. So this is going to be a position that I like for the rest of the day. Quick check-in on Robinhood. Robinhood, again, like this was our big mistake, taking that 200 period at $42. But again, fell into 41. We wound up getting out. We had a long. We got out there at 40. We have the long back at 40. We tried again. We get out. And now it's starting to bleed just a little bit more. for us on Robinhood. So that name not working out. Looking here at IBIT, oh boy, we are starting to go lower now, 57.8, right? I mean, there's the fail. I feel like we're going to test 100 again. I mean, I don't think there'd be anything wrong with that if it does that. So that looks like an area that we want to look at. We sort of thought that $100,000 would have been around $56. So now we'll be able to get a good judgment on that. So I'm just going to watch IBIT and watch out for the number, because we definitely want to go long when it gets into that area, or maybe not even long, but just wait to see what's going to happen at 100,000. Hopefully we fail the break and then we hit the long back upside. It's okay to miss the trade. That's exactly what we'll do if it does, happen to work out like that for us. We'll wait for an IBIT long near the bottom, hopefully. All right, so that's that. It looks like finally right now, and again, we're waiting for AMD to do this. I'm going to take out another piece right there. There it is. And now we'll wait to see where we go from here. But another out there on AMD, nicely traded to the upside there. Advanced Micro Devices. Miss A in the building.
This part of the show is brought to you by Firefly Neuroscience. Firefly Neuroscience is revolutionizing brain health with cutting-edge brain network analytics, powered by the world's most comprehensive EEG database. This technology provides precise insights for treating cognitive disorders like Alzheimer's and Parkinson's, as well as traumatic brain injuries like concussions. With FDA 510K clearance and CE mark approval, Firefly is paving the way for a future where brain health is clear, accessible, and personalized. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. There was just a heavy, heavy candle on Amazon there. It didn't break 220, but as you can see, it got very close, dipped down about 50 pennies, and immediately running back the upside. So what's strong? Amazon at the high of the day. Tesla's not at the high of the day. And again, remember, this is not a short. I even tweeted it out. That's not a short. I wish I could tell you that was a short trade in there, and I was looking to go short, but that was actually a long, and it just coded that as a short sell because I obviously had a take profit out in time. But you are getting close to 370 in VWAP on Tesla, which I do want to respect. And then as mentioned, IBIT's now closing and breaking this trend. I'm gonna work into this. You did get to 103.5. So I'm looking at IBIT obviously, but as we're talking, it's this level in here on Bitcoin, 101.5. That was support on the initial pullback. It was straight to the upside on a 15-minute here, as you can see, overnight, and there was a dip into 101.5. It's the same level that's looking like it wants to hold on IBIT. So that's where I want to be. I can nibble at the 58. I would love to get something in the 57.8 to 57.9 range on this nice little mean reversion. AMD and Intel are at least holding the bid right now, and even NVIDIA is trying to hold. The only problem with NVIDIA, it's 145. If you can just get back above 145, it can probably drag a few things with it, to be sure. But right now, the market is still undecided. I want to say the market, I mean the NASDAQ. You're doing the exact same dance when I brought it to you last time, where you're just higher lows, lower highs. You're forming a wedge. There's no breakout under, there's no breakout over. So overall, you're still deciding direction here in the NASDAQ. So again, I'm just looking for mean reversion setups because that's a trade idea that I like, without the market picking a direction. So nothing really standing out in terms of predicting where we're going to break this trend, except for the fact I don't think we hang here forever. So scalp your wins, make sure you're taking profit, especially on those weaker names, if you're trying to get that bounce off the low or something along those lines. I do like what's happening in NVIDIA. It's exactly the kind of thing that could take this market higher, is NVIDIA holding above 145. It's trying right now as we speak.
Look, I like the 145. And I just want to show you on AMD too, because this is why I'm scalping these out. Like, when it comes up to this area, it's dropped off of 20s now a couple times. So we've talked about this. We're scalping it out right there, trying to hold out for a bigger move. No more scalps now. We'll see if we can get a little bit higher on that one. I want to see about, I don't even have any offers right now. I'm going to put it, but 4250s, 4260s, and then a little bit there. Especially if this market goes, we are happy with sort of our positioning here and what we're in. So Uber, we averaged in a little bit down here at 80s. We're going to give that a little bit more room. For Amazon, Sharif came over there and started talking a little bit that it was at 220, and it sure was. And now there's the fall back just a little bit here on, oopsies, right there on Amazon. So there's the fallback in there. We saw this yesterday, basically this exact play. pretty much at this exact time, I believe it was there on Amazon. So yesterday on Amazon, it was 11 o'clock. So that's right now that we are up here at that 220 area. So we got there pretty much to the penny again today. And there's the fall back in. And where did we fall last time? We fell pretty good, all the way back down to 217, 218. So to say that we're going to hold something here, yeah, maybe. The thing about yesterday was the 50-period moving average, and we'd have to back test this to make sure that this comment is going to be right and whatnot. But it looks like right here that the 50-period was already up. Now you're just kind of coming back into it right now. So we can use that as an area of support. Maybe even this 218.50 area for support on bids. But look at what this market's doing. Like, not a great idea to be long. Now we're right. Right there. We see the long Intel, the long AMD. And look, man, there hasn't been many winning trades at all here today. I'm hoping that the midday can throw those through, because it's been a difficult one for a lot of these big cap names there. And, you know, just having a look. And we've all traded the same names. So hopefully on the midday there, we'll give you a little bit more cover and a little more color on some of those small cap rippers. Only 10 minutes to go. And right now it's money talks as we watch Amazon fall $1.30 from that high.
Take a look here at that US dollar, which is right now actually, at least on a wick basis here, bouncing off of previous support earlier this week around that 107.80 area. As of right now, we're just about 10 points above that. So we're about that, just below 106 right now for the DXY. We did get the biggest economic data number today was that initial jobless claims print, which is a little bit higher than expected, 224,000 jobs versus 215,000 jobs expected and prior. Tomorrow, though, we're going to have a huge print, which is non-farm payrolls. We know the October print for non-farm payrolls was shockingly low. The economy had added 12,000 jobs, according to that print. That was below the downwardly revised number for 223,000 jobs in September. It was also below forecasts of 113,000 jobs. So it's also worth noting, though, that that really weak October number was very much impacted by strikes at Boeing, as well as what was going on at the time with hurricanes. So we'll have to wait and see what we get tomorrow. Apparently, the estimate here is 215,000 jobs added. So we'll have to see if that estimate is met here for U.S. non-farm payrolls, guys. Back.
Tesla just broke 370. Well, very briefly. Briefly, it's now into VWAP, so you always make the next trade, like what is going to be the next trade. I want to see it hold that 370 level, close back above it. We'll look for reversion long. IBIT does not hold that prior low. Got to show it to you. And again, you know, everyone's going to obviously have their own style. Dipped it back into the 80s, give it to the prior low. It doesn't hold, get out. And that's what I hope to see almost every single time. Like if I take a mean reversion and it breaks my support level, get out. If it breaks my support level, get out. That's exactly what could happen here. Like obviously AMD, this one did work, but it's still a 1 for 3. And it's about to lose that prior low. Somehow, magically, Intel is not breaking down anymore. The market just took out the low of the day, and it's now going sideways off 21. So maybe it's caught a bit of a bottom, but I'm just hanging on. I'm not on the bid for any more shares. We're just looking for that VWAP retracement here over in Intel. And if it can do it, fantastic. The fact that it's not falling when the market continues to fall, as far as I'm concerned, looks a little bit good. So we waited for a Tesla to get back down to 370. I'm not reloading AMD. I'm not reloading Intel. We're just going to hold on to what we have, but Tesla at VWAP. You know, after getting out at that high, I think obviously the 370 in VWAP is what most people would have been looking for. And we're here now. So this is the last one that's strong. We'll see if it can hold. Oh, one other thing I wanted to get to. Shoot, we talked about Amazon. We didn't mention this. Meta, LOD. Meta, okay, it's still above its breakout, but this is one that has been trend down the whole way. Amazon's strong. I mean, Apple wasn't that bad, but Meta is literally losing the 610 level any second now. So do watch out for this. We haven't covered all the Mag 7 names, but I didn't want to completely leave this one alone because it was another day that it did make a fresh all-time high. That is a heck of a reversion candle and now trend down over there on Meta. Not trading it, trying to focus back in on Tesla at this 370 and VWAP.
All right. So we reloaded Tesla. We are into Google. I mean, Google just fell in again into the 200-period moving average here, if and when this loads up. So that 73 area, we kind of wicked down into it. So we're going to wait to see if we can hold in and around here 173.50s or so for Google. Nice trade there. Well, hopefully nice trade. I don't know. We'll see where it goes. All right. So AMD, we did get a decent reload down there. So let's do what we do best, man. Let's start to empty out some of these trades as we got that reload. So that was a good one. We're now long at 70 here. And just trying to, again, exit a little bit. Some exit strategies now on AMD is there it goes. So we saw it again. It held. We took it. Let's see if it wants to work out for us. We're really making some money now, guys. There's Tesla. So, wow, what a good reload on that one, man. Props up there for that. I mean, good call going into VWAP. I'm glad that we saw that, and Neil mentioned it going through 370 there. So we'll take it out now at 3. Okay, there it is. We'll take some out at 371 and change right there. So there's another $1 back in on Tesla Go. All right, man. Holy schnikes. We are doing pretty good right now. There goes Google as well. We're getting a little excited because finally we talked about how there wasn't too many winners to celebrate here today. But right now we can celebrate a little bit more as we'll props it up right now here. Nice move upside. Google trying to go now. AMD finally starting to push a little bit. I'm going to take some more out here at 97 and see if we can't get that one. And then let's see how Tesla, how far this one wants to go. So again, no shorts here across the board. Might not be a great idea, but there goes Google again, back up to 87, 88. Good little trade here, guys. Nice move there for Google. So we'll give you another one and a little bit of props there for the longs. Here we go, Neil. We're working them out.
That is one heck of a, it goes right back to 370. So 371 right back to 370 instantly there on Tesla. But the other thing that just happened there, NVIDIA took out 145 and started to climb. So we got through VWAP. At the moment, Tesla was at 370. I didn't have an order breaking out the 145, but it did break out the local high here at the quarters. I grabbed that. If we lose 145, I am out. So that is a new position. And again, the market, and I keep coming back to the same thing here. Stay disciplined. You know, that's how you can have a great day today is you just make sure you have a rule of action for getting in. Make sure that you adhere to your stops. And ultimately, we don't end up holding underneath the lows. It's still kind of the same action. You wick the bottom on the NASDAQ, and you're right back in holding the middle. So I kind of want to lean back into if I think something is strong, if it has a setup, I'm going to stick with the game plan. Obviously, we only took a breakout trade in NVIDIA. It was never low enough that I like to dip by, but now you're consolidating on a break. This is the kind of move I think NVIDIA can get back at least to the 106. It abjectly failed 106 earlier today, I know, because I was in a breakout at 146. So if we can get back up there, I like to scalp into that level. Sometimes the second break is better. We can hold a piece. A lot of times it's better to be long into a big breakout level. That way, if it fails to break, you don't have to worry about it. Let's see if NVIDIA can make that charge into the upside and get to that high of 146. And as everyone mentioned, you know, that Amazon, what's up with that? I'll get rid of that wick a little bit later. That Amazon hefty pullback off that 220 into VWAP, but it's also marching right back into the high. So trying to claw this market back up. You have Tesla holding VWAP. You've got NVIDIA now above VWAP. You've got Amazon trying to get back into those highs. Is that going to be enough to claw the NASDAQ back? We'll see. I mean, AMD is doing its best as well, but it's not going to move the market. These other names will.
Yeah. All right, guys. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. I mean, we just got out of basically 35% of our Google as it rips up into 174. So we went long there at 68. We punched the level rate with you guys. Went against us, or not 68, 70s. And went against us a little bit, right back in, and a nice one right there. AMD, more outs basically at these levels. It's because we got the reload down there. So now we're noticing as well that we haven't really broken too much above. I'm going to take another piece. Look, all we're trying to do, like I said, man, is just trying to scalp out some of these names because we're underneath VWAP, we're underneath everything, and we're just going to find out what's going on now with the market because it's the midday. We should be able to get a little bit of a run here. We may not. Let's go over to MSTR. Oof, right there. Shout out to some guy in the chat here who just mentioned that. Oof. Right there, runs with bulls. Yeah, MSTR today runs with oofs to the downside there. And again, it's not, I mean, this is what's going to happen, right? We open up the day here on Bitcoin in and around that 103.5 area. And it's been a rough go for Bitcoin today, although it hasn't been this rough. This is straight down. You know, like IBIT this morning. What's going on here? Okay, so Tesla just fell through again. So that's fine. So I can see Neil's long on Tesla now. We can talk about that in a minute. But look at
I just covered.
Okay, so they're long 37. Oh, you're not in it.
I just broke VWAP. I just got out.
Okay, so got out on that there on Tesla. So I guess what did it do there? So it broke 370 there. It goes right into 368. So we're long right now on Tesla. Let's see what winds up happening. Oh, they're breaking 368. Nice move down there. I'm going to get back long. I don't know. I didn't mean to get stopped out there. Go ahead.
I did. So we got the bounce. So the first time it gave the clean block. The second time it doesn't. It loses VWAP. I'm going to wait for, and shout out to Cling Daddy. Appreciate it. It's just a matter of, let it actually set up a trade. The breakout trade, when it made an all-time high, the 52-week high at 62, that's a great setup. The VWAP dip, great. Now that it's underneath VWAP, okay, well, make a higher low, make a rounded bottom. I need something that indicates to me that it's going to do what I want it to do. NVIDIA can be an example of that. Breakout trade, okay. Breakout trade, double top, fine. We're going to stop that one out when it doesn't work. Now here you got higher lows, breaking VWAP, consolidation above a prior high with a bit of a trend up with higher highs and that kind of thing. That was a reason to get into NVIDIA. If we lose 145, I can jump out of it. So just want something else to set up here for Tesla. It's already 11. 11 o'clock, as Sean mentioned. Yeah. So we got to get you guys on over. We'll be back. Obviously at 2 o'clock, and we'll see if Bitcoin can hold 100,000 in the next few hours. But we got the Bash brothers locked and loaded and ready to go,
right.
And they do much more bashing than you see in the NBA. The NBA
is a joke of a league, by the way.
They post up. There was some posting up last night. That's all I'm getting at. But nobody threw any punches. It was just.
I was gonna say the game is so soft.
Everyone's all puffing up and nobody did anything.
Like 50 shots a game. It's like it's not even honestly.
It's all threes now.
Like when's the last time, honestly? I sent my parents to the Raptors game on the weekend. That was the last time I watched. That was like the only time all year, pretty much, that I watched them, just so I could cheer them on for them. And by the way, right now, Tesla is back in the money. We're long here at 368 and change. But anyways, we'll talk more about sports.
Oh, we'll talk about sports later and bag on the NBAs. We send you guys to the midday. Go get them.
Let them finish. What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to we're at the How to Trade show, not the midday show. Oh. That is your boy Joey Options, and I am Sharif.
Oh,
and there he is. He's back.
He's back.
And he's wearing the Cowboys. Yes. I like you so much more, Jeff. How are you, man?
What is this,
Good
lunch?
to see ya.
Is this lunch round 2 you guys are going, or what?
I know. I think they're going to go for round 2. We might have to stay to 3 today.
Yeah.
How are we going to do next week?
Dude.
I know, brother. I know. We're looking towards next year now.
I think we're in the Shador and Dion lottery.
Okay, McCarthy in or out, Jeff?
He's got to go.
He's got to go, brother. I feel the exact same way. The Katina man was trolling me the other day. He's like, we sent him over there as a spy, as like an infiltrator to ruin America's team. So that's kind of how I feel about that.
They did a good job.
Oh, yeah, they did a fantastic job. The Dallas Cowboys never looked so good, dude.
Stack.
I'm not a big fan of Dak either, but that's neither here nor there. Jeff Mendel, how was lunch yesterday? I heard you guys had a good time. Yeah?
Great time. So we'll do it again.
Round 2. All right. Well, the least you could do is bring me back a little something. Maybe, I don't know.
Wow, see,
a little salmon steak, maybe.
Yeah.
Jeff Mendel, everybody. OTC Markets, baby. Yeah, all right, Jeff. Thanks for coming on. All right, we didn't do the shout out, man. So hold on. We're going to have to go back and do it because I don't like to break tradition. I'm scrolling back up. I see Bot Ricks. I see Pillsbury. Brendan Key, hey, yo, back to you. Shout out to the OG Mateus Lane and the real OG Gorev. We got Billy F. We got Juan Padilla. Stefan Simone. We got Jacoby Waters. Good trader there. Team Money. Charlie Taff. Indeed Money as well. Not just Charlie Money. We got Indeed Money. Mr. Long Shorts. We got Jameson Fiddlebeck. Mary S. Lyman El Sol. We got, who else? Soul Queen, 88. Love the number 88. Shout out to CD Lamb. We got Caxman. Hi, Sharif and Joseph. What's up to you too, sir? We got Random Samaritan. I like that. Very Bible-ish. What else we got? We got High Purpose. Tony. What's up, Tony? Tony's been killing it in the chat these days. Roaring Pity. You see Roaring Pity? I hope you don't have pity on your trades. Who else we got? We got Chris talking about Son. S-O-U-N. We're going to get to that in a hot second. Shout out to Mary L. and Dossup. Andrew Chow and the Piper. We got Roberto Trader without stress. Send that juju my way, baby. Shout out to Richard, Lee, and everybody else. Good morning, Joseph.
Good morning, my friend. Guys, I mean, the office was buzzing this morning. Tesla was roaring. Bitcoin over 100K. So, I mean, it's been a good morning. I think everybody's had a lot of fun. The Mag 7 are pulling back, even though Amazon did gap up and is continuing to gap and go here, guys. But we have a lesson today on some swing trading using a vehicle of options or equity. You pick your choice, pick your poison. But first, Sharif, before we get into the lesson, is there anything you want to touch on?
Absolutely. How very kind of you, Joseph. I do appreciate you. Guys, we're going to look, Joseph's doing the lesson today, so we're just going to look quickly at the small cap gappers de jour, baby. SOU dang, and it keeps going up and up every day. This is a second day play, well, multi-day play. I was trading it yesterday, that's why I'm calling it second day. It looks better today than it did yesterday, breaking through 13 right now, so we're going to keep tabs on that, no question about it. RKDA, big boy mover as well, dancing right now, not with the devil, but with VWAP. Multiple bounces off the volume weighted average price with these bottoming tail candles, so we'll keep tabs on that. CTOR, lower volume name, but a good looking chart. TARA, this one looks like it might be giving it up. Big move through 11.5, dropping down now, almost losing 50% of its value there. 7 1/3 is dancing with Joseph. And then everybody knows about this one. If you've been watching this, the How to Trade show during the midday, you have seen us talk about Archer Aviation. Another fantastic day for Archer, up over $8. NVTS above VWAP. VVPR trying to get back above the volume weighted average price. And then last but certainly not least, PRFX breaking down now, giving up the ghost after that big move up yesterday in the aftermarket and in the pre-market today. But regular trading hours, not so nice to PRFX. Joseph is giving back the ghost.
Hey, that's it, guys. We're buzzing. So let's get into this one. We got some material to cover, but most importantly, we want to go through the examples that I have set for you guys. So yeah, there we go. That is what I'm looking for. Not that empty chair there, Ram, but hey. Guys, so let's get into this. So we're going to talk about swing trading gap fills. This is some subjective material, but it can give you a general idea once we go through these examples and kind of just kind of a risk basis. And we're just handing you the blueprint here on this one, and then you can do what you will with it. So let's get it on the blockchain. Darwin, my guys, and everybody else. Greg V, I don't know if you're in it, in the chat today, but shout out to everybody there. And if I've missed you, Nick W, Darius Golden. Darius Golden I haven't seen for a while. I haven't seen for a while either. So guys, as I'm slowly starting to remember, because I know there's a lot of names. And DJ, I know you're in there probably somewhere as well too, guys. But let's get into this. So swing trading gap fills. Before we get into that, here we go. See what we're going to go over today, all right? So what is swing trading? So we're going to go through kind of the different forms of trading, intraday swing and investing. Of course, we're going to kind of hyper-focus on swing trading. Then we're going to get into the technicals here, guys. Stock selection is very important. And then we're going to choose your vehicle, all right? That's what I like, choosing your vehicle. That is the beauty of options. You have multiple strategies you can implement in this system, all right? And that's what it is. It is a system. It's not easy. It takes time to generate. So let's get started, guys, all right? So intraday trading, let's just start from what we do from a day-to-day basis, all right? So intraday trading, holding stock or options positions only within the trading session, no open positions held overnight. When trading session is complete, all your positions are closed. Very simple, all right? So time frames can range from seconds to hours to the whole day, all right? But at the end of the day, you are out of those positions. And the goal of intraday trading is capitalizing on short-term price movements, all right? As I mentioned before, it can be seconds or hours, but we want to capitalize on these miniature or these micro moves from a day-to-day basis, all right? So a little bit of some pros and cons. Potential for quick profits. That's whatever it kind of attracts people to day trading. You can compound those small percentage gains day over day, and you have no overnight risk, okay, guys? But keep in mind, there's always going to be a latter half to that. So higher stress levels requires a lot of time and practice, and you tend to pay a little bit more in commissions. But if you're making the bucks, those commissions really offset themselves, all right? So moving inside, what's up, Greg? Long-term investing, all right, guys? So buying and holding stock for multiple years. Time duration can range from years to decades, all right? Builds wealth over time through capital appreciation. Not as sensitive to short-term volatility. Long-term investing requires more fundamental analysis opposed to focusing on the technicals, in my opinion, all right? So pros and cons, less stressful, ability to set and forget, large potential gains. Again, requires patience, may not yield gains compared to intraday trading, ties up capital for longer durations. Now, let's get into what we're really here for. Swing trading, all right? Because I know in the chat we were talking about what do you guys want to see, and they want to see some swing trading strategies. So let's get right into it now. Now we're officially starting, guys. Swing trading, buying and selling stock or options for several days to weeks to capitalize on short to medium term price movements, all right? Timeframes can range from a couple days to multiple weeks, all right? Exposed to overnight risk, always keep that in mind. Thorough understanding of TA market trends and more patience, okay? So those are some key metrics as well. So some pros and cons, less time intensive, so you don't really need to be sitting in front of your screen minute by minute. Don't need to pay attention to minute by minute price action. Potential for significant profits, exposure to overnight risk, requires accurate market timing, ties up capital for longer durations as well. So mid to longer durations if you're going to weeks. So just remember, when we're doing swing trading, you need to be a little bit more accurate on your entries, okay? So just keep that in mind. So technical analysis, guys. Let's go over what we're looking for specifically. Trading daily gap fills is one of multiple ways to swing trade stock or options positions. It's just one strategy. Selecting the right stock is always a major factor in the strategy's success. Picking any random stock because it gapped up or gapped down may hinder your accuracy rate, okay? So those are two different systems in my books. So you have a gap up and a gap down. Those are two different scenarios, and we're gonna look to talk about that a little bit more. So they can be classified as two different systems with vastly different accuracy rates, as I just mentioned. Do's and don'ts. Don't select weak stocks to fill a topside gap. It doesn't make sense. We're gonna go over some examples with that. Select strong stocks to fill a downside gap, right? If the stock is continuously trending higher, you don't expect it to fill that downside gap or get very little percentage of that gap to be filled on the downside. Beware of high catalyst events, okay? So you always want to kind of know what's going around around all these stocks. You want to know the sentiment of the market and what's kind of like the sector, right? So like kind of AMD, NVIDIA. AMD is a little bit weak. The sentiment is weak, so don't expect it to fill a gap as fast, all right? So general understanding of why the underlying is gapping up or gapping down, okay? So read like this, guys. Moving forward here now. So selecting your vehicle. And this is the beauty about swing trading. You can do it in multiple fashions, all right? So just keep that in mind. And the more experience that you gain, if you're new to options or you're new to stock trading, swing trading gives you the ability, as well as all forms of trading. But this is one that I really hyper-focus on because you can implement multiple strategies and not have to tie up your capital for longer durations or have the stress of having to intraday trade leverage products or just common stock, all right? So benefit of utilizing your swing position with options, multiple strategies to implement, as I mentioned. Less capital requirements, which I think is one of the most attractive things people are drawn to with options, and then the ability to leverage these positions, all right? So we all know that one contract equals to 100 shares, right? The right to 100 shares. So keep that in mind. Risk of implementing your swing position with the options is obviously the number one thing here is time decay. And that is the killer of most options traders, is they don't understand the extrinsic and time decay metrics, all right? So you need to understand extrinsic value, theta, and how time decay affects the options, all right? So then you also have the risk of over-leveraging, all right? So I remember one time I had a ridiculous amount of short calls on, or no, I might have been short puts on the SPY. I think I had like 14 contracts or something like that, which was absolutely insane, even though it worked out in a bull put spread. But that's a little hefty, right? I have 1,400 shares of SPY essentially, so just keep that in mind. So also with options, you cannot open or close those positions in the pre or post market. So whatever happens overnight or in the pre and post market, you are subjected to that, all right, guys? So just keep that in mind. Let us know, Joe. Yeah, sorry, Jacoby, what'd you say in the chat there, brother? But we're going to go on for a couple more minutes here, and then we're going to send it on to, because this is a little bit longer of a one, so we'll send it off to Sharif before we get into the technicals of things. So common stock, benefits of implementing shares in swing trades, all right? Lower transaction costs. So we know that when trading options, the commissions are a little bit heftier. Not the case in equities. So there's no time decay, so you don't have to worry about losing that value to just strictly time. Liquidity is really key. So if you're choosing not so liquid stocks, the options can be more spready, therefore they're more expensive. And then you have the ability to trade overnight and then close those positions in the pre and post market. All right. So risk of implementing shares in swing trades. Higher capital requirements, so you don't get the leverage like options, and it ties up a lot more capital, right? So if you're buying 100 shares, it's going to cost you a little hefty, a hefty buck, all right? So overnight risk, and then subject to some risk parameters as well, too, guys. So now we're going to stop here before we get into criteria and entry and price targets. We'll send it off to Sharif to see what he's up to, guys.
All right, we're in a couple of positions, and as you probably have guessed, they are small cap gappers. Sound. I see you, Tisha. I know how you feel about sound, and I kind of feel the same way about it. That's why I'm involved in it right now. Look, this is an entry position, Tisha. I'm getting it at highs. You guys know how I feel about punching it at highs. I need a pullback into a key area of technical support for the bigger position. So we've weaseled in already. We've already wet our beak on a 10-penny winner super quick, but I'm leaving the bulk of the position possibly for an add into a better area of technical support. I've got another DCA plan. DCA at 1288. It's not getting filled quite yet. The worst we've done so far was weasel down into the mid to low 90s. I'm talking about the 12 mid to low 90s. It behooves me to set up another possible beak wetter for break and take of the high. Currently, that's at around 30. So I'm going to set it up. I like number 25 because I'm born on the 25th, so it's going on the 25, baby. The other one we're involved in, Archer Aviation, ACHR. Where we long on this bad boy? We're long 06s. I wet my beak over here at 12s, so I'm setting up some beak wetters for break and take of that high of the day, the current high of the day, 815 right now on Archer Aviation, so looking at working my way into those. I got to tell you, though, the continuity on some of these small cap gappers, not really to my liking. I'm keeping, though, an RKDA. It's been straddling VWAP for a hot minute. So I want to see if this one wants to curl back off. Right now, it's making lower highs, so I'm patiently waiting to see more higher lows rather than just lower highs. So I'd like to see this curl back, maybe break and take that 10 1/3, maybe even weasel on up to 11, whatever. We shall see. The other one I'm continuing to watch, I was talking about Max in the chat there. He said Tara. I said, yeah, not a bad look for TARA. Started moving at around 7 a.m. Best it could do was this pre-market high right here. 1150, but look when it printed, pre-market, so 920. So technically, following my rules, I gotta wait, number one, until this takes VWAP. Well, it's kind of at VWAP right now, give or take a couple of pennies. And number two is gotta take the pre-market high, which it hasn't done yet, even though it was trying to break above that $11 area. The best it could do after the bell, 1048 HOD, currently trading at 7 1/4. So I'm gonna have to see more from this one, by more, meaning better, before I weasel into it. NVTS. Now, this is light volume. I'm not pleased with the volume on NVTS. Currently, it's about 7 3/4. It's a $3 name. I need to see a bit more. What's Jeff doing? I think Jeff wants to be on, Ram. There we go. There we go. Jeff, what do you think about these charts? Not bad, huh? Yeah, he's not crazy. It'd be better if I had an OTC stock on, though, right? I should put on BYD, something like that. Love it, the Jeff Mendel, man. He's talking to Brendo, and they're in the side. NVTS, though, putting in higher lows. That's what I like about this stock right now. Every successive trough higher than its predecessor, with it looks to be a bit of a flat top, if I could say so, around that 380 area. Sure, I know we've weaseled into 389, but here is once, twice, and you guessed it, Obi dang thrice at 380. Hasn't been able to take that high, but it has been putting in higher lows. So
Sorry, can
What's
I
up? Go
interrupt
ahead,
you
bro.
for a second?
Of course.
Paul in the chat. Paul in the chat, I've seen you for the past week or so flexing on Walmart, flexing Walmart all-time highs. I like it, Paul. Sorry to interrupt you,
course,
Shree, but
bro.
this guy's like
Good.
Walmart flex. And yes, it is an absolute flex to have Walmart. I'm glad that you're in that stock.
Yeah,
my guy, because you
absolutely,
said
bro.
it like every day I see this guy.
He's talking about Walmart every day?
every day, man. But yes.
You can't. Can you blame him? Every day we're making new highs,
Yeah, bro,
Joseph.
we want to be in this thing,
Yeah.
so he's flexing over there. He's flexing on us, so.
Hog Rider is yelling about NVIDIA. He's absolutely right. Shout out to Hog Rider, one of the chat OGs as well. This is moving up, Raymond, if we could show the chart. They're breaking up into 146, but Hog Rider, I'm sure you already see this. I needn't tell you. NVDA, here we go. This one has, let's call it a quadruple top. I don't know. There's a whole lot of wicks in and around 146. Sure, it did breach 146.07, but it's had a lot of trouble with it. A break and take of 146, and we could definitely squeeze here up 0.6 for NVDA. With that Taiwan semi headline, looks like they're looking to secure some Blackwell chippage from the Arizona facility being built by Taiwan. Other customers for that Arizona facility include Apple and the Advanced Money Destroyer as well. So that is the look there. I love when I get a call when I'm at work. Yes, so that is.
Take it, I got you.
Absolutely not, bro.
Because this is what matters right here, right now.
Yeah, and people know, like, you know, I'm not available until 2:30, and that's the way it is. So, this is a work call, by the way. Anyway, so ACHR, SOUN, those are the two I'm involved in, Ram. And by the way, I love how Ram's throwing up the chat in the top right corner. We want to see you guys as involved as possible. Look at this.
Look at that.
Look at that right there. It's fantastic. I mean, Ram, the Chilean nightmare.
Dude, I just seen that big TV there.
You didn't notice that big TV there
until
before? I know.
yesterday.
It's easy to kind of not see because we never use it, but it's going to be back in full function now. Joseph, what do you got over there?
Yeah, we're in some IBIT right now, brother. Okay, hey, it's the same narrative, dude. We're sticking with things that are strong, and that's IBIT. I mean, Bitcoin that itself. So we're going to continue to hold on this. We started to curl back over. If I get stopped out, I have to give this 50 cent, this like 50 cents or so, because we are in a primary, I guess, intraday downtrend, right? And the volume started to pick up as we were selling. So I was kind of watching this in the earlier hours of the session and just like, ooh, okay, that volume's really picking up. I don't have a great entry on this. I don't have a great entry on this, so I mean, I might be a little bit chasing on this, which I think I am. So we got to keep in mind that if it does pull back, then I have to get out of this trade, but then I could eventually get back in. VRO trade, sorry, I don't know if I have Forex charts, so I gotta take a look at that when I'm not talking about the position, but I don't know what the American-Mexican pair is doing, so peso or whatever it is. So so we'll keep an eye on this one. I know some of the megs are really weak there, guys. XLF is one thing that I was also looking at, so we'll pull up XLF real quick. Great entry into what Adair is about to lead us into. But XLF, one of the stronger sectors here this morning, so we'll keep an eye on this one. But we're going to send it off to Adair because she's got Sector Watch.
What we're going to do today, as we always do here around 11:20 a.m. during the midday show, we're going to take a look at some of these tickers that are moving significantly to the upside and the downside. I like to have a theme for the segment, and today's theme is going to be some names with ongoing catalysts or stories we've been watching for the last little while. Before I get into these, though, what I want to do first is remind everyone to vote for that poll in the chat. You have 4 tickers to choose from. Make sure that you take the time to vote because the top 5 tickers between this poll and another poll that will open at 12:30 p.m. will be featured on the afternoon rundown. Sharif will stand right here, tell you guys exactly what happened to the stock and what the story was, and then Neil and Sean will go over any potential plays for that ticker. So we're going to start here with our sector watch. UNH down about 3% here. This one's been on watch. Tuesday night, they actually reported a little bit mixed to weak guidance for 2025 ahead of their investor day, which unfortunately did have to be canceled due to the fatal shooting of CEO Brian Thompson. That is what's been attributed to this move to the downside because they actually got a price target increase today here at UNH. So keep an eye on this name as that story develops. INTC on watch. You're going to be the volume spike, it looks like, most recently on this 3-minute chart. They did announce this morning that they've appointed Eric Maurice, who's the former CEO of ASML, and Steve Sanghi, the current interim CEO of MCHP, the microchip company, basically. So that is on watch. Then also we're hearing basically from the current interim co-CEO yesterday that the company's looking to find a CEO with foundry background, and they've also continued to with their forecast. So keep an eye on that as well. And then we have UBER, which is making new day's lows, pushing to the downside here with topping tail candles. The only catalyst I could find on this was the announcement here that Waymo, which is backed by Google, is looking to expand here in Miami and looking to launch their robotaxi service by 2026. This combined with that rally in TSLA, which of course also is a robotaxi, could be what pushed Uber over the edge to the downside, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, that's a good look for Waymo there, eh?
Yeah, Waymo.
Because they've become ubiquitous, Joseph, in like Silicon Valley and San Francisco.
Yeah.
People talk about it. It's just like regular apps.
What tech do you think is better? Like even so, one is proven obviously to be a little bit more adaptable, but what do you think is going to come up on top? This LiDAR or
that's the thing.
Kind of the sensor camera that
Tesla is doing? Yeah. Well, he's doing that specifically to keep costs down and to keep it simplified. But some people are saying that may not be feasible in the long run. Snow gets in the way, dirt it obstructs the camera's vision, and it can't make the right assessment, whereas LiDAR can kind of see through that whole thing. It's going to be hard to know, brother, because they're two competing parallel technologies right now. I think Elon, with his camera system, is relying really mostly on AI to be able to interpret what they're seeing rather than obstacle avoidance through radar, LiDAR detection. It's going to be super interesting. What do you think about that?
I don't know. I think just with the camera aspect and then the sensor aspect, like we know on sensors on vehicles, like you bang them the wrong way, they're hindered.
Right away.
You have to replace them all the time. And then LiDAR, I think, is a little bit, it sits on top of the vehicle if I'm correct, right?
Yep.
So a little less susceptible to damage in that front. So I think Elon has some work to do, especially because if we're up here in the north and it snows a lot and like you're driving in Brampton and you're in constant accidents, so you can affect the
Did you say Brampton?
Yeah, Brampton.
Nobody if you're not from Toronto, you don't understand that, bro. Where's Neil? Okay, he's not here. We can make fun of Brampton now.
Okay. Is that where you live? Okay, that's where he's in. Yeah, so sorry for that. But I mean, I think LiDAR is being adapted a little bit more right now. So we're going to have to see. But Elon, we talked about this earlier, is that he's going to get done what he needs to get done to implement whatever his projects are going on.
Look, Hey Y over here, he's coming in with a hot line, and I respect your opinion, Hey Y. He says Tesla trying to save cost at the expense of human life. I don't know, Hey Y. I wouldn't put it so crudely and so decisively and conclusively. I would say he's experimenting with a technology that he thinks he can perfect. There's a reason why we don't have Tesla robotaxis quite yet, and why there are so many caveats, right, to his full self-driving title. I don't think he's trying to put lives at risk. I wouldn't go so far as to say that, but I would say that he is kind of moving uphill. It's an uphill battle for him because, again, how do you get around the problems of salt and dirt unless you're going to put washers on the camera that automatically wash? Who knows what he comes up with? He's Elon Musk. I gave him credit. And I want to see what he has to offer before I make any judgments. All right, Archer Aviation is coming a little bit down here, Fabian. It's coming down into that $8 level. It's now put in 3 consecutively lower lows. It's at $8, a skosh below the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. I'm trying to keep, I've already got my stop in place to account for this area, what I perceive to be support at 785. If it breaks down below that, then that's the end of the trade for me. We already de-risked a little bit up here, but we shall see if this one wants to weasel up. I've got a beak wetter as well on SOU and at 13, but we'll see if that one prints. Adara, what's going on?
I just wanted to let you guys know here about Citigroup here. This one is actually looking to have a bit of a push up here. Then we have this rounded bottom trying to break day's highs right now. And there's a catalyst, which is why I pulled this up in the first place. Reuters reporting that the company's longtime global head of mergers and acquisitions here, M&A, is set to retire from the company. Clearly not moving the company to the downside, but I wanted to bring up this stock because this looks like a bit of a breakout here on Citigroup. There, I just wanted to bring C to people's attention. Back to the Bash Brothers.
Yeah, I mean, guys, we're sitting here in no worries, do your thing. Sitting here in IBIT. Apple, I heard Sharif mention today, so he said, yesterday Apple closed with the doji candle. So of course, with me hearing this, I had to pull it up And my friend couldn't be any more right here. So that's exactly what he said is, hey, I can expect a pullback when you kind of get this print. Absolutely. Does that mean the trend's going to reverse? I don't think so, in my opinion. But this is definitely a signal that, hey, we're slowing down. Like, look at this, just consecutive green day after green day. So this underlying needs to breathe, and he's right. So we got that doji there. This could be just a breathing pattern, a little bit form of consolidation, chop around a little bit, and then we can prepare for the next leg higher. So I like that look on Apple. One of my smaller long-term holdings, but again, we're going to continue to hold on to this thing. Sharif was at 20%, $12 ago, almost. So.
Hey, yeah.
So that's all right on that.
I don't feel too bad about that.
Bro, don't.
Because
I'm just poking the bear. You know?
No. But like seriously though, like I didn't actually feel bad about it getting rid of it. Number one, because I'm still holding 80, and number two, I gotta wet my beak at some point, brother. I've been holding this thing since August of 23.
Oh, so it's the longest one you've been holding, right?
Far and away.
By far, yeah. So totally reasonable, guys. A doji, Yoel, Rihanna, what does a doji candle mean? So a doji candle is just an indecision. It's D-O-J-I, I believe is the spelling. So yeah, it's just an indecision candle. And then you read up on them. There's there's hammer candles, can be classified, shooting stars, hanging mans, whatever you want. There's multiple names to doji candles. It's just an indecision print essentially. All right, guys, sorry for tripping over my word. But guys, yeah, so we're gonna have to punch out of this IBIT trade here, Sharif. I'm going to send it over to you quickly while I set something up here.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Just keeping my eye out on 13 here for SOUN. Yeah, look, good feedback from the chat. Some people telling me, hey, look, brother, LiDAR is not going to be able to see through some of the dirt and the salt. My understanding was it was going to kind of act similarly to the James Webb telescope in the sense that it uses the infrared spectrum to be able to see through dust, etc. So if you don't know what I'm talking about, James Webb kind of replaced the Hubble in space, and the reason it sees so clearly is it's able to see through space dust, clouds, gaseous clouds, etc. So using the infrared spectrum allows you to see through some obstructions. That was my understanding. It looks as if maybe that's not the technology being used by the LiDAR in Waymo. So yeah, I'd love to get feedback from you guys in the chat. Shout out to Greg V as well as some others there. Love the kind of the back and forth exchanging of ideas and educating us, quite frankly. We can't read everything. We can't know everything. So obviously your feedback, always much appreciated. Shout out to the chat, doing real well over there. All right, so let's see what the situation here is. Kind of doing nothing. I don't know why the position board's not working. I think the production team reset it. We're still holding 8 on Archer, and we're kind of still dancing with the 10 exponential moving average with SOUN. So I'm still in both these positions. I don't have any plans to add to either at the moment, but I want to see exactly what Archer does in and around 785. I'm also very interested to see what Sound does around the 60 penny area. There was an area crest over here that we didn't breach through initially. We took it on the second occasion, so I'm gauging 60 to about 65 or so in and around that area on SOUN as possible price action support, not specifically indicator support there. So that's what I'm talking about. Let's see what people are saying in the chat with respect to our LiDAR conversation. I'm loving this. Hey, Davis, we use LiDAR. It doesn't see through water, and that's tough for us, so we use it sparingly. Very interesting. Thank you for letting me know that. Daddy Gator going on. LiDAR can punch through rainforest canopy in the Amazon. Sure, it can handle snow. That was my understanding. Like, I didn't think it could look through the canopy of the rainforest. I wasn't going so far as that, but my understanding, it was kind of the same technology as James Webb Space Telescope in that it can see through, minor obstructions using different spectrums of infrared, of which there are many. So we'll see that. What's this comment? Oh, that's not to me.
The James Webb is when they shot out not too long ago with Brian Cox, was it, I believe?
Yeah, so Brian Cox is always talking about the James Webb Space Telescope. So the main difference between that and the Hubble's optical, like you and I see and James Webb is infrared. And so obviously has better mirrors and more magnification, but James Webb is
How far were they able to go back into time? They could see that it was ridiculous.
But that's the cosmic microwave background. They got that in the 60s, so they can see exactly how it looked after the Big Bang, which is insane. to think
Yeah,
about, right?
that is crazy.
In any event. All right, guys, let's see what else we got over here. New, says Uber. Oh, baby. The flush on Uber is unabated to the downside. Oh, my God. Show them the chart, Chilean Nightmare.
Yeah, ooh,
this
that's
is
fine.
ugly right here. We are really bleeding almost 6.5% on the ride-hailing service right now, having closed out just a skosh below that 7.25. Looks like they closed out 7 mid-teens over here. Now, look. Punching in at lows or just like punching in at highs, not my jam. I want to see what this one does on a 10 exponential retracement. I will absolutely be interested in weaseling into this short here on Uber. I know that it was already spoken about earlier, but I'm going to remind you what the headline is. Waymo to expand service to Miami with Uber-backed move. Waymo obviously owned by Alphabet, Google. So we shall keep tabs on that. Anytime we get these headlines with respect to, what's it called? Tesla doing anything with robo-taxi, Waymo, et cetera, it always hits Uber. I think Uber probably, licenses this technology from them and uses it and then, doesn't have to pay the drivers, which would be a huge adjustment to their balance sheet there. So that's the look. 13.8 billion years on the cosmic microwave background. Shout out to Glenn Dang Smith. He knows what I'm talking about. He's a space buff. Shout out to him. I love space stuff, Joseph. It's kind of my thing. Or I like to pretend it's my thing.
Yeah, that's all right.
I like pretending.
Yeah. Spooky said right now about 200 million years with the James Webb from the most recent developments. So that's absolutely insane. You can see light from that far back there, guys. So yeah, just in the chat, let me know what you guys are looking at. Toss any questions in the chat too about options. We are going to dive more into the lesson a little bit later, maybe around noon or so, because I want to get into this and some examples. But guys, I'm just getting chewed up on iBit right now. That's unfortunate, but we're gonna avoid this. We're gonna avoid this right now because it is in a primary downtrend. We're starting to pull back just above 101,000 on BTC. So I don't think from price action right now that we're gonna turn around at any given moment anytime soon. So I'm gonna stick to things that are strong. I don't know why I have a weekly up. That's why I thought Amazon. So yeah, Amazon is really strong. So I'm going to focus on this. I want to get involved in Amazon and Tesla throughout the session. So we're going to keep our eyes on this one here, guys. We missed the pullback already. This was an absolute beautiful indecision candle right at a doji for Yoel, right at VWAP. So we had the primary strong trend really strong, a nice strong opening auction, trending heavy, and then the pullback comes back to VWAP. And then we just continue nicely to the top side, just under 220 bucks on this one. And Tesla's coming back in. We'll pull up Tesla really quick, guys, because we're going to look to get involved in this one as well, too, shortly. Because the opening drive, look at this 5-minute opening, this 5-minute orb here. Really strong, and then you get that 3-bar play. So really strong 5-minute opening drive. You get that breath in the market, and then you take that second leg up, which is absolutely beautiful. So A, B, C, D there, guys, for the ABCD pattern. We are now kind of pulling back, still up about 3.5% on the session. So let's see if we can hold VWAP here, because if we do, then I'm going to look to participate in this stock because it is trending higher. Sharif mentioned something absolutely beautiful as well, too. It's just look at this daily price action. We broke that prior resistance. Now we're sitting on top of that resistance. Possible support, even though it's one day. But that is a clean breakout. I think it's only a matter of time, Sharif. Maybe mid-next year, even not mid-next year, that's absurd. Maybe in a couple of months, we see a 4 in front of this stock here, my friend. So I'm going to continue to hold this. This is my third largest holding in my account. So we're going to continue to look at this one here. We are going back to 46 on SMCI, 2NY. Let's take a look at that one for you, my guy. Anything for you? SMCI, bang. Let's see. Are we going back to 46? Let's take a gander here. Yeah, I think that's in the near future. 2NY. we're in that gap now. We breached it. We're holding it. That gap is now acting as support. This is beautiful for the lesson because when it acts like support in this kind of instance, then you can suspect that, hey, we're going to continue higher and maybe even go a little bit north of the top side of this gap. So as my good friend Greg B would say, this is a soft gap fill at the bottom of the candle and then a hard gap fill at the top. So that is a really good look there. I do think that we continue a little bit higher there, my friend, to NY Century. What are you cooking up there?
I'm keeping my eye on Archer as it's working its way back above 8, Joseph. Multiple bottoming tail candles on the 5 that did breach. Number 1, it breached 8, Fabian, and it also breached the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. So what I'm looking for is this one to test those highs at 8.15. I didn't add in the mid 90s. It wasn't my plan to add there, and you know how I feel about unplanned dollar cost averagings that you just do on a whim. That's how you get in trouble, in my opinion. So that's why I didn't do it. I had my DCA planned for 7 mid to low 80s. The only reason I did that, or that I had it planned, for that, was this area consolidation low. That this was kind of the little consolidation area that we had between 8 and 780. So I said to myself, look, there was clearly buyers at 780 to 785. You needn't guess. You can just look on the chart and see the bottoming tail candles there. So I didn't DCA in the mid 90s and my DCA in the mid 80s, not getting filled. Shout out to Yuel Dang Reyna. $5 super chat, and we couldn't be more thankful, my man. Always learning from the best trading team. Thank you, Professor. Shout out to the Bears versus Bulls for being in kick-ass mode. Yeah, we're going to say that. We're going to say it because it deserves it. By the way, guys, the Chilean Nightmare is probably already disappointed with me for not having mentioned this, but we've got a super chat challenge over here. So I don't know why Yoel Reynas didn't register, Fabian, because it says right now 0 of 20. No, minimum $20. Yeah, no, we need to drop that, I think. I think that's a little too lofty, Fabian.
Yeah, it's hefty.
Yeah, we should just probably drop it to a few bucks. I think that's fair. But anyway, guys, we got the Super Chat Challenge. Let's see if we can get to the end of it. By the way,
what does Sally up mean, though?
Bring Sally up, Sally down. You don't know that song?
No.
Oh, Joseph.
What?
You don't know about the Sally Up, Sally Down challenge? Neil, he doesn't know about the Sally Up, Sally Down challenge. Blasphemous, Joseph. Blasphemous. Okay, so it's a song.
Yeah.
It just basically repeats. Bring Sally up, bring Sally down. And you're supposed to either squat when he says down, and then you go back up, or you can do push-ups. You can do whatever you want. You can freestyle.
All right.
So that's the whole thing. So I actually did one live.
You did a Sally?
Yeah. I did it. I didn't get to the end of it. I was pretty close. How long was it, Neil? 3.5 minutes or so, something like that. About 3.5 minutes.
Yeah.
So we were doing the push-up, Sally up, Sally down challenge.
Oh,
yeah, I don't know if we can get the video, but anyway, it's challenging.
Whose idea was this?
Well, Neil challenged me, right?
But
He
for me,
challenged
though,
me.
I got volunteered for something.
You got volunteered.
Yeah, it said Joe. Yeah.
Oh.
I swear it said Joe on that chat.
swear I didn't
am
even see it.
Am I seeing things?
But where are we looking, bro?
Someone said Sally up. We go back to the Sally up, Sally down.
I don't know
thing.
what you're talking about. Let me, Sally.
Am I delusional?
Oh, here you go. Even I know about the Sally up, Sally down challenge.
Okay, I must be seeing things because I swear it said Joe has to do the Sally up, Sally down on the.
Well, you know, if it's been spoken, then
I don't
you
know.
might have to do it.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Am I seeing things or?
I don't know, brother. We'll look at it in a second.
What?
In any event, that's all that it is. I did it in CrossFit. They used to make us put the barbell on our back, and we had to actually, you had to choose a heavier weight, obviously, and then you had to kind of go with the entire song. It was tough. Lunges you could do, squats you can do, shoulder presses you could do. Dealer's choice, Joseph. But it's a hard challenge. I like it.
Sorry, just to say, we'll get back into training. So in boxing training, we had a deck of cards, right? So a spade would be burpees, a diamond would be punching, and so the number, right? So whatever the number was, you had to do that in the thing.
I like that.
And sometimes our trainer would make us run through like 2 or 3 decks, and at the end you would just be so tired. Yeah, it was absolutely crazy.
Laura Bennett When is Uber going to find support? Good question. Let's have a look and see if there is a definable area of support for our friend Uber. It still hasn't even come close to the 10 exponential. It's bleeding. It is at day's lows. Let's zoom out here. Let's go to the 4-hour chart, see if there's a level of interest here. Okay, there does seem to be one coming up, guys. Right at 67. That is the low that we put in early September. Have a look over here from September 10th, 11th, and even a little bit of the 13th. Shout out to my mom. That's her birthday. We did have some support at $67. We are at that level right now. So if that level goes, oh baby, then we're looking at, I think, about 66 the last time we were there, Joseph, July 19th. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh.
Bring Stanley up, bring Stanley down. Oh, bro, this was brutal. This was brutal.
I love
bro.
the trader.
And Neil was
TV
talking
vibe.
smack to me too while it was happening.
Where is it?
He's a lie.
Where is
that's
this?
a lie. That's a lie. He was motivating me. Okay, Neil, I
on?
corrected myself.
That was a lie. The whole time that Sharif was doing the Bring Sally Up challenge, I was motivating him. We're like, you got this.
Yeah, to be fair, he was.
That challenge is nearly impossible, and I've done it. I've attempted it at least half a dozen times. I think my best is getting halfway through that song. So like, I know how hard it is, man. Like Joe, it is legit. Doing it for squats is a good workout because anyone can do air squats. Most people can do air squats, but the push-ups, that's no joke, everybody.
Ooh.
So I was impressed.
Look at the definition.
No, I failed.
Look at the
I failed.
definition.
I remember he had to do it too, which is great. Shout out to Neil. No, I lied. He did not.
You can just do the beep test.
Eh?
The beep test.
I don't know what that is. No.
What? Bro, you never
don't.
did the beep test in high school?
No.
The beep test, so like in the gym,
Bro,
where you
I'm
go like
100. Leave me alone, bro.
Well, I thought they had to originate somewhere. So, but the beep test is like you run from one end of the gym to the other in a beep, and then as it goes faster and faster.
No, I've
over
never
time.
done that.
You
I've
never
done
did that?
tons of
Yeah,
suicides, though.
Suicide.
Yeah, I've
Yeah,
done tons of
suicide. Yeah,
suicides.
yeah, suicide.
So I'm very, very familiar with suicides, Joseph. But I have not been
Pacer
as
test,
familiar
yeah.
with the beep test. But yeah.
Well, because it's like beep, and then you got everybody's running, and beep, you got to get back. So, you know what I mean?
Are we going to Adara? Okay, yeah, get it, Adara.
We're going to take a look here at some earnings names right now. We do have 5 below here, which is up about 11%. We're going to take a look here again at, just to clarify, at some day one earnings plays. So this is up about 11% here, but trying to maybe find a little bit of a flat bottom break, perhaps at that 116 level. They did beat on earnings per share and sales estimates. However, their guidance was a bit mixed. The lower end of their revenue and EPS guidance for Q4 was below estimates, though they were above estimates across the board for their fiscal 2024 guidance. So that is the look here for FIVE. Now, what about Synopsys? SNPS is down about 11% here. So to quickly synopsize these earnings, they did beat on EPS, they beat on sales, but the issue was going to be here, their guidance. So they guided Q1 2025 revenue, $1.435 to $1.465 billion, way below estimates of $1.643 billion. Now, what about their earnings per share guidance? So they guided $2.77 to $2.82 per share versus estimates of $3.53. So that is also going to be quite the miss there for SNPS. Now, let's take a look at some of the earnings names reporting tonight. You can check that out with Sean and I in the market recap because there are so many. We have Lululemon at 405. Also at 405, we'll get Ulta Beauty. This is interesting because we had Warren Buffett pick up Ulta Beauty, then he sold 97% of his position. So ULTA could be a pretty interesting one. We also have DocuSign here, GitLab. Then at 410, we'll get UiPath and Samsara. So there's a lot to keep an eye on. Wolf here also of note, Petco Health and Wellness. We had Chewy reporting yesterday. Let's see what's barking over here in Petco Health and Wellness. Let us know what earnings names you're looking forward to in the chat. I've already been telling everybody I'm really excited about Lululemon. Make sure you like, subscribe, and get into that subscribers only chat over with us. And we also have a super chat challenge as well. With that, I'll send you back to the trades over there.
Shout out to Adara. Thank you very much for that, Adara. Make sure to check out the Market Recap Show, one of Canada's favorite companies. And there aren't that many, sadly. Reporting tonight, I'm talking about Lululemon, one of the, premier sporting clothing brands, active, what do they call that? Active wear, leisure?
Yeah,
active leisure wear, whatever?
Athleisure wear.
Athleisure. Thank you, Adair.
Yeah.
Thank you, Joseph. Yes.
Athleisure wear.
Yeah. All right. We're doing real well here, Joseph, on SOUN. Well, where are we long? We're long 84s. I just wet my beak there at 15s. Next beak. No. What am I saying? I took out some at 25s. Excuse me. Next area I'm waiting at 30s. We're gonna layer the orders. Reason I front run it there at 25 because the high of the day is 30. So I was expecting some resistance, obviously, at the high of the day. Keep my eye on this one. We also took a couple of prints here on Archer as it worked its way back above 8, but it's looking awfully bull flag-ish right now in the sense that we're not getting that continuation in a straight line. We're doing higher lows, which is keeping me certainly interested here on Archer Aviation. It's not strictly holding the 10 exponential moving average, but what it is doing is putting in higher lows. So we know what the bull flag kind of can, all the different variations of a bull pennant and a bull flag. This is one of them right here, keeping me interested. Nothing is etched in stone. It could absolutely drop at any time. I have to account for that using stops. So I'm trying to take out profit on the way up here with Archer Aviation. It's up 16%. It's a multi-day runner, guys. It's we've been watching this one for a hot minute. I feel like since the election, really, Archer Aviation. Now I know I've only been talking about 2 stocks right now, but Neil was telling me about Nvidia. Nvidia did take out the top after putting in a quadruple top, it seems, at 146. Now it's taken 146 to what seems to be on a decisive basis. The question I have for myself now, can I use 146 as a level of support off which to enter? So we've weaseled up into 146.54, so a nice 50 penny move. We're putting in higher lows on the 5-minute. That's also very positive. And in addition to that, the 10 exponential moving average, an area that I love to get into, is also just around that 146 area, a little bit lower. So I could absolutely be persuaded to get into an entry position here on Nvidia at that 146 area, which is exactly likely what I'm going to do after I stop talking. But I want to let you know that Microsoft took out the high of the day there. Big move up for Softy here, only up 0.7, but it took that 440 with a 440.85 HOD. It went green to red, and now it is back in Greensville, excuse me. So we shall keep tabs on Softy. No specific headline, I believe, today for Microsoft. Let me just have a look here to make sure that I'm not wrong on that. Nothing really, nothing really earth-shattering here for Microsoft. So, yeah. Not a bad move. So we'll keep an eye on that. Obviously, Amazon strong on the day with that 220 HOD. Is that an all-time high? I think we hit 220. We came to 219.99 yesterday, so essentially the same thing, 220, 219.99. Is this all-time highs? And the answer to that is yes. So 220 is an all-time high on the Amazonian. It is not even giving back a lot, though, to be fair. It's at the 10 exponential moving average on the 5, 219.50. It's got 2 candle hold up there on the 5 minutes. So this could be another curl and another attempt at 220 here for AMZN. We'll keep tabs on that, Joseph.
Yes, sir. So, Sharif, we punched into a little bit of Tesla here, my guys. I mentioned before, so let's see if we can hold this support level on Tesla, because we're going to continue to the top side, I think, on this one. This one is really strong. Or if we break the support level around 368, I do think that there can be some more potential downside as well, too. So let's see. We got a potential double bottom here on that pullback. So let's see if we can continue to the northeast and continue in some of this strength here, guys. But let me know what you guys are looking at in the chat. I mentioned XLF not too long ago, all right? So this thing is continuing strong. The financial sector is moving really nice, really strong opening drive, a nice strong first half hour in the session, and now forming some of this kind of a bull pendant, if you would like to call it. We have resistance up here, so let's keep that in mind. If we can break that resistance and then sit on top of it, I think that this can continue to the top side. So keep a lookout on XLF and some of the top performing financial stocks out there, guys. Google, now I know Google had some news. And NVDA, you know what, I'm going to be totally frank with you guys. Like, I mentioned this in our week ahead, and I said, NVDA is going to continue. I think we get a bounce here. We held these levels. I do think that we can move to the northeast and maybe make some potential all-time highs. But the thing is, I'm not intraday trading this thing at all. The semis, I am not in sync with whatsoever. So I'm going to avoid this. I think that the price action is a little harder to navigate for me because there's multiple fake outs. So you do have to give yourself multiple entries, but this thing is getting the better of me sometimes, and that's okay. It's part of the game, as I'd like to say. So, excuse me.
Get it, Joseph.
We'll keep that in mind. We'll keep that in mind. So, man, I swear it was. Did I tell you I had? So you were gone. I killed some Subway.
Hey, yeah. I do it to Adara too when she yawns. I'm like, get it, Adara.
Yeah. So guys, we're gonna look for this thing to continue higher. I think in the coming days or weeks that we do make some new all-time highs. But we do have a $5 super chat. Great call on Soundhound Sharif. Love the show. No, thank you. We love you guys.
Absolutely.
So much. Much appreciated. You can just be Joseph. Yeah, I don't know what that means, Conrad Clark.
What?
I don't know.
It's like, you can't be anybody than yourself.
Yeah,
Can you?
Cash Now. Yeah, Joe, you're awesome. Thank you. You forgot the E there, Cash Now, but we like the Joe. So,
hey.
But yeah, we'll take it, my friend. So just keep in mind, let's see what we got going on here. I mentioned this in the week ahead. We had this indecision print, as Sharif pointed out, on Apple on the daily as well, too. So this is kind of the inverse, Sharif. We're at a bottom here when the Apple is at the top, right? So we keep that in mind. And then a beautiful bounce here, guys. So I think it's only a matter of time. Maybe we consolidate a little bit here, and then we go for all-time highs on NVDA. What are you cooking up
Who
there,
can complain about that, man? Nope. All-time highs on the monster NVIDIA. It's a fantastic look. I mean, I got nothing to complain about there. I'm not going to be adding on that position, but I'll just, continue to talk about it. Guys, we're up aggressively here on SOUN 1340. I've got a beak wetter sitting on the north side of 40. Why? Because there's lottage here at 40. So I'd like to take out that lottage and then possibly get a squeeze maybe into that $50. So it's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to set up my other order at 48s, come what may. Let's see. Look at this. So we're again, multiple rejections at 1340 right now. And there it is. We take it out. Bang! Let's see if we can move up here. Joseph, let's see if we can weasel into that $50. SOUN has been on one today, sir. And it still has a higher short float, even though it seems to have been in our purview for a hot minute. 27.59%. Likely similar or close to that number. The reason I say that is because I reported on it a few weeks ago, and we know that the short interest likely updates every 14 days, and it was very similar to that. So I don't think the short interest has fundamentally changed. Pulling back a little bit right now, we're going to give this one time to fill out that 48. But we got another couple of prints, bang, on Archer Aviation. Joseph, I appreciate you. We took out their 18s, 819 now, HOD on Archer Aviation. Man. Let's see if we can continue to curl up. Very respectful of that 10 exponential moving average. My only, my only thing that I'm lamenting is not having added in the mid-90s. Again, the reason I didn't do that is because I earmarked the mid-80s as support. It gave me a finger of choice and then continued on its merry way.
Man, Amazon. Man.
What's going on? Man, is it breaking highs again?
No, it's going for it though. It's going to push it right now.
Well, it was at the 10 exponential, so I'm not really surprised that it's curling back up. Dude, it held the 10 exponential to a T, Joseph. On the 5. This is what Joseph's looking at right here, Ram. Who's on the one? It's a Chilean nightmare. My bad. So yeah, I know they're
what are you getting?
They're having a good time.
Yeah, man.
They're having a good time. So double. I don't want to call it a double bottom, but a 2-candle hold up, both wicking, Joseph, off that 10 exponential moving average. You've got that topping till into 220, but I've just got a hunch, and that's all it is. As a hunch, that 220 is going to go. It looks fantastic, doesn't it? The Chilean Nightmare says that looks really good, and he is absolutely right on that. Oh, okay. All right, thanks, man. You know I went to Air Cadets, Fabian. You know what's up with that. Fabian's like, you don't have a hunch, you have good posture. And we always talk about that, him and I off camera, about my Air Cadet days, and that's kind of, do you ever do Air Cadets or anything like that?
No, I would go to camp, man. I went to Christian camp and stuff like that.
Yeah, I went to Christian camp too, but Air Cadets were a lot more violent, because if you didn't stand up straight, the staff sergeant or the
staff sergeant, bro,
he'd come with a little, like, it was like a plastic stick, but he'd hit hit your back, bro. And you're like, ooh. Right? Straightening it up your back. It's like,
we had good
what kind
times.
of child abuses this?
Yeah, we had good. No, I got sent to Christian camp. So the opposite of what is going on there. Camp Minneowi was my place. Yeah, we had a lot of fun.
You see Neil in the chat? He's like, I got an Air Cadet story as well. I can't wait to hear it on Neil's lesson of the day for sure.
But
there.
Sharif, real quick.
He's gonna tell it. Go ahead.
Okay, real quick. The basket case. Guess what my favorite club is on the golf course? The Dollar Club.
Oh, there it is, baby.
That joke, man. A little corny, but it's all right.
I love it. Good times. Good times. All right, a couple of topping tail candles on the 5 right now, guys, on SOUN. It's still, again, above the 10 exponential. It's still above 13, but there's 2 topping tail candles showing you that there is seller exuberance in and around that $0.50. Not to be, there's no surprise there. We know psychological areas of support and resistance, often hanging out at the whole dollar and the $0.50. The whole dollar, though, more than the $0.50. But for our purposes right now, the $0.50 is a level of resistance on SOUN. So we've taken out some out here. We still got some more. So we're going to keep tabs on that one. Okay, I see you guys. People are yelling about JYD, and they have the right to yell about it because it is breaking out big. So let's load it up. JYD. What is this company, bro? Jayud Global Logistics. Okay, whatever. Let's go to the 1 minute over here. Have a look. Yeah, this one did halt. Okay, so this is a big boy right here. $1.44 it halted at. Just took out that level. HOD 168. Here are the details. $156 million market cap with a float of 6.5 million shares. And the short float is 8.5%. So not bad, not huge, but not bad. I'm seeing 10 million share float with trade ideas. My platform says 6.5. There it goes. Taking out that 1.25. Now 178 HOD on JYD, up 72%. This one is squeezing. Does it have a headline? I don't see the headline on it. If we get anything, we'll obviously tell you. Adara does seem like she has something, so we're going to send it to her. Yeah, she doesn't have a headline on that. Something else.
Big volume in on Amazon.
You got? Should we send you or no?
Going to Adara?
No. Okay, we're not.
We're going to Adara. Yeah.
Are we?
No, we're not. I thought we were.
We're not.
No,
okay.
we're not going to Adara.
Okay.
Yeah, Greg. 1 minute volume.
When,
1 minute volume,
sure.
Greg. Really good point out there. I was just saying the volume on Amazon really picked up, but I think we're going to Neil now. I believe. No.
Let me know. I'm just waiting for the Chilean Nightmare to tell me.
All right.
We're going to Adara. Take it over, Adara.
All right.
We will be going to Neil right after we take a look at what's happening so far in the market. We have the S&P 500 roughly flat. We have DQs roughly flat. So the overall indices a little bit slow today, a little bit sluggish, but there's been a lot of action in other areas. We did have crypto, Dogecoin up significantly. Bitcoin made its $100,000 milestone as of last night. So a lot of these crypto names have been on watch there. We also, as Sharif just mentioned, we have some small caps like JYD, and there's a catalyst that just came in I want to talk about. PFE and Eli Lilly getting some volume here as there's a report from Axios that RFK Jr. and Donald Trump are apparently dining with executives from both companies. So keep an eye on PFE and Eli Lilly. In case you don't recall, when this announcement was initially made that Donald Trump had selected RFK Jr. for his cabinet for a health position, we did have a move down in those stocks because he's viewed as a little bit skeptical when it comes to vaccines. So this could be a big thing to watch out for Eli Lilly and for Pfizer right now, though Eli Lilly currently rejecting a little bit off previous support. Now let's take a look at some other names moving today. Uber potentially trying to base out a little bit here with these higher lows, but still down about 6.5%. Down almost $5 on the day. This is viewed a couple different things I'm seeing that could be moving this. Waymo, of course, announcing they're expanding into Miami, which could be viewed as a negative catalyst here for UBER, but also Tesla here getting a couple price target increases. Could be a bit of an antipathy play as well with TSLA. Tesla up about 3% here. Again, I wonder if this could be Bitcoin-related sympathy as well, because this company is heavily invested in Bitcoin. But also, it's worth noting here that TSLA got positive analyst notes from both BofA Securities, which raised its price target to a street high, as far as I could see, of $400. And also, we had Guggenheim raising its price target as well. With that, we're going to take a moment here to hear from Neil as he gives us his lesson of the day. Take it away, Neil.
Very much, everybody. The lesson of the day, and it's not going to be my Air Cadet story. I'll throw that one at the end. It's not a huge story. It's just you guys were talking about it, so I'm going to bring it up. The more eyeballs on anything clearly are good, right? So if you want to trade something, you want to trade something with a catalyst, you want to trade something with more volume, you want to trade something which has a chance to move. That probably means a lot of other traders are looking at it too. And a lot of times, if we're all thinking the same exuberant thoughts, it can be a little bit dangerous. And I'm going to walk you through, of course, like the danger that you saw here when you didn't get continuation in Bitcoin, but also what you kind of need to see if you want to look for a rebound or to go the other way. Now, you broke 100,000 overnight, so a lot of traders would have missed out on that opportunity. So when Bitcoin, just before 10 o'clock, made that breakout past 100,000, it was a big ramp job. And you want to look at where we pulled back to. You gave an obvious range. You had 101.5, and you had a top here at 103.5 as well. Now, coming into today, a lot of people have been excited. Hey, 100,000 breakout. Let's get a breakout of that top. Now, keep in mind, the more people on multiple time frames that are engaged in a trade, then the more cascade you can have on the way back. So what I get at here is, if you've got short-term scalp day traders that are taking a long break at a high, then they might have tight stops. If you've got people that have taken a breakout like earlier, they could have trail stops, say under here. So like as you get higher and higher and you get more and more excited, you're going to have more stop areas on the way down. And so you've got to be careful. Now, Bitcoin's an obvious example, but I want to show you guys an equity here just to really exemplify that point. Like Coinbase, on the other hand, it tried to break a high, instant fail, catapult. Tried to hold a lower high, instant fail, catapult. You just had multiple cascades down, outsizing percentage-wise some of the moves that you would have seen in Bitcoin. You saw this morning when you're trying to catch a falling knife, you need an execution plan. When you are approached with something that everybody is looking at, that everyone's either in, or not everybody, but a lot of people are in longs, or trying to chase longs, or trying to catch that breakout trade, you need a capitulation bottom oftentimes. It's the type of low that should be incredibly obvious, and if it never presents you with that, then you don't have to trade. So here's what I want to show you on Coinbase. It made a bottom at 328. But if you can tell me where there's a volume bottom or a clear capitulation bottom, I'm a monkey's uncle, because I don't see it. At no point in this chart do I even see any kind of a low that would indicate to me, hey, this is obviously a turn, there's a capitulation. You just don't see it. Now I'm going to juxtapose that with an NVIDIA chart. NVIDIA doesn't break out, but look at this test of the low here. It's a little bit more obvious that, hey, you tried to get some higher lows, you tried to break away, there's one last test of the low, it breaks the low of the day. I'm going to show you guys this way. There's your volume spike. So you get a big volume spike through the low, meaning you've got a little bit of a capitulatory bottom, and then you get a reversal. You then get higher lows with a bottoming tail candle, and then higher lows. And ultimately, I didn't really get into this thing until here. I actually tried a long just now off the high. It didn't work, but this is the best long entry if you're not going to catch the bottom. So when all eyeballs are on breakouts that fail or continuations that don't continue, and you're trying to catch the low, sometimes you got to wait for that capitulation bottom. And if it's not there, it's not there. NVIDIA showed one. Coinbase, it made bottoms. Sure, great. But if you're just guessing at a level, if you long enough lows, eventually you're going to catch one. And congratulations, you'll get a bottom. But you'll have lost so much along the way that it's completely irrelevant at that point. So you've got to consider the cost of doing business in terms of wanting that entry point. And when you're bleeding down like this, it's one thing to just be like an Intel, which is trending down. It's another thing to be something which was breaking out, which was trend higher, and then failed a top break that everyone was excited about. You need a nice capitulation bottom that probably rinsed a lot of other longs out. It's when everybody's been taken out on moves like this, or the majority have been taken out, that you tend to get that bottom. And if you don't see it, you don't have to take it. The difference between like trying to get back to green or being green today is about patience and about not trying to catch a falling knife, but having a plan of action if you're trying to make a bottom. So that's your lesson of the day, and I promised you a little bit of a story. It's not a huge deal, but when I was in, I want to say I was, maybe it was, I'm going to be like 12 or 13 years old. I had a couple of friends that were in Air Cadets. And, I've always been all about discipline. I have two cousins that flew. One flew in the Navy here in Canada. Both of them were in Air Cadets. And I looked up to them. They were both older than myself. And it was something that I was always interested in. So anyways, I go just to see what it's like. And of course, I show up not knowing it's like inspection day, whatever that is. So the day that I show up to observe to see if I want to do this is the day that everybody had to stand at attention for like 90 minutes or like 2 hours. It was ridiculous. So it's by far the worst possible day that I could have observed. I saw 3 young men faint. 3. I'm talking about they're standing and they fall out. So at that point, I come home, mom's like, so you're going to do Air Cadets? I'm like, absolutely not. I ain't trying to stand at attention and pass out. No, I'm going to play sports. Because if I go down, at least I'm playing a sport. I'm not trying to stand there. I was like, no, this ain't me. It's absolutely not happening. And of course, I found out that, no, it's not like that every single day down the line. But 3, I'm not talking about grown men. I'm talking about kids falling out come on, son. To each their own, and I have all the respect in the world for those that can do that kind of thing, but it ain't me, and I have no qualm saying it. Some people are like, oh, I can't cop to that. I think too highly of myself to admit it. Nope, not gonna happen. I ain't doing it, and it is what it is. Shout out to everyone that can pull it off. You need certain types of people in the world, and I'm glad that we have those with a higher level of discipline and things that matter a heck of a lot more than just trading. But anyways, Air Cadets wasn't for me, and I found that out in about 90 minutes or so.
Hell of a story because it's absolutely accurate. Kids used to always pass out. Yeah. And the trick was to keep the knees loose. That was what they would tell us. It didn't work a lot of the time, to be quite honest with you. Anyway, dude, back in the day before everything got so uptight in the world, dude, we used to go in the summer to actual Air Force Base up in Trenton. Or in Trenton, and we would get to fly on these cargo airplanes, and there would be a net in the back, and some of the kids would hang off the net. Obviously, they were strapped in, and they would open up the back, the area where you get the cargo onto, and you just be looking down, dude. And it was just, now obviously they don't do anything like that, but it was next level.
I think, guys, Sharif, I don't know if you've seen AMC. Someone mentioned in the chat AMC is absolutely pumping. Jasper, you mentioned that too. So I pulled up AMC, and you guys couldn't be wrong. Look at this volume step in here, guys. Just absolutely fantastic. This is something you want to see on breakout candle, breakout anyway. So nice volume here. It's continuing to the top side. I looked for some news. I don't see anything, but I think we're going to send it off to Adair. Maybe she has something for us.
I just wanted to let everyone know here about Liquidia, LQDA. This one not getting a ton of liquidity right now here, about 550,000 shares traded so far in the day. But look at this volume pop to the downside. Hunter Brook has issued a short report on the company, basically saying about the fact that the FDA is defending apparently decision related to Liquidia. So keep an eye on this here. 21.3% short float already for LQDA. Also, in case you missed it, a lot of these healthcare names have been on the move after Axios reported that apparently RFK Jr. and Donald Trump are dining with executives from Eli Lilly and Pfizer here at Mar-a-Lago talking about, discussing some issues here. We know that the healthcare sector was a bit of a concern when Donald Trump initially announced his appointment of RFK Jr. to his cabinet. So keep an eye on those stocks as in that space.
Appreciate that, Adara. She punned there.
I did. It was a good one.
Liquida, whatever it was called there. She had to drop it.
She writes the book, man.
She writes the book. She does. Joseph, we are doing okay here on Archer. So we just wet our beak at the $0.25. Here comes a third. I'm waiting at a third. This thing is up 20%. We're almost there. Appreciate you. Let's see if we can get that print. 8 1/3, Fabian, right there. Keeping my eye on this one, waiting for the print on Archer. I'm in a new trade right now, guys. It's NVTS, another small cap gapper. The reason I got in there was VWAP, Joseph. It wasn't sorcery or anything. This one dipped down into the volume weighted average price at 69s. Come on, right? How can I not punch along there? It's weaseling up through $0.75. I'm looking for this one to continue what it was doing before. That higher high, higher low situation. It pulled down into VWAP, a predictable area of possible support, not always. And then I weaseled into the trade at that level. So I'm waiting, packing my patience over here, seeing if we can continue moving up on NVTS. Separately, SOUN is a dang rocket ship. And we just took out, where is it? Appreciate you. Let's see. I got. I put my beak wetter.
What are you cooking up today, man? It looks like you're chefing up.
Hey,
you're chefing up. Over
we gotta
today,
take bigger
man.
size though, Joseph. That's the thing right now.
Man.
So SOUN doing its absolute best on the day. I'm waiting now at 69s. You guys know I'm gonna wait, right? I'm gonna front run 70. Let's see if we can get that print on Soundhound. NVIDIA invested in the name. That is kind of why we always talk about it. Always seems to be involved here, but they do actually have a product pipeline of note. Okay, NVTS moving into 79. I'm waiting at 79 over here, so if it can cross, we'll get the fill. Where are we long? We're long 67. Let's pack our patience, see what we get with this one. Archer, NVTS, and Soundhound. All not bad on the day, Joseph.
Yep, beautiful stuff, guys. We're sitting here. I'm watching AMC. I'm really intrigued by this, so we'll continue to monitor this as of right now, guys. But let's pop back to what we're actually in, and that is TSLA. Let's get back to Tesla, and let's go. There we are, guys. Let's see if we can continue to move to the top side. I added to this position, doubled it really right there. So I think we can take this second leg. We need some volume to step in. We do know the time, though. It is around that lunchtime, so let's see if we can continue. I'm pretty confident. Who knows what Elon and the boys are cooking up over there, but someone in the chat said Josh Brown is now pumping Uber. I know that's what I did. I looked, right? I looked, right? So, yeah. Josh Brown. So I went and looked, but yeah, well, keep an eye on what Josh Brown's keeping an eye on, that's for sure, because whatever he says, the guy just moves the market. Ritz-Holt, sorry.
Yeah.
So
they're doing
big,
well now. Huge AUM, eh?
Huge, bro.
A lot. They're picking up.
Huge.
Yeah.
He's picking up steam. Like,
Joseph, are you looking at what's happening in the market?
Yeah, dude, we're ripping, man.
We're ripping, bro.
Absolutely ripping. And Tesla is not, my friend. Why? So what is dragging the market? Let's take a look. And I can tell you, I have a good idea because our guy in the back is talking about it, Sharif, and that is Amazon. It's Amazon. Amazon is pumping. So we'll go back to Amazon here for you guys. Josh Brown's in the back on CNBC talking about it, and sure enough, this thing is just roaring to the top side. No kitty, but I mean, hey, let's continue to move here. A beautiful high of day break here, guys, with some volume supporting that. Look at that big volume spike. My friend Greg V also pointed this out as well too. And now we're just roaring. Like, it's so frustrating not being involved in this stock. Like, this is something so beautiful, something that I wanted to have in the long term, but I decided to buy other things. But I guess you can't have them all. Can't catch them all, and Amazon is one of those, so maybe eventually we will look to get in that one, my guy.
All right, shout out to Jacoby. Shout out to my other man here over here, DVDR3. Great entry for you. Great entry for you, T-Money. They're talking about Uber. Let's have a look at it and see what's afoot with Uber ever since Josh Brown said. Yeah. I don't know what he said, but yeah, there it is, guys. Okay, let's flip to the 5.
We do have a Fed speaker today at noon, I think.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. Let's weasel on over here, see if there's any news coming in. Adara always usually has that kind of stuff for us. So as soon as she gets it, we will know about it. So
yeah, 12:15.
12:15, eh? Okay, so we're just starting then,
and someone in the chat said, guys, we have the Fed speaker today, and I'm like, that guy doesn't move anything. I said to them in chat, so I apologize to that because he is clearly, whatever he has said has moved the market so far, guys. So yeah, my apologies.
Here's the look right now. Uber kind of trying to curl back up here, Fabian. I mean, it dipped all the way down to 67, multiple bottoming tail candles into 67, getting bought up. It's currently above the 10 exponential moving average, but south of the 20. VWAP on Uber, 68.75. Currently, it is a dynamic level of support, meaning that it could be at a different area when or if the price moves up into that area. Right now, we got a couple of candles here showing possible selling in around 67.80, 67.85. I don't want to be quick to either take this long or short. I want to see what it does at the 20, and then I can decide whether or not I want to take this short or take it possibly long for a squeeze back into the volume weighted average price. It is down 6%. In case you're wondering why it's happening, because we always have newer viewers coming in that weren't with us earlier when we mentioned the headline. Shares of Lyft and Uber are trading lower after the driverless ride-hailing platform, aka Waymo, said it is expanding its services to Miami. Obviously, in early 25, we'll begin. Here's what Waymo's statement says. In early 25, we'll begin reacquainting Waymo's all-electric Jaguar I-Pace to Miami streets. Waymo said in a statement, through our new fleet partnership with Move, a global leader in innovative mobility solutions, we'll work to open our doors to riders in 2026. So it's 2026. They're gunning for. They're offering our ride-hailing services via the Waymo One app. Sounds good. All right. So, yeah, we'll have to wait and see how that all works out. Vasil, $5 super chat. Appreciate you, Vasil. Hey, guys, should I hold Amazon? What do you think? Vasil, tell us, are you holding it for the day or are you buying it for a swing or the long term? You don't have to super chat again. Just tag Joseph and I by adding shift or just go at and then type in our names. We'll see a red rectangle there on the side chart. We'll answer it for you. You needn't super chat again. Thank you again for that, Vasil. I just want to know, I want to get a better understanding. I love this guy, bro. How are you, Randy?
What's up, brother?
You see Tesla's price action today?
Oh, yeah.
It's a dang rocket ship, just like SpaceX. So listen to this, Randy. You know how I feel about SpaceX and that whole Elon thing. SoFi giving American customers the opportunity to invest in alts, like alternative, like OpenAI, SpaceX, some other stuff. Wouldn't you like to see that in Canada? Wouldn't you like to be able to invest in some of these smaller companies? Or private companies that are not small? Randy's given the nod, baby. So, you know, what would you invest in?
Always behind you.
Always, brother. Always. We're always kind of like looking to see what they're doing,
SpaceX
fix on
sure.
it. Yeah, SpaceX.
SpaceX for
100%,
sure,
man. 100%. Any news on anything car related that we can weasel? Did you hear about Waymo?
No.
Waymo's weaseling into Miami, and Uber's dropping. That's why Uber's stock kind of looks like that right now. Not bad. They're in San Francisco. I think they're in LA as well. I'm not 100% sure. Right? Well, it makes more sense with all the snow and stuff here. Probably be a little bit difficult. That's probably why they're choosing all these no snow places.
Yeah, well.
They're all south. People in the chat were telling us that LiDAR doesn't see through salt, doesn't see through dirt and stuff like that. I thought it did. I thought it was able to kind of better navigate than the camera system for Tesla. So what people are saying, some engineers, his buddy Greg in the chat is like, yo, that engineering degree came in for a reason, right? Like, that's what he was saying. Yeah, interesting stuff, man. We always get information from Randy, from the chat. We're always appreciative, no question about that. The Katina man has returned, and now it's incumbent upon me to ask, how was your swim, brother? It was fine. It was good. A little tougher with the congestion, but I'm sure it'll make you feel better. A good sweat. He got a 130 on the heart rate. Shout out to my man Katina. He's making big boy changes. I love to see it, man. I'm always going to champion him and pound the desk. Shout out to the Katina man there. Joseph, what do you got over there?
Yes, sir.
Brother?
We're in Tesla. It's starting to cook up a little bit here for us. Sharif, we like this, so I think we're going to take a little bit off the top here. Just a small little bit here, I think about 10% or so, because we do need to move this a little bit more than the other moves, because we did take a couple losses on IBIT, guys. So keep that in mind. We had some here, a little bit of test. That wasn't anything crazy right here. I don't usually average into those positions like that. It was like one share or something along those lines, but something soft. So again, we get stopped out here. So I mean, I think this thing's weak. We're pulling into that kind of just around 100,000 now on Bitcoin. I do think we go a little bit sub 100,000 and maybe go and test those levels again. So we'll keep an eye on this one. Let's see if we can start to curl over a little bit, and then maybe you can get involved in that. But as of right now, there's no need to, because we are in Tesla and Tesla is working out. So as you see, guys, we initially entered. I had a thesis, okay, let's see if we can hold the VWAP levels. Sure enough, it did. The inability to make any more lows. So we entered there, and then once it failed to break and hold a new low here, we then added to the position there. So really good look there. So we'll continue to monitor those and see what AMC is up to, guys. Let's see. Oh, took profit on Apple calls. Congratulations, Paul. There you go, bang. I know you got some Walmart position as well too, so congratulations on those. You're in the right you have the right basket of stocks, it seems like, so continue that good work, my friend. But yeah, we're moving up here more on Tesla, Sharif, so I think we're going to take another little 10% off
Joseph.
here. Yeah, bang. No Phil. No Phil just yet.
You'll get it.
No Phil just yet. So let's see and wait. Now it's leaving us waiting. So let's see if we can get this Phil here. Nope, it's selling. Dang. That's all right. We'll take it off there and we'll just wait. Maybe we'll wait for 371.5, Sharif. But what are you cooking up there, my guy?
Joseph, it's not often we get to hit the dollar club on a small cap gapper because they don't usually move dollars at a time. But we got a dollar on SOUN long. Where are my long? 75s. Appreciate you, Katina, man. We just took it out there at 72s. I'll call that a dollar, man. We got the next beak wetter in the low 90s here on SOUN. It's up a light, guys, 34%, not a big deal. Good look today for SOUN. Still holding, guys, the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. It is not breaching it. It did, though, come down into that $0.50. Let's see if it curls back up. The other one that we're digging with here right now is Archer. Came awfully close to my print at 33s. For whatever reason, we've got a double top right now on at 32s, excuse me. And now we're coming back down into 27s. I'm still, of the opinion that this one continues to move up just based on the higher low situation that we're still putting in on Archer. Each successive trough higher than its predecessor, but there is a seller of note, or it appears to be that way, at 32. Now, I wasn't actively watching the level 2 when we were at 832, but I can just see from the double top that there was likely a seller in and around there. I'll be more attentive to it once it reascends, if it reascends into that level, so I can get a better look. Now, this is the one that I'm not sure about. And so I've moved my stop to break even here. NVTS. Hey, it was a predictable entry at the volume weighted average price, but we got a topping tail candle that's really, really ugly right now. And this is what I'm seeing. Now, I don't want to put too much stock into one topping tail candle that I see in a small cap gapper, but this one held VWAP, worked its way up, looking to break 80, topping tail, sellers pushed it down below the $0.75 again. So I've moved up my stop. From, I think I had it at 59s. I've now put it at break even. I believe I'm in at 69. So if it dips into that, I don't want any smoke. I've layered my orders above that 80 level. I'm going to layer them at 80, and then I'll put some near the high of the day, likely at 88, seeing that the high of the day is 89. So NVTS looking good. I'm keeping my eye on Uber, guys. Don't think I forgot about that. Now we've got a 2 red candle setup here after breaching the 10 exponential on the 5. So we did find support for, again, whatever reason at 67. You couldn't print any, you couldn't close anything lower than 67 on Google. All the closing prints north of 67. You work your way up into 67 4/5 or thereabout. Now we're dropping to the $0.50 with a 2 candle red setup on the 5. We didn't work into the 20. We didn't work into the volume weighted average price. We're in no man's land, in my opinion, in between that 10 and that 20. That's not good enough for me. I need it off a predictable area of resistance. We'll see what this one does. What you could do is you could short and you could give to prior bar high or the previous area crest as your stop. Okay, what do I mean by that? So right now, Google trading at 67.49. If you want to short here for a possible move back into 67, you could give risk to about 67.88. Why? Because these candles all top off at 85. Well, why would you do that? Because the idea here is that you're going to curl back down again. If you don't, right, and you start moving back up and it's just a dead cat or whatever, it's not a dead cat bounce up. Or if it's just a 3 candle drop and then you curl back up again, well, then you'll only be risking about 40 pennies or so in order to make, well, let's see what the low is there, 66.86. So I think that's about 1 to 2. Or 2 to 1, excuse me. So we'll keep tabs on that on Google right now. It's dropping though. It just broke the $0.50 again. So here comes again, possibly into 67. GOOGL 6.5%. In negatory land off that Waymo news. So keep tabs on that. Joseph, what do you got over there?
Yeah, for sure, brother. I think we're going to jump back into the lesson here real quick because there's some things that I want to touch on. So just a quick review of what we went on previously. All right, so we went over options and common stock. the benefits and the risks of using those. All right, guys, so let's continue to move forward. So this is some of the criteria that we want to keep an eye out for when we are playing these gap fills, all right? So we want a high level catalyst, all right? So this can happen earnings, you have macro data, Fed speaking, and you get these big gap ups and gaps downs, all right? So minimal gap up or gap down percentage. So you want to have a base percentage metric and a catalyst to go along with that in order to set up this trade. Whatever it be, it can be whatever you want. It's subjective, right? 2.5%, 5%, 10%, whatever, all right? So then also stick to a sound group of stocks, all right? So if you want to continue this system, find a system that it works with, understand the market cap. Is this a mega cap? Is this a mid cap? Is this a small cap? All right. And see how they react around gap fills. All right. So, and then a history of previous gap fills as well, too. So these are some of the basic criteria that you want to look out for when you are looking to implement this strategy. All right. So entry and price targets. Okay. So this is what you want to do. There's so many gap fills and it's hard to monitor them all. For me, I miss out on a lot of trades because I have alerts and they're going off and it's like, I don't have time to do this. But this is how you monitor and realize when they are about to enter the gap. So set alerts, enter at the breach of the gap. So you can set an alert for a price target just below, and then you can set orders at the breach of the gap as well too, guys. So profit targets. So this is also subjective. I like to play the gap fills to a soft gap fill. So that is the low or the high of the gap down or gap up day. All right, so keep that in mind. Using options, define your stop loss with a percentage metric. So if you buy an outright contract for say $4, so $400, right? If you want, what are you willing to lose? It may be 100%, it may be 50%, it may be 25%, all right? All define your risk by using candles, and we'll go over that when we go through the technicals. So common stock, calculate share size, and then define the risk as well too. So those are two different metrics that you want to implement, or depending on which strategy you're going to use that you want to use here. All right, guys, so keep that in mind. Those are just price targets and entry prices on how to get in. So we like to set alerts. So when you go through your technical analysis on the weekend, go through all your stocks, all your top list, and say, oh, okay, set alert for Google to notify me at X price or Amazon at set price. All right, so just keep that in mind there, guys. So now we're getting into the examples is what I want. So I just want you guys to realize, to look at what I'm looking for here. So we have a definitive gap down here on Apple. And sure enough, this is classified as a swing trade because it takes multiple days in order for this gap to fill. So strong stock, going back to the example and kind of the sentiment of the underlying asset. Strong stock that's gapping down with a big indecision candle. Okay, perfect. You enter at the breach of the gap. This gap filled in a couple of sessions. This is really great. So you can utilize this with multiple vehicles. Are you going to go stock? Are you going to go options? And with options, what strategy are you going to implement? All right, so there's multiple. You can go bull put spread. You can go bull debit spread as well too, so a bull call spread. And there's other things that you can implement as well too. So keep that in mind. What works best for you? Do you want to go outright shares where it may chew up a little more capital, but you're not subjected to time decay? Or do you want to leverage this system and go options and use bull put spreads or just outright calls, all right? So that's an example of Apple on that one there, guys. And then here's an example of a weak stock that isn't filling these topside gaps, all right? So AMD played this here, didn't get the fill, it just missed the fill. And then in the pre-market, it dumped, and then it just never looked back. It never re-entered that gap. So again, a stock with some weak sentiment is not likely to fill the topside gaps just yet, all right? So keep that in mind with that one there, guys. Amazon. This is one of my favorite, and this is one of my better executed trades here from the gap fill. I played this because we had a big catalyst here. The market gap down, I believe this was Black Monday, and then we have these indecision prints here with high volume. This gave me a lot of conviction. And what system did I play on this? I actually played bull put spreads. Could I have leveraged it significantly more? Absolutely, but I wanted to kind of experiment with a credit-based trade, and it worked out really good. Even though this underlying appreciated vastly, I didn't need to worry about the appreciation because I had time working in my favor with a bull put spread, okay? So that is a credit-based trade where I'm looking for time to decay the value of the contracts, all right? So keep that in mind, guys. We're gonna go over a couple more examples right after we get back from Madeira.
We have Boeing here quickly before we get to these small caps. BA, a bit of a bottoming tail candle, but just so you guys know, there was a bit of a story that just came in here, a bit of a volume spike to the downside. Boeing, in case you were not aware, did strike a plea deal here with regards to two of its crashes with regards to 737 just a while ago here. Now, according to court documents, that plea deal has been rejected by a Northern District Court here in Texas. So Boeing's plea deal, which would allow them to avoid court and a trial for that case, has now actually been rejected. Basically, the plea deal, or I guess the issue here, was that Boeing had failed to meet a requirement to implement an effective compliance program. So I guess that in that way, it was a bit of a fraud conviction. Either way, that plea deal has now been rejected. So keep an eye on BA. We're going to take a look here at the IWM before we get into some of these small caps. I'm going to shout out Sharif here. Congrats on your trades there on SoundHound and others. And a lot of these names are actually going to be names Sharif traded. So just fair warning there. Give you guys some of the details there. We do have IWM down about 2/3%. What a rejection here just above 240. We have a shelf here. We hold and we cannot break above that 240 level. We push to the downside currently here around that 239.40 area for IWM. We are above lows of day, which are right now on that 238.60 level for the Russell. Let's talk here about SoundHound, of course, with Sharif being involved in that name. I know, congrats to anybody involved in that name here. This is a 32% almost to the upside here. Short float of 27.6%. There is a catalyst for this today beyond its kind of perennial catalyst, which is that it has NVIDIA involvement there. We do have SoundHound announcing that its voice AI is being integrated into 130 Torchy's Tacos locations. So good link here for SOUN. Then we have Archer Aviation, ACHR. As Sharif pointed out there, this name's been pretty strong since the election. It also has a 34.8% short float, so that is very notable. But apparently, according to data I'm reading here in Benzinga, it actually made a golden cross as of yesterday. So ACHR looking apparently bullish on the longer term. We also have SCRV, which is just popping up here. This is Serve Robotics. It's worth noting, Serve is another NVIDIA-related name that's had an investment from them in the past. 13.7% short float here. They just got a breakout today's highs. One more small cap for those of you who are looking. It's SATL. I'm not finding a catalyst on Satellogic, but they do have a float here of 23.7 million shares. Market cap here of just under $300 million, guys. Back to the small caps being traded over there with Sharif and Joe.
Good
Shout out to Adara. That Serve one looks fantastic, guys. That's going on my side chart right now. It broke into the day's highs, 995. Sorry, Fabian, I'll bring it on in 1 second. Here it is. Just before we get back to the lesson, Joseph, this is breaking out. This is big, guys. Nice pullback right into the 10. You don't get any closing prints south of the 10. Then this is your favorite part right here, Joseph. Look at that volume spike.
Baby.
Boom! Taking out 10, 10, 20. This is going, guys. Be careful with this one. It just moved up 40 pennies since Adara was mentioning it was at 980. Now it's at 1020. So big boy move here on SERV. Apparently linked with NVIDIA. I didn't know that. Thank you, Adara, for bringing that to us. Sorry to interrupt you, Joseph. I just wanted to mention that to everybody.
We need those updates, guys. We're going to stay in tune with the market, so we may get interrupted at times. But we need that, right? So, guys, okay, officially Unburden asked me, I don't really understand some metrics about bull put spreads. Perfect. We'll touch on this. So if A happens, if I'm in a bull put spread and the price is appreciating, perfect, leave it, let it expire, worthless. If it starts to come against you and you have your stop loss in place, B is that you get stopped out. So when you have a net credit, so say you collect $20 per contract, you want to set a stop loss to 100% of that premium received. So a $20 net credit, you set your stop loss at -4 or -0.4, sorry. So that will be an additional $20 debit. So if you lose on that trade, you have to return that $20 that was given to you as credit and then an additional $20 there, okay? So that is a bull put spread and just minor metrics. We'll go over some other things another time. So Walmart, an example of a stock just not going to fill a downside gap. It hasn't looked back since the split. So, guys, this is something that you don't want to look to play a downside gap on, all right? So, CrowdStrike, beautiful. Played this one as well, too, guys, with just straight outright equities. You hold this for a couple of days. Unfortunately, it breaches the gap, and then it pulls back through. Have your defined stop loss, and then it gives you the ability to add again. But as you notice, one metric that is key is that the time that it takes to fill this gap. This is about just almost a month of holding this position. It may get a little hefty and long, but if you want to get out and then get back in, you can do that because when it enters the gap again, it sits right on top of this gap and then fills it in a matter of days. I had to get out of a GE trade because it took too long, but there will always be another opportunity to get back in once the gap is breached. All right, guys? So that is CrowdStrike. Again, another example of somewhat of a weak stock sentiment is weak, kind of in Nike in this retail, so it's not going to fill, but also look at the size of the gap. The bigger the gap, the longer it is going to take to fill. You enter at the breach of it to the top side, and then you have your exit parameters from either the low or the high of that. Or you can leave some for a runner as well too, like in this example for CrowdStrike. If I left some for a runner, that would be absolutely fantastic, but that wasn't the case. I did the trade, I played the system perfectly, and we were in at the breach and then out at the break of the low. All right, guys? So that's those two, and then Microsoft as well too. You can see the duration. So from a swing trading standpoint and an option standpoint, you need to give yourself enough time on that contract in order for the system to work. You need to give yourself a lot of time because that extrinsic value will get chewed up if it doesn't start to work immediately, guys. All right, so keep that in mind. And then INTC, another example of a weak stock. Bigger gap takes a long time to fill. All right, so now putting everything together, this is what you want to do from a step-by-step standpoint. Identify the stock you would like to execute the gap fill strategy on. Set your alerts when the stock breaches the gap. All right, select which system fits the trade best. So it can be bull put spread, bull call spread, or even just common stock. All right, so then set your stop losses. As always, you always need to stop, and then post profit targets, and then just monitor the positions, guys. So hopefully, as Sharif would say, everybody prints up multiple storms on filling the gaps, guys. But we are going to send it off to Adara.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring up here NVDA. It's worth noting this story was reported earlier today. It was actually featured in the watch list this morning, but it's just hitting the newswire now. I guess NVIDIA's released it, announced it via a press release, but NVIDIA investing in Vietnam here. They signed a cooperation agreement with Vietnam with regards to helping them strengthen their AI involvement, and NVIDIA also announced it's going to be acquiring VinBrain from Vin Group. So VinBrain is a health AI-related company. Just be aware here, NVIDIA. Again, this was reported earlier, but now NVIDIA officially announcing it, releasing it via a press release that Jensen Huang's company there is going to be investing in Vietnam with regards to the AI space. Back to you guys.
Darren and I were talking about this at the Big Desk today, and it was like, well, what's he doing out there, right? I mean, like, why does everyone seem to be around Vietnam these days? And I mean, to me, it seems it's VinFast. The Katina man says, hey, VinFast killed it yesterday. No, seriously, though, we've been talking about this friend shoring off. Well, it's not near shoring because it's still in Asia. But the whole point is to kind of divest all your marbles away from China, right? You don't know where this leads. You know, your friends today, your frenemies tomorrow, your all-out enemies the next day.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
And so
it's a toxic relationship.
A little bit, right? A little bit. Yeah. And so I think, you know, a lot of these companies, including Apple, I mean, we heard India as well. Apple wants to open up in India. They're going to spend $1 billion, guys, in Indonesia, apparently, Apple. So, you know, obviously we know them for making their iPhones in China and many other things in China. Designed in California, built in China, assembled in China kind of thing, right? They always write that on the back of their products. So yeah, I think we're gonna see a lot more of that. How you make money off that? Yeah, your guess is as good as mine. I'm not sure exactly how to weasel money from that, but knowing is good. So that's
we got another poll out here, Sharif.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we got another poll other than the ones that we're going through. So guys, let's see if we can get that up to 500, guys. If you're just observing, put break even. Let's see what the overall sentiment of the session is today, guys. I know it's a little bit of a tougher one, and that's totally fine, but let's see where everybody stands. I'm really intrigued about that one there, my guy.
I absolutely agree, Joseph. So I'm keeping my eye here on SERV, guys, since Adara brought that to us. It's been whiffling. It's been waffling with that 990. It did breach 10. I was initially looking for it to hold the whole dollar level right at 10. It didn't do that. But it didn't keep dropping either. So I said to myself, well, what's the next level, brother? And then I saw that $0.75 as an area crest. Have a look. You had, this is the 1 minute, but you had 4 rejections off that, four 1 minute candle rejections off 975. You dipped back into 950. You held that. Then you got the big boy move. So if this wants to break and take 10 again, I'm all ears and everything else, man. I'll get in on this one. But 990 was not an area that I earmarked for support. And, you know, I don't have to be able to know where all the support levels are. I just react to them. So that's what I'm looking at right now. And there's some guy in the chat, the Piper, was complaining that we brought served to you ex post facto after the fact, it doesn't mean that the trade is over, brother. It just means that, we can take it off a key level of support. I did that with Sound. I did that with Archer. I did that with NVTS. None of them were breakout trades. They were all trades into a key area of support. So I think it's absolutely fair for us to mention SERV, even though, it's after the move, because it doesn't mean that the move is over. So I'm going to keep my eye on this one, no doubt about it, looking for this one to break and take the level. Let's talk about the trades that we currently have on at the moment, though. NVTS, I wet my beak at 77s. Ultimately, though, I'm not taking anything more out unless I hit my 84 target. I'd rather get stopped out than take out any more before that level. SOUN did dip into the 20 exponential moving average on the 5. I did not add because I didn't have a plan to add at the 20. It would have been on a whim, and I didn't want to do that. So SOUN now pulling back a little bit deeper, more deeply than it's pulled back essentially all day, coming into the 20 exponential moving average on the 5 for the first time, believe it or not, on the day. And it looks like as if it might reject that 40, 50 penny level. I've moved up my stop to anything below 13. I'm long 75s. I'm going to not give back any more than $0.25 on, or I'll get out $0.25 ahead of where I entered. So SOUN pulling back a scotch. NVTS, baby, go! Let's see if this one wants to take out 84s. Appreciate you, Joseph. Let's see if this one can break above that key area of resistance it had earlier. It was 83s, 84s. Go NVTS. We're long 67s on this bad boy off that volume-weighted average price. And then it looks like SERV is curling here above that $10 area. Here we go. It's still zigging. It's still zagging. I'm going to put a dip trade at 93s. And I'm not really going to give it much room at all. If it even triggers that, I'm going to give it to like mid-80s. So I'm going to really look for it to go on this one. Last but certainly not least, the other trade that we have on ACHR, Archer Aviation, it is topping at 8 1/3. Now we're weaseling down, possibly into 8 1/4. I see support, between 8.10 and 8.15. Where am I long? I'm long 01s. So let me tell you something. Nothing below 10 is going to print on my screen. I will have a stop below that 10 penny area. I'm talking about $8.10 to protect the profits. That's my look on these bad boys right now. Let's weasel on over back to SERV. No prints so far. It's retaken 10. I'm looking at the 10 exponential. And yeah, I think I'm just going to let this one cook, see if I can get the print in the lower 90s. If I can, I'm going to throw it a stop in the low 80s. That's exactly what I'm going to do now. 982. Let's go ahead and do that. And then we're going to get out everything at 980 if it does dip into that. Oh, there we got the fill. Okay, so now we're filled now on SERV. So let's set up some possible beak wetters. Where are we filled, Joseph? There, SERV. I'll have to look on my blada. Let's see where we got 93s. Okay, I'm going to put it out 05, so we'll see what we get. And we will not get upset. Shout out to Neil.
Yeah, shout out to Neil. Jacoby Waters, shout out to you. He said he's so green that we may as well call him the Green Lantern, pretty much. All right, that's all right. We like that one, guys. Yeah, pure money. I'm looking to get into something else. I don't know what's going on with Amazon here. This thing is just continuing to make all-time highs. I can't even get into this thing because it'll become a chase at that point. So I don't want to chase this thing all the way up here. We're only up about 1.5% on the session, so just keep that in mind. But again, really strong. We have a lot of these Mag 7s making new all-time highs. And I said that in order for this market to continue to move higher, you need these big boys to participate and make highs as well too. And that is the case. That is what is happening right now. Market breadth this, market breadth that. You need these guys. Doesn't matter if the market is expanding. You need these guys to participate, in my opinion, all right? So it's good to see that Amazon and them are creating some new highs. So just keep that in mind. I stopped monitoring AMC. It's just not in my wheelhouse. So SSPC, ZSPC. Sorry about that. Yeah, let's take a look, Jazzpreet. ZSPC. Z-Space. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, Shreve, you might like this here. Let me pull up a little thing and see what Z-Space is all about. ZSPC. Boom, boom. Give me a second. Okay, so Space is a provider of augmented reality. Oh, okay, I like that. And virtual reality, educational technology solutions. It is focused on both the United States K-12 schools, career and technical education markets. Its proprietary hardware and software platform provides the ability to deliver an interactive stereo, whatever that word is. Okay, yeah, I mean, this thing is moving higher, guys. Looking really nice. I guess it just IPO'd not too long ago because there's not much data. So yeah, this thing is moving up over about 100% since its IPO on the 5th of December. So this thing's looking pretty cool. Maybe we'll dig a little bit more into that. But as of right now, yeah, this thing is absolutely roaring. So good luck there, Jaspreet. We like that one. So I like a little virtual reality. I've never done anything. Have you ever used the goggles?
No, bro. No, man. Like, I feel like I'm really missing out on the whole experience.
There's one right across the street.
Saw it?
You see that one? It actually looks pretty cool.
On Wellesley, right? Yeah, it looks really good. It's been there for a hot minute.
Yeah, it looks pretty cool.
Have you ever been there? That virtual reality place spot on Wellesley? He's been there. The Katina man's been, but not that specific one we're talking about. Yeah, dude, I definitely. Oh no, I lied. I tried it one time, but it was super low tech.
Was it?
Yeah.
I want to go in the ones where like that has the treadmill for you, and you can actually like run around and you see. Have you seen those ones? Yeah, so it's like a treadmill.
So you can actually
Yeah. So like you're actually like running. Yeah. You're actually running and people are freaking out on them and stuff. It like harnesses. Yeah.
The Chilean Nightmare wants full immersion, baby. He doesn't want none of this light stuff, bro. He's not about that life.
No.
He said they're clunky. They're clunky. They're not up to the Chilean Nightmare standards, Joseph.
Yeah.
Shout out to Fabian. Matrix.
Matrix. Okay, guys. So
absolutely. Okay.
Davis Ramkinson. Loving the options education energy. In a tight spot with some DJTM covered calls on PLTR. I wanted to keep my shares. Any advice, Roll? We're going to send it off to Shreve.
Okay, guys. Imagine trading with someone else's capital instead of your own. That's what it means to be a funded trader at Trade the Pool. And this is how it works. First, you complete the evaluation program by meeting those profit targets. Once you succeed, you trade the Pool's capital, which allows you to trade with up to $260,000 in buying power. The best part is you keep up to 80% of your profits while the firm, it takes all the risk. It's literally the ultimate way to trade, whether you're a beginner or a professional trader. So get on over now to tradethepool.com. I checked it out. Looks awfully promising. And if you don't want to go to the website, you can scan that QR code there on the bottom right of your screen, or go to the link in the description of this video and check it out. Shout out to the great folks there at Trade the Dang Pool. All right, here we go, guys. I got stopped out for the last remaining amount on the break of 13 here on SOUN. So we didn't give it any more than 25 pennies, as I said. But if this holds 13, and then starts to curl back up and makes higher highs, I'm going to get back into this because it's already kind of bottoming tail right now at 13. So yeah, that's the situation right now. We find ourselves in on SOUN. We just took out some there on NVTS, baby. We got the highs, and now I've set up my my last actual beak wetter on this one right at that mid-90s area. So we'll keep an eye here on NVTS. How's that other position doing on serve? Okay, so we got one print. So far, we're long 93s. We took it out at 7s. Now I'm layering my orders 14 and then 25. SER Dang V. It's looking really good right now. Shout out to Adair for bringing us midday. Look, it had a big boy volume spike at 12:30 about 20 minutes ago. It did the majority of its volume earlier, but it did have a resurgence, I would say, of volume during that 12:30 period. And you got to love that, right? Because a lot of these small cap gappers, they have their best trade either in the pre-market or in the open, right? And so when we get volume, like opening range volume on these small cap gappers midday, it really does assist in the trade because then we get movement. We'll talk more about that when we get back from the big desk with the human algo.
I think it's worth noting here, we have Snapchat and Meta on watch. Not much of a move here in either of these, though. Meta actually kind of trying to push to low of days here. Basically, Axios reporting here that Project Liberty, which is a group run here by Frank McCourt, who has been involved in the investment space, used to own the LA Dodgers. Basically, this group is looking to advance its bid for TikTok. And this is not just a report. Frank McCourt actually spoke to Axios himself basically what's happening here is the U.S. court has until January 19th to decide if TikTok should be banned if it doesn't find a U.S. buyer. Basically, Frank McCourt's group looking to buy TikTok here, and they have the support of Guggenheim Securities. They also have the support of the inventor of the World Wide Web and some science and AI researchers. This is a pretty big deal. Of course, buying out TikTok would maybe not be a great look for here for META or SNAP, which have generally the stock's been moving on every piece of news suggesting the TikTok ban will go through. So I guess keep an eye out here for January 19th, which is when this TikTok decision will officially be made, guys.
Lessa, Dara, you say TikTok, I listen right away. So, yeah, you know how it is, Joseph.
Sharif, Tesla's
ripping,
yeah,
says the
this,
Katina
yeah.
man.
Check the average.
Yeah.
Check the average there, Katina man.
Woo!
What is it? What is it?
No, show us,
come on,
bro.
you gotta put it out
bring
there,
it in,
man.
Katina, man. Like, what
rain
is
on the
going
parade,
on?
baby. It's all good. It's all love, baby. It's
Perfect
all love.
segue.
What do you
Perfect
say?
segue, Joseph. We're gonna tell them about the other.
All right,
Hey, let's weasel on over to YouTube over here. Show you guys that we have an entirely different channel. There it is, right there, waiting for me to click it. We got to pay a bill though, quickly, Joseph. There, an ad has to come through, so we're gonna let it go. No biggie. This is More Trader TV, guys. It is a simultaneous broadcast that we have on a different channel. It's on More Trader TV, so not Trader TV Live. And what you see here is the Neil's position on the left, 369.19. You got the Katina man, 368.48. You wanted to know where he got in, Joseph? Now you found out. He's in Google. He's in AMD. There's a plethora of buy and sell orders on the left and the right there, as you can see where Neil was getting in and out of his positions and Sean getting in and out of his positions on the top. You see the big boy ticker. Those are close. They're not right though. The Katina man says. The positions are right. The last trades, where it says right here, these ones are wanting a little bit. Then you see the big mover percentage over here. You got the tan. Looks like the what's it called? The solar ETF getting clopped today. You got XLV and gold down on the day, and then you got the top stocks, right? And Adara prepares all the the headlines and stuff that go into this, and the economic calendar there, Joseph. You were looking at this. Fed was barking at 12:15, right?
Yeah.
And so you're going to be able to see everything right there, the top stocks, the upgrades, the downgrades, everything on this channel. We definitely do our best to keep it updated.
Not
Joseph.
just all bark. There was some bite there because he got the market moving. But I want to touch on something quick.
Sir.
Sharif, Dave Ramkinson, loving the options education. I said that before. I'm in a tight spot with some deep in the money covered calls on PLTR expiring on the 13th of this month. 62 calls. I wanted to keep my shares. Any advice? Roll, eat the loss, and buy back. Yeah, that's exactly what I think you have to do there. I mean, you shouldn't get a sign on those, especially if you want to keep those shares. But that loss on the covered calls it's going to chew into kind of what you have unrealized. But that's fine. Just don't sell covered calls against this position, especially when the stock is ripping like it is, all right? And then next time when you're going to sell some covered calls, use the delta metric to help you choose your strike price, all right? So you can use delta and it'll give you a percentage metric of how likely that contract is going to expire out of the money, all right? So just keep that in mind. Use that delta. I like to use 0.1 deltas. Otherwise, a 90% chance that contract is going to expire worthless, all right? So just keep that in mind. Dave, use that delta. It will help you with picking those strike prices on those covered calls, my guy.
All right, Joseph, we're waiting here on Archer. Archer just printed a new high a day, 837. I'm waiting at 39s. I've got a couple more outs on this bad boy. Where are we long again? We're long 01. So I would like ideally to be able to wet my beak at the $0.50. We'll see if this one wants to break and take the third of a dollar on a decisive basis. Right now, encountering some selling here at 37s. Again, waiting at 39s. I'm also keeping my eye on NVTS. Because it's working its way into that high of the day, 389. It's printing 88s now. I don't want to take anything out. I've only got one more out left, so I have to wait for my mid-90 prints. Otherwise, I'll get stopped out. I just don't want to take it out here. So we'll keep tabs on that. This one is concerning me a little bit, SERV. So we got in on the bottom wick there, and it's putting in higher lows. However, I've been watching the book on this one. There is a seller of note in the 1009, 1010 area. It is an iceberg, meaning it's a hidden seller. He's not, or they're not showing their full position because there is very little size waiting at 1009, 1010, yet we're not able to ascend through that price level. So I am a little concerned. I do like the pattern on the 5-minute chart. It's very bull flaggish, as I mentioned. It's got higher lows. That's keeping me motivated, keeping me interested, but I am concerned about the hidden seller in the high 10 single digits. We'll see if that gets taken out. Here we go, 1007s now. I've layered my orders on this one. I've only taken one out. I've got several. 1015 and then 1025. We'll look to have those resting orders trigger if we are able to ascend there, but we're still encountering big boy resistance in the high 10 single digits. Look at the amount of buy orders coming in here without ascending. And all this is orange. Orange on my time in sales, meaning people are punching in or sending orders above the ask. Well, why is that important? Well, it's showing you buyer exuberance, right? You're willing to pay higher than the minimum price. And bang, here it comes. 11s just got taken out, Joseph. But look how the bid is not moving above 10s. Again, we're right at that same level. We're unable to ascend above that 10, 11 level. And there's just not enough size on the book to convince me that there's no hidden order there. And boom, we take him out, Joseph. Let's see if we can continue to move up here. 10 and a quarter is where I'm waiting next. Let's see if the orders continue to ascend above this level. Looking awfully bull flaggish here on SERV. Some more size though at that 20 penny level. Let's see if we can take him out, sir. What's your look over here?
Yeah, someone said, squeaky, gosh, I love a buyer exuberance.
Hey, I know I say that a lot. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
We love it, man. We love it. We love it. Guys, yeah, we're still here in Tesla. Absolutely beautiful trade so far. Tina Man has about $1 on me, but that's all right. We're still, yeah. It's all right. He's in it earlier. So, I mean, we were in at VWAP, so we both like it. Added up, we're really clubbing today. So, guys, keep that in mind. Let me know what you guys are looking at in the chat. It's a $3 club, man. We're partying. It's a good time. Yeah, so guys, Bitcoin's starting to pull in a little bit here. Just sitting in around 101,000 there and a bit. And then PLTR still continuing to move, sitting around 72.47. Google is continuing to sell. What is going on with you? Just can't seem to get its act together at the moment. The antitrust is really hindering this thing. But again, let's see. I think we do continue to the top side there on this one. We had a lot of volume on this one, so we could potentially turn around, which we have for the most part. So let's see if we can go and test these highs here. Probably some key resistance levels around 182.17. So let's go see in the coming weeks as Amazon, Meta, and a lot of the other Apple making all-time highs. I think it's only a matter of time until Google and Microsoft also start to participate. Maybe they're just offsetting each other, waiting for one to do the other, and then gonna join the party. Yeah, see, bang, look at this on Microsoft. I had a feeling this thing was gonna break out. We're now at some key resistance levels here. We now breached those, so this thing is absolutely roaring, helping the market just drive higher. So these are things that you want to keep an eye out on. I mentioned this in one of our first week ahead trades is Microsoft, and I think this thing is gonna continue to the top side, really strong. We like Microsoft and Azure there, guys. So continue, SQ, yeah, sure, let's take a look at SQ there. And see what's going on with Block. Sorry, guys, just pulling it up here real quick, and bang. Yeah, putting in a little bit of a red day. Nothing crazy, nothing to worry about at all. Hovering below VWAP, which is totally fine. Let's see if it can recover and then start to trade above VWAP. But a nice V-bottom recovery. But that opening drive is really weak with lots of volume. So just be prepared. If it does decide that it wants to reject VWAP and continue to the downside, you'll slowly see that start to curl over, all right? So just keep that in mind. Good luck there on SQ, especially if you were short, guys. But Microsoft, man, and is Amazon still going higher? Let's take a look at Amazon as well, too. Yeah, it's starting to pull back a little bit here. I wanted to get involved with this. I said this over and over again. I wanted to get involved in this stock, but I just can't. I couldn't chase it up there. And it's starting to pull back now, up about 1.5% on the session. So let's see if we get a pullback. I don't think we're going to go as deep as VWAP here. So 220, a nice hold at 220, then maybe you can look to participate on that front there, guys. So continue to, any questions about the lesson? Sorry, I never asked you guys. If you guys have any questions about the lesson via options or just using stock, please put them in the chat and I'll do my best to find them and answer them. because I like that one. That was a good one on gap fills. And then tomorrow we're going to do iron condors. So we're going to take a step back. Sharif, we're going to do some iron condors, more of a market neutral strategy. Not something that you would want to be doing on stocks like Apple and Meta and Amazon that are making all-time highs, but there's other stocks that you can find that are kind of just consolidating in a range, and then that can help you take advantage of those setups as well too in market neutral strategies. My guy, what are you cooking up there?
I'd love to see it. Ram, I sent you that poll a hot minute ago, but we're still we gotta throw that up, Ram. The poll. Yeah, no worries.
Oh yeah, can you send me the results of the? Oh, there we go. Here we go, guys. Look at the results here on this poll. So it
Everybody's
does. Yeah, it
green,
does.
eh?
Yeah, everybody's
Okay.
green. Everybody's buzzing here. So they're having a good time. Friday Junior, 58% green. Guys, don't spend it all at the club tomorrow night. Right?
More like this club over here. There you
club.
go. That's the only club I've ever been to in the last. I haven't been to a club in 10 years.
Really?
Yeah, I was thinking about it yesterday because you asked me.
Yeah.
It's been 10 years.
Yeah. Yeah. So you ready to go in the summer?
Well, hold on. Do you count bars as club?
No,
right?
No.
They're
I'm
not.
talking like bottle service.
No. I haven't been. I went to Paris, Texas in the summer.
Oh my.
Yo, I love country music.
Yeah,
like
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
all
You're a
about
big
country music,
guy?
and yeah, it was nice. It was nice.
Yeah?
It was like it was a nice bar. Nice bar. I wouldn't consider that a club though. Would you consider that?
I've never been there.
No?
I've
Yeah.
never been there. No. We're going to a place called Greta. Have you heard of Greta? So it's like kind of like club/arcade.
Okay.
Yeah. For one of my
I
hockey.
love that.
Yeah,
bro.
yeah. It's
There's
pretty
a
cool, so.
game. It's like a bar/board game thing, or I don't know
think
if
I
you
know
call
what
it a
you're talking
bar.
about.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
yeah, I
like
think
near
I know
my
what
place.
yeah.
It seems a lot of fun. All right, guys, new poll, but we'll talk about the new poll when we get back from Madeira at the big desk.
What we're going to do here is take a look at our crypto segment. Of course, Bitcoin at its new all-time highs is worth discussing, but I also want to talk about Dogecoin, which has actually been in quite the bull flag, starting to probably no one's surprise here on Wednesday, November 6th, when the election was officially declared in favor of President-elect Donald Trump. Now, nothing crazy here today in terms of volume. It's the strongest volume we've had since early last week. But Dogecoin, I wanted to take a look at today because we do have, in addition to overall strength in Bitcoin, we had the fact that Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, who are running the new Department of Government Efficiency, also known as Doge, they actually visited Capitol Hill to talk about some of the changes and basically try to get support from Congress. Apparently, some of the things they're looking to change include ending remote work. They also apparently want to make some changes to daylight savings. And we know Vivek Ramaswamy as well specifically said that he wants to cut back on Rivian's loans. So interesting look here for DOGE. Then XRP I want to talk about here as well. This one is initially a little bit lower here on the days. You can see this bottoming tail candle. Slightly positive on the day, but not getting the same effect that BTC and some of these other crypto names like Ethereum had on that news here that we are going to have a new SEC chair, Paul Atkins. And that's likely because the day that we actually had the basically ouster or Gary Gensler admitting that he was going to leave, that kind of gave Ripple more of its bump here. So XRP, DOGE on watch, as well as BTC. And whenever that poll hits in the chat, make sure that you vote and you select what ticker that you want to see in the rundown out of those four, because the top five between both polls are going to be covered by Sharif and Sean and Neil on our rundown. Back to the Bash.
Thank you, Humanalgo, for that. Appreciate you there.
Sharif, we're going to touch on this question here.
It's
you
a great
we
question.
read it at the same time, and I'm like, yeah, it's actually a really good question.
Great question, Belinda.
So Belinda Paz, what happens when you are profiting off a contract and let it expire? Do you still receive the profit or lose it all? Well, that's a great question. So the thing is with options, they will always equal to kind of the assignment fee. So if you have a contract that is $5 in the money, then it'll equal out to that of $500. So if you were to have shares and then be $500 profitable on that, if that makes any sense. But the goal is you don't want to get assigned, right? You're not going to exercise those. So you want to close those just before expiry, all right? You will still profit on those, but you don't want to have those assigned to, even though you're not going to be assigned, you don't want your broker to exercise those for you, okay? So just keep that in mind. Close the contract if you're in the money before expiry, and then you'll still, it will equal out the gains compared to shares and the contract, all right? So keep that in mind. Just close that contract before it expires unless you bought it extremely extrinsically valuable, so only time value, but just close it before, and then it'll equal out. It always balances out, because otherwise that's how the system works, right? So just keep that in mind. Just close it before expiry, especially if you're deep in the money. That could be a couple minutes, that could be an hour, that can be a day, but just close it before it expires so you don't exercise that contract, all right? And officially, Burden asked me, if someone's saying to do it tough, the best way for me to learn. I think someone to do it. Yeah, absolutely, officially. We'll see what we can do about that for sure. Maybe we'll do it through some of the options lessons where we can go through kind of just a book, and we did that before, and just see how constructing the combination of contracts works. All right. And that's that one there.
Yeah, man, the guy's name officially Burton just makes me chuckle every single time. That name, bro, it's just it's jokes.
Yeah, officially.
And if you understand, if you know, you know.
If you know.
That's it. All right, here we go. All right. SERV, Joseph, it's been knocking on the door of that 10 1/4 for a hot minute. 10.22 HO dang T. I've been waiting at 23s, man. Shout out to Jordan, but this has got a 2-penny spread, so likely won't fill unless we get a decided move above that 23-penny area. I'm keeping my eye on this one because, well, it's kind of a midday mover, so I don't want the bottom to drop off. I got to tell you, though, there's very few reasons to feel that way. And there it is. Boom. We take out that $0.25 or 23 pennies right there. Now we're waiting at 33. So multiple outs still left here on SERV, up almost 18%, putting in consecutively higher highs and higher lows. Very bull flaggish-esque at the moment on the 5, if you'll allow me to kind of show you what I'm seeing over here. So you get the big move up on that big boy volume, and then look at each candle. Look, it's not parabolic, but what it's showing you is successively higher lows. So that means buyers are buying it up incrementally at higher and higher and higher levels. So that means it's got a good trend under its wings right there. So we're going to try to ride that trend, 1027 HOD. NVTS rejecting at 90s now, but it's not really curling back down. I am concerned that this does weasel back down. I'm long at, well, it's wrong. I'm long at 67s. I punched in accidentally at 83 and then got back out. That's why it's showing my entry at 83. But in fact, it's actually 67s. But I'm looking for a break and take of that 90 level. And then I've got more outs as well. I'd like to be able to take out an out, north of 4. Archer doesn't look like there's much left for me on this one. It's coming down into $8. I'm long 801, anything below 8. That's the end of the trade. We got the highs there at 35s. It did end up printing 37, so we technically don't have the high. But here's the deal with Archer. It's very strong. So, and it's been much higher than the volume weighted average price. In fact, it hasn't touched VWAP since 9:45 today, which is obviously, it's not a bad thing. But what I'm trying to say is if this works in to that 790 area, or that 7 mid-80s, currently where VWAP is, I will definitely be considering getting back into this or adding. I won't have anything at that level because I've been stopped out below 8. I'll get back in, though, at VWAP if it holds. ACHR, it's been awfully good today, and it's been a multiple good day for Archer. Okay, so we'll keep tabs on that. Now, we were involved in sound for a dollar winner, but here it is now, guys, breaking down below 13, and it's putting consecutively lower lows and lower highs. That's why I didn't want to buy it off 13. I wasn't convinced that that was the level. I didn't see enough price action support at 13 to, convince me that that was a good an area to add. So I stopped out for the remaining amount. Having been long at 1275. Now I'm looking, again, much like with the other one, I'm looking at VWAP on this one. NVTS hasn't touched VWAP, or Archer, hasn't touched VWAP since 9-50 I said. This one hasn't touched VWAP, I'm talking about sound, since 9:35. So another one where I'm very interested in weaseling back in if it does come into that 1250 here on SoundHound, which is where VWAP is on this one. It's up 28%. Let's put some respect on this one's name and look to trade it if it presents us opportunities. So those are my looks right now. I see a new small cap gapper, though, that has emerged onto the scene. It goes by the name ORIS, currently halted to the upside here. It's light on volume though, guys. It's 2.5 million shares. This one looks like it's a multiple halter. Yes. Okay. So this is halted a zillion times today. I'm not going to trade this. If it can't stay open, I can't manage risk. It's that simple. So ORIS moving nice, but certainly tougher to manage risk on that one, eh?
No, I was just saying Osiris, even though it's not. It's ORIS.
Yeah, so that's what I'm looking at right now. Joseph, not a whole lot right now, just trying to manage the trades that we've got on. Keeping my eye, though, obviously on the scanner. That's on my top screen over here. Oh, there's another interesting one here. SALT. Okay, so SALT. SATL, excuse me. No, SATL, so not SALT, SATL. This is an interesting one as well. Let me flip to the 5 and make my case.
Battle.
Yeah, so this has been putting in higher highs, higher lows, nice upward channel, kind of coming down now, possibly into VWAP. Again, these are a lot of VWAP retracements. Weaseled into 390. VWAP is at 343, it looks like. There was interesting price action support over here at 355 to 360. It's breaking down below that right now, or at least it looks like. So if it holds up here and it ends up closing a hammer candle at this level, I could be absolutely be persuaded to get in ahead of VWAP. So SATL, not a bad look. It's about 35% up on the day. It has a $323 million market cap with 4.75 million shares traded, a float of 55 million shares. And let's bring down SATL. It's got negligible short float, 0.3, so nothing really to write home about there. Going to keep my eye out on this one. It's going to go on the side chart now that it's kind of proved itself to be an interesting one here. I'm keeping my eye, though, sadly, on SERV. Okay, so we did get the print at the $0.25. Good. Now we didn't get the print at the third. It is coming down now into 10.10. So I'm going to move my stop from 975. I had it below this area over here on SERV. I had it below price action support at 975. I'm now going to move up my stop into 988 to account for this 990 new price action support that I'm gauging here. So SERV coming back off the highs and trying to weasel back into 10, but it's not going to go against me. I'm not going to allow it to. We're going to go 988, silly, 988. And then we're going to take everything out there if it weasels on down. So that's a look there. Mella, shout out to Mella. 199 super chat, thank you very much. BBW is quietly the greatest stock since COVID. Say less, Mella. We're going to have a look at it for her. Absolutely. Joseph, you know we're going to do that. MELA. What is this?
Bath and Body Works.
Oh, yeah. I'm typing her name, bro.
Yeah, I always do that all the time. Yeah,
losing it, obviously.
Oh, Build-A-Bear. It's actually Build-A-Bear. Yeah.
I used to buy my niece this. They had one at not Yorkdale, Vaughan Mills.
Yeah, they had one at Square One. I'm like,
they still have it?
I don't know if they do. I haven't been there in years. I haven't been to Square One in a long time.
Seriously, I haven't been to Square One in a hot minute either. What we're talking about is a mall, guys, near the Toronto area in a close city called Mississauga. It's a big boy city. Over 1 million people live there. Or no, not yet, right?
I think, definitely. Over? Yeah.
Adair is pumped about Mississauga.
Right, Adair, what ties do you have with Mississauga?
She went to school there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. She lived there for
like 4 years, and I went to school there as well.
Oh, okay.
And I worked at Square One for 4 years.
Hey.
She knows what's up.
Where, what major intersection were you close to?
I live, do you know? Okay, I'm not going to say the street name, but you will know what this is. Do you know in between the Shoppers Drug Mart and the McDonald's? Do you know what I'm talking about?
No, there's a lot of Shoppers and there's a lot of McDonald's.
Oh, sorry, no, there's a Superstore, there's a lot of those. And there's a McDonald's. Anyways, back to you guys. Now you know what I'm talking about. Now he knows what I'm talking about.
All right, there's a lot of
McDonald's
out there, yeah.
All right, guys, Jay Lee saying Build-A-Bear was back to $13 in the fall of 2022. Jay, I see it right here, baby. It was 13, it was $12.50, it was even lower, Jay, during that 21 season when everything was high. But we do got a weasel back on it, Dare. We got bills to pay, Joseph.
Yes, sir.
This part of the show is brought to you by Firefly Neuroscience. Firefly Neuroscience is revolutionizing brain health with cutting-edge brain networks analytics powered by the world's most comprehensive EEG database. This technology provides precise insights for treating cognitive disorders such as Alzheimer's and Parkinson's, as well as traumatic brain injuries like concussions. With FDA 510K clearance and CE mark approval, Firefly is paving the way for a future where brain health is clear, accessible, and personalized. Thank you to Firefly.
Shout out to Firefly, great company. Guys, SERV is coming down. It's breaking down, Fabian, below 10 bucks. I put my stop at 988. I'm not going to let this go against me all that much. 988 is my stop. It's coming down, breaching 10, but it did this before. It was doing the wick shimmy dance with 10 bucks, so I don't want, get too concerned too quickly here with SCRV. We're going to let it cook. But what I see on my side chart is NBT dang as taking out the top there into 4 bucks. Nice trade there off the low at 67s. NVTS really going, and this one had weak volume. But the only reason I got into this was the VWAP hold, and we didn't give it that much room. NVTS now up 24%. Knocking on the door, $4, guys. Be careful with this one, though. It is a little bit lighter on volume. I'm done with my trade on this. We took out everything at 95s. HOD now 98. Keep your eye on this one. Jameson, inverse, head and shoulders on Boeing. Say less, Jameson. You don't got to convince me to look at chart patterns, baby. Let's have a look. Jameson, what are you seeing it on, brother? Is it on the 5, the 10, the 15? Okay, I kind of see it here. Look, Jameson, inverse head and shoulders, the textbooks say, requires a downtrend to precede the formation of the pattern. Why? Because it's classified as a reversal pattern. So there's got to be a trend down to reverse. And I don't personally see a trend down here, Jameson. I see a whole lot of resistance for whatever reason at 160 bucks. At least it's been that way since November here for BA. We've weaseled a little bit above 160, maybe 160 and a third back on the 2nd. Yesterday, we breached 160, but we reject at 160.20. And with all due respect to Boeing, 160.02, so 3 consecutive lower highs, not necessarily lower lows right now. I don't see what you're seeing, Jameson, but I respect your opinion, brother. Let me have a look on a wider time frame. Possibly what you're seeing on the hourly. Let me know. Tag me there. All right. Morgan, $1.99 super chat. Shout out to Morgan. Appreciate you. Thank you for that super chat. App lovin'. Say, oh boy. Say less. We'll have a look at APP. App lovin'. Bro, this stock, what is this insanity? Joseph, in September, we were at $110. Joseph, we're touching 400 now. What's happening?
Nice 200.
What is happening here? Yeah, 240%, guys.
Wow.
This thing is a dang rocket ship. They provide application technology platforms. App Lovin', the company, operates through 2 segments, software, platform, and apps. Its software platform is primarily made up of 4 key solutions: App Discovery, Max, Adjust, and Whirl. Don't understand any of that. It goes on to display them. App Discovery is powered by Axon. Okay, so it's a great looking chart, man. There's just nothing bad to say about this. This is a beautiful look here. Let's go to the weekly so we can kind of understand, okay, it's not even close, guys. We are at all-time highs and it's not even close. Even the COVID pump on this one, taking it to 115, we've destroyed that. What is the short float on this thing? There probably is nobody left short. Everybody's been squeezed out, Joseph. I mean, this thing's a dang rocket ship. This thing's saying 8.13%. I'll believe that when I see it. I think that's probably dated data right there, probably 2 weeks old. APP. Have you guys seen the chart on App Lovin'? APP, Katina, man, it's up 250% since the middle of September. It's insane. So App Lovin', fantastic look there, no doubt about that. I don't have much to say from a fundamentals perspective because I don't know too much of their business, but from a longer term, and I'm talking about swing, 3 months, it's fantastic. Intraday, this is the 5-minute right now on App Lovin'. Look at that. There's buyer exuberance everywhere, baby. It dipped into VWAP for all of 1 second at 10:50 a.m. and then it rocketed right back up. So people are clearly buying this. I like the stock. What can I say? I've got no entry for you though on it because I just don't know enough about it and I haven't watched the technicals all that much. So I'm sorry I can't help other than to say it's a fantastic looking chart. T-Money. Uber dying next, stop 66, then 63. That's what I see. Shout out to T-Money. You want to have a look at Uber for T-Money?
Yeah, of course, man. Let's take a look at Uber. Uber everywhere. Uber everywhere. Okay, guys. Yeah. I mean, from a daily perspective, it's not too bad. So let's pull it up. Let's zoom out a little bit here, guys. Ooh. Let's see, guys. We're breaking some key support levels here, Sharif. As you can see, we have some definitive levels here. The possible head and shoulders. Now we've breached that with volume and momentum, so beware of this. I don't know really what's going on, but I mean, Waymo and Tesla may be irking this a little bit here. So yeah, should you buy way more of that? Good one there, Fabian. But yeah, guys, I mean, this is tough. With this type of momentum and this print, I'm going to suspect some more downside here, guys. So just keep that in mind, all right? So that momentum, you have those key support levels being broken with a extremely large candle there. So keep that in mind. I do think that there's going to be some more downside in the foreseeable future on Uber, guys. So just keep that in mind. And from a daily perspective, we'll go back to an intraday perspective. And yeah, it's just absolutely tanking. Putting in a really rough session here, guys. So let's see if I can get, I hate it when it does that. There we go. Bang. Yeah. Ooh. Yeah. 8.2% down on the session, bro. That's a tough loss. And I mentioned before, we're breaking key support levels. So keep that in mind. This is not something that you would necessarily want to be buying right now. I don't know if Josh Brown is selling or whatever is going on with that, but yeah, really, really tough look on Uber, guys. But there's one thing that I want to point out, Sharif, and we should have touched a little bit more on this, I think, is Microsoft. We've been talking about Amazon, but it's like, look at these two. Look at Microsoft on the from an intraday perspective.
Sir.
So strong, like absolutely one of the stronger Mag 7 stocks here. Something that you should get involved with if you can. But up here, we are slightly extended, so wait for that pullback and see if we can continue in the latter half of the session. We are pulling back a little bit now, and I think that is brought to you by I'm going to call this person the parade. Rains on the parade all the time now these days. I don't know what's going on with NVIDIA. I said this. I'm not trading the semis good. I wanted to trade it yesterday because I had a lot of conviction that it was going to break out, but it chewed me up a little bit in here. And then sure enough, went on the room and I said, okay, I'm done with that. I'm not going to try to milk a stone on this one. But sure enough, it was extremely prosperous there. But yeah, guys, we're pulling back through VWAP here on NVDA. All right. So, and that is driving the market absolutely south. XLF here, let me pull out XLF for you guys as well too. So the financial sector is also selling off. The market is really tanking. Tesla is coming back in. I'm probably going to get stopped out shortly on this one, and bang, there I go. Yeah, we got to close. We have little left there. So boom, we'll take that out there. So that's it. This market is heading south right now, guys. Bitcoin around 101,000 so far right now. Meta also putting in a little bit of a weak session as well too, guys. So that can justify what's going on with the overall market. But I do think that it is NVDA and Google raining on the parades today. Sharif, you see Google today?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
What is happening here, bro? There's
so,
weakness.
Yeah, extreme weakness.
Meta, Joseph, Meta's bleeding. You got
dude.
Microsoft breaking down below the 10 exponential for the first time literally on the day. So there's blood there. Apple's dropping. You got Amazon dropping into the 20 exponential. The Cybertruck is as well. Just broke below VWAP, and the monster NVIDIA just went negatory on the day, breaching below 145 mid-teens. The Fuge is now negative as well, breaching 21,500, but we're kind of near that implied balance low that we put in at 1050. The IB low is around 21,486. We're at that level right now on the NQ December contract. Joseph, your point absolutely is right about Google. It's been weak all day. It went red.
Okay, guess. Super chat. Don't look. Super chat. Ho, ho, ho. Who would put that in the chat right now?
Obviously, Big Spile. Of course, Big Spile.
He's there.
I love how he comes in when the market comes down. I just don't get it. But I don't think I'd like him if he wasn't a bear anymore, bro. I don't think I can take this guy go along. I'm going to have to, he's a perma-bear in my eyes now.
Perma-bear, dude.
Shout out to Big Spile, man. I love this guy's energy. Big Spile Burdette, baby. $1.99 super chat. We love him around here. There's no question about that. Shout out to the Spiled one. I got to show you some of the work this man does. I'm probably probably gonna have to send it to Ram, or I can log into my my Gram over here. He always sends me pictures of what he's building. The dude's a metal artisan extraordinaire, brother. He's doing railings, he's doing fencing, he's doing artwork.
Oh, wow, that's wicked.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. And then he's got a beautiful family as well. He's got an army of children over there. Look at this, bro. An army.
Oh, you're busy over there.
Yeah,
Hey,
man.
geez.
Love that, man. Shout out to Big Spile. We love him around here. All right, guys, here's the deal. I was yelling to this about Neil, and I hope I didn't interrupt Joseph too much about this one. ORIS. I see you, Jay. I see you. Thoughts on SQQ? Look, I like this area possibly as a long here on the future, Jay, because it's the implied balance low, but I'm not taking it myself. I just want you to I want to make that very clear. But I want to talk about ORIS. Nate was asking me in the chat. Nate brought this to my attention. I didn't have eyes on this. It's halted again at 1748, so essentially 1750. It's been a multiple halter. I talked about this one earlier. It's hard to manage risk on this, but it seems to be going in one dang direction right now. And I don't know why this is moving. I'm looking to see what the headline on this is. I got to keep going back. All the news entries are just basically alerting me to halt, resuming trade. I've got nothing on this. I've got nothing on ORIS, quite frankly. What is this? Oriental Rise Holdings. What does this company do? Investment holding company engaged in supplying of tea products. They spell supplying wrong, which makes me wonder how. Yeah. I don't know if I wanna punch into this company. The company operates two segments, primarily focused on teas segment, mainly provides white tea and black tea. All right, bro, whatever. It's halted at 1750. I don't think I'm gonna involve myself in this one, not just because they can't spell, but because it's just hard to manage risk on this. But whoever loves these type of stocks, I don't like them. Yeah, have at it, baby. It's obviously moving and moving up plenty. Big Spile, 1600 on the ES. Money. Where's the ES at anyway? Yeah, it breached 6100, my man. The ES, the NQ, the Dow, the Russell, they're all negative, Joseph. Even oil, negative. All four in negatory land. We've got marginally green yields. The 10 and the 2 are up marginally green. Gold is red. Silver is red. Even the US dollar against the CAD is having a bad day. And like, come on, the CAD, really.
CAD, yeah.
I know the CAD's just, I want to say bad things about our country,
We can't, man. We got
the CAD.
You know?
All right, guys, we here with some of the positions that we're in. Okay, so we did get stopped out of SERV, break even. This one did give back 9. We've got out of the majority of the position into that $0.25, but it does give back the entire move. And now we're out of Archer as well, or we should be. What's going on here? How come my stop didn't trigger? We'll get out for a few penny loss there, no worries. Right. Archer did break 8, so I'm now in no positions at all. Soundhound below 13. Archer broke down. NVTX, I got out of that high of the day. SERV, we got out on the break of 10. So nothing doing over here on my side. It's time to look for the next trade, as the OB, he is the one, Knob, trying to say. Or usually says. ZSPC, people are saying here in the chat. Let's look at that. ZSPC. Oh, it's halted. I saw that. I put that on the side chart. Okay, so another one that's halting to no end. So add ORIS and ZSPC to your list of halters. What does ZSpace do? Provider of augmented reality and virtual reality education technology solutions focused on both the United States K-12 schools and career technical education markets. Great look. Hard to manage risk for me on this, but it's a dang rocket ship, Joseph. It's
awfully liquid.
Pardon me?
It's not very liquid, is it?
No. It's up 302% though. So I'll keep tabs on that. We're going to throw it to Adair.
We're taking a look here at the US dollar, but quickly, there is Lunar, which is having a bit of a crash landing to the downside as of right now. Volume increase on intuitive machines to the downside, and it seems like it has to do with this news here that the NASA has pushed back its next Artemis US moon mission to April 2026. So this moon mission now is delayed. Lunar, LUNR here, intuitive land machines does work in that space. That would not be a great look for this this company here. Basically, we also had the agency chief of NASA saying that its third Artemis mission is now being pushed to mid-2027. So some delays here for moon missions announced by NASA, sending this LUNR to the downside. Now we'll take a look here at the DXY. We're going to look at a daily chart on this, as we usually do. As Sharif said, we are down in the day here for the DXY. We are slightly higher, though, than we were last time we checked. We're now around that 106 level. And like I said earlier today, a little bit of a bounce as of right now off that 105.8 level, at least in terms of where we have some of these wicks. Now, we did have a little bit of economic data today, namely higher than expected data here coming for initial jobless claims. Tomorrow, though, is going to be huge with non-farm payrolls. In case you do not recall, we had a much smaller than expected non-farm payrolls print for last month, which did have to do with the fact that we had the Boeing strike as well as hurricanes, meaning we had less people basically working and having these payrolls. So that's going to be on watch. Tomorrow, we're looking for 215,000 non-farm payrolls, looking for unemployment here as well. Let's pull up with unemployment of 4.1%. So that they're looking for it to be flat there on a month-over-month basis. Now, I also want to quickly talk here about some, thought here, analysis that we got from Fitch, which is a U.S. ratings agency. They're speaking here on the U.S. economy. So they said they're a little bit concerned about how tariffs are going to impact the economy because they think these tariffs are very likely to be inflationary. So with that in mind, they said they still see 125 basis points worth of cuts by the end of 2025, but they do not expect any cuts coming through in 2026. So bit of a forecast change here for Fitch ratings when it comes to its outlook for the U.S. economy, though it is worth noting as well, they said they only see 2 cuts in 2024. We've already had the 2, so we'll have to see if we get a third at that next meeting here, December 18th, when we hear from Fed Chair Jerome Powell and his FOMC. Guys, back to you.
Always, Dara, Pablo Powell. So I wanted to know, Sharif, why the market was tanking. So I went over and I took a look at the top performing sectors. And I mean, we still have consumer discretionary up just under 1% here, and then energy in second place, same metric, and then utilities in third place up about 0.5%, and then materials is at the bottom down about 1.3%, healthcare down 1%, and then industrials at down about 0.8%. But in the middle of the pack there is the tech sector down about 0.5% there. But I think it was, I mentioned this before, I think that selling was driven by NVDA and some of the semiconductor stocks there for sure, I think.
Yeah. Guys, I see the nice little discussion going on in the chat here about Artemis and the space launch system. And, being a space nerd, I can't help but get involved. So DJ Deckard Kane and James Dell talking about Artemis and SLS possibly being canceled and being outdated, obviously alluding to the fact that Starship is killing it right now. And you definitely have SpaceX, what seems to be really advancing past NASA's technology. I know that Donald Trump did announce the new administrator of NASA a few days ago, and then our friend Elon went to X to congratulate him. Obviously, I don't think there's any animosity there, but they obviously are competing. Look, we'll have to wait and see if the SLS actually takes off. I know that they're using some outdated rocket boosting technology. It's nothing like the Raptor. The Raptor seems to, have way more advanced technology in terms of compression and all that kind of stuff. So it's going to be interesting to see, man. And the reason this matters is because, SpaceX. We've been obviously talking about possible IPOs for SpaceX in the future. And even if we don't get IPOs, there seems to be a lot of different vehicles you can invest into SpaceX. Which is that ARK ETF, guys? ARK Venture. Thank you, Neil. That has a lot of SpaceX. There's also the likes of stocks like DXYZ. There's others, so you have to do your homework on that. But yeah, that kind of very much interests me. It does interest me, man. There's obvious opportunities. Yeah, JRO. DXYZ has been a rocket ship. Yeah, no pun intended there, but it has been. Yeah, I mean, it's been great. I like that one. Yeah, look, it looks really good. James Dell goes on to say, or at least Blue Origin is coming too. Yeah, you know what's funny about that, James? I was looking at some of the companies that people were interested in that were alt investment, private companies that are not offered, obviously, on public exchanges. The reason I was looking at those is SoFi announced today they were providing vehicles into alt investments for Americans, obviously not for us. And so they were talking about some of the companies that people are most interested in, things like OpenAI, SpaceX were being touted. Nobody said Blue Origin, though. That had me a little bit shocked because Jeff Bezos just said today that he thinks Blue Origin is going to be bigger than Amazon. And Amazon's a $2 trillion dang dollar company.
How many public ventures did he do into space so far? I think it's like a couple of them.
He's done a few, man. And there was that last one. Do you see the video that got taken down?
No.
Because there was one of the astronauts on there, and they were making weird noises, and people were trolling her hard on the chat. So Blue Origin took it down. I felt bad for her, bro. Let her enjoy her time. She's floating in space. You know what I mean? There it is. That's Virgin Galactic, right? That's space. Virgin Galactic Holdings, that one's a tough one right there. That's Richard Branson's company. It is. Neil just verified that. Richard Branson. I don't think they're doing nearly as well. Their space vehicle also looks more like an airplane than a rocket. So I don't know. I don't know about that whole thing. I'm kind of, if I had to put my money on anybody, it'd be Blue Origin and SpaceX. I don't know how you feel about that.
Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree on that one there, my brother. We took some Google here, Sharif, for a little bit of a pop. I was going to see if we can get back to VWAP here, but it wasn't the case. We took a little bit off, and then we got stopped out break even, which is totally fine. And then I'm going to have to punch out of this Microsoft as well, too. Here, guys, we are at the highs of day, roughly. So we had a fail break on that one. So let me pull up Microsoft real quick. I was going for the high day break again on that. We got a little piece off there, but again, it came back against us. I think we are a little bit toppy here on this one, so just keep that in mind. Because we don't want to hold on to these things if they might pull back really deep against us, because we have put in a solid session, up about 1.5% on the day, and Google was down. So I caught that on a nice rebound play, down only about 0.4% on the session. So a nice little pop there. The real trade is at the break of this candle right here. The break of this 5-minute candle, this is where you want to be in, guys. Especially it's a solid bottoming signal there. So yeah, I was a little late to the dance on that one. I didn't see it till later, but again, we got a nice little pop on that 5-minute candle, and that was it. So we'll see if we pull back, test these lows, and then maybe we can get another entry on that one. We only have about 23 minutes left on the session, guys. So if you have any questions about the lesson, put them in the chat. Let me know. I'll do my best to answer them. Uber, we've been over Uber multiple times. Some crypto names or ETFs. Is it a good time to buy some crypto names or ETF? I mean, you see what crypto is doing. You see what Bitcoin is doing. Do you want to buy up here? Again, that's totally up to you. It depends how much you're looking to allocate to those positions, and if you have the ability to average into it for a longer duration. But again, maybe just sit tight. I don't even know what to tell you, because this thing can continue to move higher and higher and higher. So maybe get a little bit of a beak wetter in some crypto ETFs like the Ether one or the Bitcoin, and take it from there. Don't allocate a full position. Start slowly, 10%, 20%, whatever you're comfortable with. But I don't think this is a spot where you just go full allocation into Bitcoin, because we are sitting around $101,000 on that there, guys. I think I might have to get back into Google here. I think we do bounce. So I'm going to take another entry on Google. So we'll keep an eye on that one. And Fabe, keep me updated on, is it Reed? Because I know it has been a couple minutes. But yeah, guys, we're back in here in Google. Let's see if we can hold and continue to the top side. Selling down 0.38% on the session. So that's nothing to worry about, especially we are trending in the right direction. Some key levels that we want to break here, so just keep that in mind. It's tough to allocate risk on these little... Yeah, exactly, Adam. ADL, our guy over there across the pond, is saying you don't want to get in all the way up here, and I couldn't agree more. Just have your cash sitting on the side, and then just be prepared to pounce when the time comes and the opportunity comes, or just slowly just allocate that position. Break up whatever you're looking to buy, whatever X amount, break that up into 4 or into 5 or something. So what's next for BTC? You know, that's funny. I was just reading an article. Let's see where it is here. It says something roughly $1 million by 2033. All right, so that's a couple halving cycles. Yeah, here it is right here. Benzinga, crypto news. Can I pull this out here? No, I cannot. So I'll just do this for you guys. So yeah, Bitcoin to emerge as premier store value asset, hit 1 million by 2033, says Bernstein. All right, so just keep that in mind there, guys. Excuse me. So yeah, I think that's totally reasonable. That might even be a little bit of a light guide. Even I'm not going to call it guidance or anything, but I think it can go higher than that. I mean, I heard sailors say 13 million, which is absolutely insane. But the thing, yeah, you said 13 million.
Yeah, I believe you, bro.
A coin, and like. Yeah, I don't know, a coin. But mind you, like, don't forget, you can break these things down to like the millionth, right? Like, so, and then when you break them down, they become like it's like Bitcoin and then Satoshis, right? So,
okay, Joseph, I got a question. So I've never bought the actual or any form of crypto as a coin. You know, I'm in IBIT, obviously. What per denominations can you buy these in? Like 0.00001? Like, how does it work? Like, yeah, million. Okay.
Yeah. If you really wanted to, you could buy, like, you would get obviously hit up by comms, but you can buy like you can put 10 cents into Bitcoin if you wanted to. Hit up by you can put $10, 10 cents, whatever you want. That's the thing, right? And that's why, like, you can break these things down to the millionth. So that's why they might be used as Satoshis, a future currency, or whatever it is, right? So because you can break them down so much, and then again, so when a Bitcoin is $1 million, okay, yeah, if you want to use these things like as an actual value to purchase something, yeah, you don't need to go full Bitcoin. You can break it down to Bitcoins, which is up to $1 millionth, and then down, very fractional, and then past the millionth, it's a Satoshi. So yeah, so exactly, so that's something that can be used. So it's legit, and I think eventually, because I mentioned this before, over 90% of them are already mined. Over 90%, probably 95%. So again, it's going to appreciate dwindling supply. We've lost a bunch apparently in supply. So again, this can just create more demand for something that we have an extreme limited supply.
So let's build on that, because Papa Powell, you know, much to my surprise yesterday when he was at the book whatever thing with Sorkin there, he actually commented about crypto, and he was asked, do you think crypto or Bitcoin will challenge the U.S. dollar? And he's like, no, I think it's more, a competitor to gold rather than to our currency. So my question is going to go as follows. If institutions, which we know they already are, they're piling into it, if they pile in more, that will have the effect of reducing its volatility. After its volatility, is more like a currency, do you think then we get a currency adoption for crypto where I'm going and Apple paying stuff with my crypto?
Absolutely. I definitely think we lead to that, because I'm pretty sure countries like Argentina have already done that because of the inflationary aspect of Argentina, right? The inflation in Argentina was crazy. So they adopted Bitcoin. I don't know if it's their fiat. It's not their fiat currency now, but it helps stable things, right? And that's what it's going to be used for, right? Because now it's deflationary, right? So again, there's only so many there's so much that we have that I don't know if we can adopt it as like fiat currencies, but we don't know from that aspect. But I think eventually it can lead to that, especially when you have those hyperinflated
that's a problem,
right?
That's a problem with a lot of countries. Turkey had it, Egypt still dealing with it right now. Argentina, very good point there.
Right? And then some African country. It's designed so people who don't have access to banks can do peer-to-peer, right? So it's
because the drawback has been, brother, it's too volatile. Right? It's 20,000 one day, it's 30,000 the next. How can I use it as a currency? Right?
Eventually, it'll be probably so valuable that the fluctuations won't even matter, and then once you break it down into Satoshis and Bitcoin, and then that fluctuation won't really hinder what's going on, I think.
Interesting. Let's have a look at the chat, Joseph. Big Spile says there's probably 200 more points, Fabian, to be had on the NQ short today. Shout out to Big Spile. I know he's shorting up big there on the ES. We're going to shout him out there. So I want to let you know, guys,
Sorry, it was El Salvador. El Salvador adopted Bitcoin, but I thought it was Argentina.
But I think Argentina, they were using it informally, but El Salvador actually is a currency.
Exactly, right? So he cleaned it up there. Right?
Is it El Salvador or Ecuador? El Salvador,
It's El Salvador. Ecuador cleaned it up because they had big game problems.
Yeah, so guys, look at this poll over here. Guys, we only have 779 votes. I mean, we need 1,000 at least to, weasel these on. We got a lot of votes for the first poll, and I can't thank you enough for that. We're going to need about 1,000 votes, though, here. Otherwise, I don't know if we're going to be able to do the afternoon rundown. So get into the chat right now. You got Microsoft. You got NVIDIA. SoundHound's been a big boy. Rivian, for whatever reason, I threw it up on there because Rivian was up on the day last time. It was 6%. Now it's given back a lot of it. Looks like it's dropping down. Still 3%, though. for what's this called? RJ Scaringe's company. They just got about $6.8 billion from the, I believe it was the Inflation Reduction Act I think it was the Inflation Reduction Act, the IRA. They got $6 billion change. Vivek Ramaswamy taking to X yesterday, basically saying that loan that Rivian got will be part of the audit that the Department of Government Efficiency looks into. So they're not very pleased about that. We're going to have to obviously wait to see how that all pans out. So, get into the chat, guys. We have about 810 votes. I think we need a little bit more here to kind of have a sound accumulation. So let's have a look at some of the other names we've been looking at. I'm not in any positions now, guys. I do apologize that nothing is to my liking at the moment. We were in positions all day, but here's what I'm seeing. Archer Aviation, a great move up into 8 1/3. It is now at around $8, a little bit below, but most importantly here, it is at the volume weighted average price. So now I'm watching here to see if there's a trade to be had at VWAP for Archer Aviation. It's been a good, as Darryl was pointing out, it's been very strong since the election. Intraday, obviously, it's been very much away from VWAP last time and having touched it about 9:45. That is, of course, until this 125 candle. So breaking down below 8 at VWAP. I'm all eyes and ears. Let's see if this one wants to hold up there. Soundhound, we got out of this one because it breached 13, but now it's kind of curling back up, making those higher highs and higher lows, looking like it could be a head and shoulders pattern. Obviously, you never know until the neckline breaks, but left shoulder, head, right shoulder, and then most importantly, the trend preceding it is an uptrend. Why? Again, I'm going to keep reminding you, heads and shoulder patterns are reversal patterns. They reverse the trend that preceded them. So not saying this is going to be a head and shoulders, just be on the lookout. Having issues right now with 13 1/4. Shout out to Ian Respeto, baby. $4.99 super chat reads as follows. Hey guys, what do you think of NNE? Looks interesting for the long Looks interesting for long hold for nuclear powers positions. See some analysts have it at $50, my man. Say less. We have been talking about these nuclear plays over here, whether it's Constellation Energy. GameStop is moving. I gotta hold off on that. Ian, GME, the Catman has tweeted. Apparently, I'm seeing here. What's his name? Fabian was telling me. Get it, Adara.
So here's Roaring Kitty's tweet. This is the entire tweet. It is a photo here of what looks like a Time magazine cover and a computer. This is the Roaring Kitty tweet. There is nothing in the tweet itself, just that. We have GME halted for volatility. AMC here with a spike to the upside with volume. Let's take a look at Chewy, which I know he had dumped. Yeah, not much of a move there in Chewy, but a little bit of a volume pop there. That's also day 2 earnings. But yeah, GameStop moving here on a Roaring Kitty tweet. I'm going to see if I can find out anything about this tweet, what it might mean. I'll be back to you guys.
Catman, he look, the dude can move markets. Let's just call a spade a spade. He can move these stocks like in a whim. There it is, guys. I don't have the picture yet because I have to go into X.
I know, Paul E, man.
Say it again?
Paul said, Joe, don't look now. AMC is moving. I know, man.
Everything.
Hold on. So hold on. He got a little probe into him, right? Because he was moving markets in that's okay. I was gonna say. So why is it that Elon gets in trouble for tweeting, but then this guy?
Because he's a public company CEO. And so I think
what doesn't matter your status. If you have any massive group of following, why is it that one person can do it in the other?
You're not wrong.
Right?
It's about a double standard, but because you are part of a licensed activity, being a publicly traded company, you have a different set of standards. I'll give you an example.
Yeah.
Right. So if I have freedom of expression right now as a human being, but if I was to use my freedom of expression at work, I could get fired. Right, so there is, different standards in different situations.
But I mean, Roaring's on the board of GME, so he had so many. He was part of the board or something like that, or Chewy or one of them, whatever he had. He had so many shares that he was on it.
Bro,
so,
I gotta agree with you. There shouldn't be two standards when it comes to that kind of stuff. I gotta side with you on that one.
Fact check me. What board was he a part of? Because I know he had so many shares. He was on one. Was it GME or was I wrong? So just fact check me on that one. So
no, I think you're right, Joseph. I'm not gonna argue with you on that.
Yeah. I see.
Yeah, look, wasn't he under investigation, or they called him to Congress That's it. And then he basically.
G. Wilkins, what do you mean? There's no way.
Yeah.
AMC, okay, was it AMC or something? Anyways,
Is it
no
AMC?
way. Who cares? Who cares who you are? Why is it that one
find out
person
from
can
the
do it and the
Catman.
other can't?
Let's find
What do you
out
mean,
over
G.
here.
Wilkins, why is it wrong for Elon? Why?
Is Roaring Kitty
what? I
on
think
the
so.
board of a publicly traded company? Let's find out. Come on, do your best, ChatGPT. Searching Roaring Kitty, publicly traded company. You got to search a little bit faster, brother. We're on a live show. Keith Gill, popularly known as Roaring Kitty, is not reported to be on the board of any publicly traded after his significant role in GameStop surge 2021. He stepped back from the public eye. Recent updates about him mainly focus on occasional appearances online. It doesn't look like he is.
So I was wrong there.
But I gotta agree with you, brother. There it is. What is this? Is that an animation, or are you just zooming in on that?
This is
Me?
No, Fabian. Yes, you can control information age. Welcome to your world. Fabian astutely pointing out that looks like the old YouTube there.
What I
Go
was
ahead,
going to
Adair.
say here, too, is this is the cover from the Time Magazine Person of the Year for 2006. I had done some research to try to figure out what cover or what Roaring Kitty was maybe making reference to here. Now, the numbers on the computer screen are not exactly the same. The numbers on the screen that Roaring Kitty posted are 109 and the other side 420. But this one is, there's different numbers, but I think it is worth noting here. This is from when Time chose you, so the reader, I guess, as the person of the year due to the start of the internet age in 2006. Again, not sure what this means, but just trying to provide some context on that Roaring Kitty tweet because I like doing the research there. If I do find anything else, of course, you guys will be the first people to find out after me.
Did you see that?
No. Yeah, I love it. Yeah, man. Look, we love interactions from you guys, man.
Yeah,
like, let me
man,
just
we love it,
call
man.
a spade, man. You may have different opinions than us, but that's kind of what we want, man. If everybody agreed, there would be no controversy and no reason to converse. But GameStop halted, guys. $28. There it is. It just opened. It spiked up $29.20. Here we go. It is now open. GameStop up 8%. Keep your eye on GameStop. The halt level previously $28.38, high a day $29.90, looking like it's gonna zig, like it's gonna zag right now. Well, let's keep an eye on volume as well. We don't want that volume to drop, right? We want continuous volume, otherwise this one will likely give back the goods. The closing print on GameStop yesterday, $27.03. It's holding the halt level, Joseph, in and around $28.50 right now. It's still south of 30, but looking like it might hold the highs 8 3/4 right now. GameStop looks like the Catman is meowing his way back onto the scene, baby. We're gonna have to keep an eye to see, because last time he did this, it was a multi-day play. Remember back in May or June, whenever he tweeted, new high a day right now, 30. Keep your eye on in GameStop. More highs. Looks like it's incoming here. I'm not trading this, but we're going to keep an eye out in it for you. And any new information we get about Roaring Kitty, we'll pass along, Joseph.
Yeah, no, that's it. Hold it for me a second because I'm going to pull up the chain on GME right now. I want to see what the chain is. Someone mentioned about the chain, so
Good
I'm
idea.
going to pull that up.
I'll cover that for a second. No, he's going to look at the options chain. So that's what he's looking at there. So we'll keep an eye out on GameStop. It's coming down a little bit now after we made that 30 print, guys. It's zigging and zagging. 28.39 is the halt level. Guys, my chart. Oh, you already got it there. Great. So we'll keep tabs on this one. Kind of locked into a bit of a range now, with that halt level being the low end of the range and that $30 level, the top end of the range. GameStop in play. Roaring Kitty tweeting, guys, or whatever, Xing that picture of the old computer, and Time Magazine basically saying person of the year was you. What's up, Joseph?
December 20th expiration cycle. We have about 14,000 open contracts right now at the 30 strike price, Sharif. So let's see what's going on with that right now, guys. So yeah, I think that's the highest open interest I've seen on this so far. So yeah, keep an eye out on those. A lot of open contracts circulating around that $30 strike price, guys. Yeah.
We got to load this up, Joseph, on the trading screen so we can have a look at how the book and the tape are moving, because while we were talking about areas of support and resistance, we need to definitely see how they are trading at that level. So we're still locked in a range with that halt level of 28 1/3 adding. Go ahead, Adair, what do you got?
Okay, so it's obviously all speculation here, but I'm seeing we have MSOS popping to the upside. In case you missed it, the computer that Roaring Kitty tweeted did have a 420 on one side of it. So 4 and then colon and then 20. So people are speculating that MSOS could be involved. That is notable though. And I say that because the actual computer that he based this tweet on did not have a 420 in it. So that 420 was not in the computer he based the tweet on, which was the Time Person of the Year cover from 2006. It was added for the image that he posted. So the other number in that image was 1:09. Some people are saying speculation that he's getting involved in MSOS on January 9th. Of course, we don't know exactly what this means. I'm just saying the things that we are seeing in MSOS responding to the upside with a pretty massive volume spike on that news. Also, the other speculation I'm seeing is that he could be getting involved in YouTube or Facebook. And I'm saying that because when Time chose that cover that he's, of course, based his tweet off of for Person of the Year, it did have to do with the fact that YouTube, MySpace, Facebook, and Wikipedia were taking over the world. So just be aware here that we're seeing some speculation. It could be Facebook or Google. I'm seeing more Meta or Google, sorry. People are mostly speculating Google or MSOS that he's getting involved with, guys.
Let's go.
I had the order there. I literally hit it. It popped
I'm
up,
like,
bro.
let's go.
Oh, I suck.
I'm like, bro, I'm going to hop in right here. It looks like
I literally hit it 2 seconds
I got to get out
after
here
you,
now.
bro. I couldn't get it.
Wow.
GameStop's moving, Katina, man. The
insane.
cat man is tweeting.
That is
everything.
jokes,
Yeah,
bro.
everything's chaotic
I got in
right
like
now.
literally a second for.
Yeah, I'm telling you, bro.
We got to get out of here.
Bad.
We're out of this. The ship has sailed. All right, guys.
No,
we
I
got
don't
a
know,
nice
man.
little
I don't
pop
know.
on there.
This is
Bang.
a zig and zag,
Did
Joseph.
we catch this live? Did we have my screen up when I punched in there?
Well, you got the odds right there.
Yeah, wow.
We're
let's
zigging
go.
and zagging right now, baby.
That was hilarious.
Oh my goodness.
No, he
And you know what?
no,
I'm
he
like,
changed it
man,
to
you know what? I
109.
usually don't play these, but I just seen the setup. I'm like, it's buzzing, so we gotta look to get involved. Can we pull the
love it.
tweet up at all? Like, did we pull the tweet up?
Sorry, I didn't.
Yeah,
I gotta
so you
pull
got
that up
distracted.
right now.
I'll
Where
get
is
it.
the
I'll
cat
take
man,
it over
bro?
for now.
The damn cat
Guys,
man.
we only got 4 minutes,
going,
but we're
dude.
gonna pull the tweet up right now, guys.
to, yeah.
Having fun with this one, and I usually don't, so I usually stayed away from the memes. So this one was a good fun one for us there. Just a little quick scalp on that, and the accuracy of that was absolutely insane. So yeah, that was wicked there, guys. We didn't take too many sides. It's all fun. But yeah, we'll see what's going on. Street's going to pull up the tweet for us.
1 second.
We got the open interest is now growing at that 30 strike. All right, guys. So keep that in mind as we are tanking that open interest. We got open contracts at that 30 strike price. All right, guys. So keep that in mind. Continue to let me know. Yeah, especially expiring tomorrow. There is a lot at that 30 strike price, guys. So I don't know about taking this any higher. It's looking like we're pulling back a little bit now. That volume to the sell side is definitely picking up. So keep that in mind there, guys. Oh, you got it? We good? All right, let's go.
Man. I mean, look, it's missing some
Oh, that's
stuff.
what Fabian posted.
Yeah.
Oh.
This is missing some. This is the one that's actually
This is
on.
what he posted, and it's ripping GameStop.
This is the one that's actually on his X right now. So I sent it to myself. It didn't have you. That wasn't included. So look, I'm showing you his actual account right now. It's not the one that says you on it. It's this one right here. I don't know if Ram, can we do this one? Yeah, there it is. This is the actual one on X right now. So it doesn't have some of the entries, it says you and stuff like that, that we had on the other one. Catman, that was 12 minutes ago. So nothing obviously from the Catman since then. Looking at some of the comments, let's see what some of the comments here are saying. Immediately halted, okay. Looking, yeah. Okay. Oh, someone's... This is interesting. Oh, there's that 420 thing again. Digital enforcer on that. Okay, we can't go down that like rabbit hole of conspiracy theories. But
Davey Day Trade. You ever watch Dave Portnoy?
He's back.
So
you see him trading crypto the other day?
Is he back?
He was trading crypto the other day.
His size is absolutely ridiculous. He's like, I'm in for $1.5 million on this.
So annoying. It's so annoying.
Yeah. He's absolutely hilarious, man. He's hilarious.
I'm gonna get in here, Joseph, because they came back into that 28 1/3. Say that again, Fabian. There you go, direct comparison. There you go. There's the one on the right, the adulterated one, the unadulterated one, the one that he actually posted on his X account is on the left there. So things have been added. Person of the year, yes, you can control information age. Welcome to the world. I think that was the original poster, right? Or the original cover. I think he edited the one on the left. The original one is the one on the right. Shout out to the Chilean Nightmare for doing great research there. Adara, what's up?
As the changes here, I think what's worth noting is the one on the bottom of the one on the right, which again, the one on the right is the actual official Times Magazine cover. So that one has 2006 on the number of the right because that was the year that this was chosen as the Person of the Year. And by you they meant the digital age and users, of course, implicating here specifically Meta or Facebook at the time, and Google. Now we also have time. This is the Roaring Kitty one where it says 109 on the left and 420 on the right. So the numbers are different. There's also, I guess the screen's a little bit different as well, but the numbers are being the key difference here. People are speculating the 109 could mean January 9th, and we all know what the 420 speculation is, guys. Back to you.
Team Money says maybe he's hinting wheat stocks are about to make a huge comeback. That's what Adara was saying. That's what she was saying about that 420 kind of thing. Yeah, who knows, man? These are like market riddles. You know what I mean? I'm not the Riddler. I don't know, bro, like how to do this kind of stuff. That's not my jam.
Press Ragnalov says, if Dave Portnoy is trading, that's the top.
Yeah. Joseph, it is now 2 o'clock, though. It is time to send you to the big kahunas. We will be covering GameStop on the rundown. For now, though, Joseph and I will see you same bat time, same bat channel tomorrow. See you guys.
Iron Condors.
Welcome, everybody. That was an interesting segue there. Iron Condors. You're going to have to preface that one next time there a little bit. But, Roaring Kitty, again. He does it again. And you can read into it however you want to. We don't. Again, it's always going to be a little bit cryptic. And welcome, everybody. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, Roaring Kitty tweeted, Time Magazine cover. And it just says 109, 420. So could it mean January? Look, I took a shot at this. I'm like, okay. If it opens and holds the halt price, I'll take a 29 entry with a halt price stop. I took a shot at it. That's before it went to 30 and then 30 and a half. So I took my shot on the reopen. But again, what does he mean? January 9th, 420, something's going to happen. January 9th, I'm getting into wheat stocks. Who knows? What I can tell you is GameStop's at least holding on some volume, but it's only went up like 10, 11%. You're up 5 points here on GME. The thing about Roaring Kitty is it's not like we're going to get another update. Like, he's not going to clarify this at all. At least I don't think. Like, you're just going to get this one tweet, and then we're out in the ether trying to figure it out. So unless we're really squeezing past like 30, holding 30s, breaking 32s, I guess we're kind of in a bit of a hold mode and a wait and see. But while you were gone, I mean, overall, yeah, the other thing that happened is the market decided to make a right turn. And I say right turn heading to the downside. Like, we're testing lows on the NASDAQ as we speak. So that's problem one in the overall market, and why maybe there is going to be some interest in a squeeze name, given what the market is going to be doing here. And then the other side of the coin, okay, maybe whatever. That's a bad pun. Bitcoin is at 100,100. So we are at 100,000 now. So I know everyone's looking, okay, fine, not everybody, but a lot of people might be looking at what's going on with Roaring Kitty. We're at 100,000 right now. This is where the rubber hits the road. I wouldn't be surprised, and I'm going to be looking at IBIT for this kind of a move, if we do a false breakdown of 100,000 on Bitcoin, meaning you make a low, break 100,000 out, and then regain it. And as that happened, okay,
everything is tanking.
Everything's tanking because my stop just hit on Tesla in front of 368. Well, I guess I got a good out there. But the next thing I'm looking at, 100,000 on Bitcoin. So if 100,000 gets broken, I'll look for like failed break, regain 100,000, look for that reversion long. We're here right now. I kind of feel like that's maybe more interesting than GameStop because we're not going to know what he means by that for quite some time, is my guess.
I mean, it shot up to $30, and now it's back to 28. Like, it's not that big of a move, guys. It's up like 7-8%. It's like, it's nothing, but it is exciting. Anyways, needless to say, look at, and that's what we're here for, right? We're here to trade names that are moving around and give you guys the best information we can. All right, so there goes Tesla. It does break 68. That was my out right there. We were longer again on Tesla. Tesla's going to be an absolutely huge stock, but at the end of the day, it just failed off of that little break right there. We tried the long. It failed. We're out of it right there. Nice move down there for Tesla. Anybody looking at this? I mean, we have a bunch of outs. Because we reloaded it there at 60, we reloaded 68.40, then we got out right there on that dump down. I'm not sure exactly the price that I have here or anything like that. Sorry, how many shares I had at that time, but we had basically kept obviously our whole day there on Tesla. That was a nice move down. All right, the whole market right now, and I think that look at Bitcoin right here, 100 coming into play as we speak. So this is going to be a problem. Here's Bitcoin right now with the 1 minute chart. Right there is also an earthquake in California. We hope everybody is okay.
That's what's this? Oh my goodness, there was a tsunami warning, but I didn't realize where the hurricane was.
Yeah, earthquake.
No, sorry. There was a
hurricane.
There was a tsunami warning issue.
Oh, maybe off the Pacific then? I don't know
guess.
exactly, but just heard it in our ears. So we'll hope that everybody is safe there, obviously. And those of you that are watching on the West Coast would probably be able to inform us more. All right, so there's Bitcoin right here. I mean, we don't really need to zoom in too much. Actually, I'm going to do a 5 minute chart just to give us a little bit better look on this. So here's it basically, again, this is Bitstamp, but it looks like it came right in, like 100 and 120, like 100, 125. I don't even know really how to say that. 100,000, 125 came into play right there. So that's basically the bounce flat off of 100. So now up $500 off of that. The last move down, or if we have a move down, this is 99. So we really got going off of that yesterday at this time, when this happened at this time. Yesterday in the afternoon, we had a nice ramp up there on Microsoft talking, while Saylor and so on and so forth, mentioning that, hey, Microsoft, maybe you guys would be performing much better if you had Bitcoin. But at the end of the day, let's see if it holds this 100 mark. And then we talked about where IBIT was, and now we can actually see what price IBIT is going to be at when crypto goes to 100. So 57. So I think I said 56 before.
56.80.
Yeah, so it just bounced. Yeah, so 50. So I'm going to say 57. So basically,
57.
A breaking of 57 will be something there for crypto. You're going to want to look at 56.80. I think Neil's going to be right. And then we're just hearing more stuff about GME. Oh man, it's always tough. It's always great to trade these names when they're doing this because it's giving us reasons to do this. But at the end of the day, 7.5 earthquake. That's huge.
Where was the epicenter? 7.5 is huge. Where was it? 7.5.
I mean, we just heard California. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know the exact. I'm a little bit not happy with that. That's significant.
7.5 is.
So I have I have family in Fresno, but I don't know. We'll see. San Andreas, yeah. Santa Rosa.
Hope everyone's safe.
Yeah, okay. All right, let's, obviously, I mean, we all think that and we want everybody to be safe. So, all right, let's go back over. Let's just start the show off here with a talk about what is upcoming and what stocks you want us to look at.
Yes, sir.
It's Sharif. He's at the screen.
Welcome, everyone, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about. Join Joe and I during the How to Trade show and get into the chat. Every day, you're going to have two polls, one at 11, one at 12:30. You'll have your say every day. Then the big kahunas, Neil and Sean, will look at the tickers for you. Let's start with a look at the major averages. They're all in negative territory. The NQ down 0.26. The Russell the ES basically flat, down 0.9. The Dow down 0.3. And the Russell taking it on the chin again, 1% in negative land. This is a look at the triple Qs right now. But let's look at the first taker, though, as decided by you, TSLA. Big move up today for Tesla, breaking through local highs off the back of this Bank of America security upgrade and boosting the price target to $400, guys. They love AI. They love robotics. They love Tesla.
AI. I love robotics. I love Tesla. I agree with all of those statements.
We love all of that, I guess.
I had to think about it for a second there. I mean, I don't have, look, you have a Roomba. I don't even have any of those. I've never tried the Roomba. And when they do eventually, when Optimus comes around, I will probably not be the first person to have it. I'm always cool with the second generation for something like that because I've read too much Isaac Asimov. No, but Tesla was great today. And it's one of those where, 52-week high was just underneath 362 and it broke it out. So obviously the breakout trade was a good one. And these big breakouts lately have been fantastic. We're back to getting fills on them instead of missing them. There was like 2 or 3 in a row on Tesla and Nvidia a couple of weeks ago where everyone's punching and no one's getting any fills unless you cross $1. So today it was no problem getting the fill, scalp into 65, and then every couple of dollars after that. It did It did check up there at 375. No, I was not actually short. That was a loss on a long trade. And then I was just dipping into 368 multiple times. The last one, however, it ran the stop. So I'm out of this now, and it's underneath VWAP. I'd like to see it regain VWAP. I feel like maybe we just spooked under that 100,000 test. Maybe you got a little bit of a spook there, and we can regain VWAP and go back to what was happening normally on Tesla. But there was like Tesla was, that's the kind of trade where you line up these kind of breaks, and even if you hit 1 out of 5 of them, like this one's good enough that it'll pay for a bunch of others, right? Like as bad as Palantir 70 was, it was a different story, but Tesla was fantastic today, no question. Good look for anyone that was in that long. I wish I could tell you I was short at that top, but I wasn't thinking short at 75.
Just real quickly here, what up to Nate? He asked me if I would talk about this. Look, this Osiris has been, it's Oriental Rise Holding, ORIS. It's halted like a million times today. It's 5 million share float. The short float is about 100,000 shares according to this. It's up 165%. Really no news on this one, but I said that I would go for it with you. So there it is right there. And I have no idea where or when this is going to open up, but just, I got to get rid of this. I'm trying to minimize it, but I'll deal with it after. Okay. You asked about the tap. I don't know how real this tap is. It's saying $70. The last actionable trade on this was, I think it was been halted for an hour. So it's been halted for almost an hour. So 130 there on ORIS. I would just say beware anybody trading ORIS here. You got to watch out. Again, just for how volatile it is. So just be careful with that one. And thanks for bringing it up there, Nate. All right, it's fine. I know this great kid that I coached T-ball, and then I wish I would have been able to draft him into the Little League, but I didn't. Yeah, his name was Nate. Great. He is great. All right, so huge move up there off 263. I mean, it was a fantastic move on Tesla. Nice move up to the upside, man. Our best out is 75s. I mean, that's $12. We tried it again right here. Was able to make some money on that first VWAP taken in around 360, 370, 368, 370. And then all of a sudden right now, we just tried again. And unfortunately, this happened. And you could see why I say unfortunate, because we went long there and dropped out for like 50 cents worth of a hit, but now it would be about $2 in the money off that 368. So, yeah, I think it's going to continue to work, man. I really like the stock, and of course, that stock is Tesla. It's going to be the trade of the week for next week, so stay tuned for that. Off of, look at this, man. Now it's at 370. I think I got more water in my ear today.
Wow, they just
still going higher here is Tesla. So, all right, the one that everyone is very, very interested in. Let's go find out the story with GameStop.
Yeah, we're still kind of trying to decipher the whole thing there, Sean. I don't have the Time Magazine picture. There it is. Thanks, Fabian. That Roaring Kitty tweeted or posted on his X. Kind of a bit of a mystery what's going on over here, but GameStop moving up. But I want you guys to also keep your eye out on AMC. It's coming. It's breaking into the highs. We know from back in the meme craze that these two stocks kind of move together, guys. So GME, AMC, both on the move.
With myself right now.
Not wrong.
Because the reason I'm angry with myself is there was a patented opportunity to do one thing and one thing alone, Neil. And that was just fade something instead of try to play GME. BlackBerry couldn't have given you much, but whatever. It's a cheap stock. You could have taken a shot at that. AMC, that gave you a reversion play, but those aren't the ones. Like for Chewy to have caught it. Chewy, this is the reason why I'm mad at myself. Here you have a stock that was weak the last couple of days after earnings, was trending down, and then because of an ambiguous tweet, that's the way we're going to frame this, because of an ambiguous tweet.
I mean, it's not specific?
No, it's not.
Okay.
Well, I mean, to him, it's probably very specific. Because if you know,
or not.
He knows what he's
or not. I mean, go. You finish what you're
okay, no, it's just
I'll figure it out.
It's where this turned, because I like
to get the words out over here. The guy can't even get that. I mean, this is how this is.
But look at the chart of Chewy, 3180 once, twice, thrice on GME. Roaring Kitty tweet goes up here, mean revert back to low, trending down stock goes up for reasons that are a little bit nonsensical. Instead of going over to GameStop, I'll get there in a second because I took a hit on it. You could have just said, just shorten Chewy, man. Or BlackBerry, or whatever, as it tries to go into a resistance level. Then you get probably like 31.75 short, 15 cents risk, and it goes right back into the low of the day. which is pretty much what it was doing before. So a lot of times we get a little bit, and whatever. Like to be honest, I could have just had a wider stop in GameStop and won, but that's not the point because I feel like there's less risk in the Chewy short than there is in the GameStop long. So ultimately, I could have had a winner if I just held it more against me on GameStop, or I could have just traded an easier trade, which is the revert. So GameStop is running on the daily. I think we showed $32 is a big squeeze level potentially. So last time, Roaring Kitty, 32 was resistance. Recently, it was 32. So I think 32 is going to be a big level here for GME. Yeah, who knows what he means by it. Maybe on January 9th, 420, the aftermarket show is going to be a banger as he announces something. I don't know. Or it could mean something else. I don't know.
Somebody will figure it out.
Yeah.
No, the reason what I want to get involved with that sort of a post was just what we talked about in previously, right? I mean, he had come through. Oh, I have a new trade. I did not get filled. I thought I punched long on Shopify. All right, I wanted to try Shopify off this 114 area. I thought I was long. I thought I was going to say I'm long 35s. I guess I did not get filled. I tried to punch 35s and I guess I missed them. But anyways, okay, if this falls back in, new trade alert, hopefully coming through on Shopify. That's going to be a new trade for me. Trying to hold this through this 114 area. So again, VWAP just held. Like it came on the VWAP scanner there, brought to you by eSignal. Yeah, so I really, again, I liked it. Don't have it. Thought I did. Shopify, if it does come back in, we'll have that. Oh, that's too bad. Thought I punched. I thought I got filled. I'm looking over now. I only have Google. It's not like I'm not trying to say that I got filled. I didn't. All right. So GME. Look, and what I was going to say is I remember that last tweet that he had come out there where he was, or not the tweet, that YouTube extravaganza that he had that was really, really stream. Yeah, broadcast, whatever it was there. It was a lot of fun. And for me, I think that's probably what he's going to do again. And I wonder if that 420 means I mean, maybe he'll smoke some weed on the stream. I have no idea what he's going to do. That could be like the theme of it. Like, I don't know what that means. But for me, if you're going to look at GameStop, it's my opinion. It's Neil's opinion. It doesn't matter who's real, whose opinion we're talking about right now. But you got to trade what's in front of you. And right now, GameStop on the daily chart, it looks like it has a top here at $31. So I know that this doesn't tell you 31, this tells you 60. But right here, we've come up a couple times, hit this 31.30, and not been able to break 32. So for me, I love the stock. I love what's happening right now. We want to trade names that have volume, that have catalysts, that have all that stuff. But at the end of the day, I don't think it's a long in this area. I think it's a long once we break 32. So I'm here for that. So I'm going to put an order in. If we break 32, I think it's worth the long. I don't think we're ever going to be getting a pushback into this area. So we'll have to wait to see if that comes through. But for right now, like 27, 28, this is a daily. So if we're just going to look at it from here. Yeah, I mean, we've already fallen back. That's 29. VWAP right now is hovering at 28.50. I think that's a good trade too. 28.50 back in. Give it to this sort of local break of 27.50. So I think 28.50 long. I'll stamp that. I like that trade. But I also like the break of 32 if it can get going there. GameStop up 10%. Not really overly surprising when there's going to be an actionable trade from Roaring Kitty there. Keith Gill. I'm gonna have to watch that again. That was I quite enjoyed that.
As long as we don't have to remember. No, I remember it very closely because it was that stream was easily I think it was that week. It was easily my worst trading day.
Oh yeah.
And it was entirely going long in GameStop when really almost. And it was funny because every place that we were scalping out profit at that one, it was that one resistance high. It was like. He's not on the stream yet. He's not on the stream yet. You could have just been scalping out.
Why is it going live?
There was an obvious resistance level we could have been shorting, and then he doesn't start the stream on time, and it just whatever. It is what it is. But hey, everybody!
Take out some more Google.
Trade the Pool allows stock traders like you to get evaluated and trade real shares using the company's capital with no PDT rule holding you back. You could trade GameStop if you want. Trade the Pool has just launched a limited edition program for a one-time fee of just $300. You'll receive $80,000 in buying power and the chance to become a funded trader. Hit a profit target of just 4%, and you'll start trading with the company's capital. Get funded faster and easier with the new conditions designed for success. And the best is the profit split's been upgraded to a generous 70%, so you keep more of what you earn. Don't wait. Check it out now and see how Trade the Pool can help you trade bigger and better. Scan the QR code you see there. Click the link in the description. Shout out to Trade the Pool. Yeah, I like the cameo they had in that one video. I was telling, who was I telling? No, it was like our neighbors. We were discussing like back in the day, like kids don't actually ever have short haircuts anymore. And I was like, yeah, I used to have the big cameo and all that good stuff. And
Oh, the cameo like that.
yeah, you know, oh yeah,
No, I know what you're talking about. I for some
Yeah,
reason, I was thinking about that website Cameo where you can get people to wish you like someone a happy birthday.
didn't
Someone
we
wants
do?
to send me $10. I mean, I'll just say whatever they.
Didn't we use that
happy
for
birthday,
something?
Ralph?
Didn't we do that as a gag for somebody in our pool?
Oh, it wasn't. It wasn't.
No, it was in your other pool.
Well, it was the other
It
guys.
was
in
Michael Rappaport.
Yeah, it was the other guys in the other pool that did it to somebody for fantasy football. Yeah, so it wasn't the pool that I was in. It was Cheese and those other guys. The other pool that battled.
Oh, okay. I thought it was the one you were.
Yeah.
No, anyways, it was a pool that one of our friends was in, where I guess they paid. Well, they got Michael Rappaport to talk trash. If you don't know who Michael Rappaport is, you can look him up. He's funny. Talk trash. I guess the guy who lost the pool, or something like that. Which, now that I'm thinking about it, is something.
It's
that
not
we
a bad
should do.
idea. We should
It's something
maybe
we
think
should
about
probably
that
do
for
in
our
ours because.
friends.
Yeah, you know what? Let's go to the desk. Let's talk about NVIDIA. But I actually think we should be doing something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and NVIDIA up next, guys. Essentially flat, down 0.05. A couple of headlines on this, both important over here. So Taiwan NVIDIA looking to partner with Taiwan Semi for their Arizona plant. It looks like a lot of the Blackwell chips will be built out of Arizona with production starting early next year. NVIDIA joins Apple and I believe Apple and a different company that will get their chips from the Arizona plant separately. They did go, Jensen was in Vietnam to strike a deal with the government there to open a research and development plant. As I just spoke, guys, it went flat on the day, up 0.00%.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did. I mean, I
One
didn't.
for three.
Go ahead. Yeah.
1 for 3 is good in baseball. Like if every
really
Blue
good.
Jay went 1 for 3, we'd win the World Series every single year. In trading, what comes down to is if all things being equal, if I wasn't taking a breakout trade and it was like 3 like regular dip buy type trades or just regular entries, I'd be up on the stock. But the difference is this was a 146 breaker 19 through the high of the day kind of trade where I'm thinking Tesla vibes on it. So this one trade, it doesn't matter that I got 145 to 146. I did get a dollar move after, but it doesn't make a difference because you're on a breakout like this, I'm taking a bigger shot at it on that double top break. So I liked it. It gives it up. I'm disappointed in NVIDIA, not just because it's red. I mean, yeah, a little bit, but you still have this top end of the zone here in NVIDIA, 146 to 150. Where you're just getting all kinds of rejection up here. You're bouncing the 50 period, that's good. But the follow through just doesn't want to be there. We have no trouble getting up into the high 140s, but I think this 150, we're going to have to take some time to chew our way through it. NVIDIA has turned into a little bit more of a steady climber than it was before. We get into these zones of resistance, and we're not just punching through on our first shot. Like how many times have we seen this? A couple up days in NVIDIA, little tight consolidation that sets up just how you want. That's usually a breakout that just gives you a $5 move. I'm thinking we're headed to 150 in about 15 minutes on that punch, but obviously it didn't happen, so I took the L on NVDA. That said, it's flat, and the market is flat. So it's not like it's doing anything, it's not worse than the market. It's not bleeding to the downside. Go pull up a chart of Intel and you'll feel a heck of a lot better, right? It's not the end of the world over here on NVIDIA. I'm just saying the breakout wasn't as good as it could have been.
All right. We're still long. The only name we're long right now is Google. We were not able to get, we could talk about AMD. We'll do that as we go. I don't have any any NVIDIA trades today. But again, it's funny because it was on the keynote yesterday. We're like, it's finally back. And then we did not put it back there today. So we did miss that opportunity to get NVIDIA back on here. It looks like 144 there. Couple decent levels. I really like the stock. We liked it yesterday because it was sort of trying to, it was trying to break out from that level, and it did that. We got that big move yesterday. And then today it's kind of like, I don't know, Sharif was talking about that doji star maybe on Apple created to the downside. If we close here and maybe even close a little bit red, that's what this is going to look like. So potentially a turnaround day here for NVIDIA if we go red or stay red. So I know we just kind of turned there. Let's see what winds up happening now with NVIDIA. For me, I would rather play the short in this name, underneath the 200, underneath VWAP, and the market looking like it wants to give back a little bit. I don't know, we're underneath VWAP. So for me, NVIDIA remains a short. More interesting to talk, I think, about Uber, as they're going to be SSR in a couple minutes.
There's something happening in some others. QBT, before we go up to the desk here.
Quantum.
QBTS, one of those quantum names, just got a monster volume spike here. Almost to the $4 level, bouncing off of 340 here. I don't know if there's a new catalyst. They're saying, yeah, they're just basically saying that they're up. Okay, great. So making a breakout on the daily chart, it looks like a 380. 380 is just kind of a wick level. I don't know how much that's going to matter if you start pulling back in here. The way I was going to approach this is not to chase. Don't necessarily know the story yet. I'd like to see some kind of a dip, consolidate, take a rounded bottom, and then work back up. There's probably a few sympathy names going. Penguin Dynasty mentioning IonQ is making a power move.
That makes sense.
Yeah, okay, so it could just be, like, what are they all going? Oh, that's a New York one. Anyways, let's go back up to the desk. We can talk about some Uber, which is not going up like the quantum names are.
We were down to 9 2/3, almost 9 3/4 there, as Sean was saying, very close to short sale restricted. Back above 9% now, 8.92. This is the headline, guys. Uber really selling off after Waymo announced they will launch in Miami in 2026. Obviously, if you don't know, Waymo owned by Google, and they operate autonomous Jaguar I-Paces that can be hailed just like you hail an Uber from your app.
Yeah, I mean, it's bad news. I mean, I didn't think 10% this would happen when like a known thing was coming through. I guess maybe a little bit earlier than expected there for Waymo. You know, the thing that's going to make Google eventually be, Uber, when Google would be Waymo, come back to the upside here. There's going to be a cost situation. I mean, Uber already has everything built. They have the infrastructure built. They have the drivers built. As you just mentioned about the different cars that are being used. They're using their own cars with Uber. There's Uber delivery. There's Uber freight. There's a lot of opportunities to have different angles here rather than just simply put the ride-hailing service. But it is a competition. It is going to be a bad situation there. I don't know. I mean, Miami's great. It's obviously another market there. I feel like a lot of Uber's main, and I don't know this, and maybe I should, but like New York, a lot of the Northeast. I mean, there's big, like Chicago, all over the place. And I'm not sure that Waymo has any intentions right now of moving into the Northeast or anything like that. So I feel like this is just a big move down, considering what's going on. I don't even know the amount of vehicles that Waymo has. Like, how pissed off are you going to be? You're waiting for one of these cars, and the next thing you know, it's a half hour, or you open up the Uber app and it's 3 minutes. So I wonder about all that stuff. I think it's a little bit of a panic. We recently bought down here at 68. We thought it was pretty good. It went back up to 72, 73. So we bought at 80. We bought at 72. We bought at 68. Now we're going to have to let this thing settle down and see if the next stop is indeed somewhere around $63 for Uber. So again, you know, it's a longer term play. This is not, we're not trying to swing in and out of these things or anything like that. But again, yeah, we said that. We just heard Sharif just mentioned tsunami warning, but yeah, we've been seeing that. There's 7.5 apparently was what we heard on the earthquake. So get ready for that, and hopefully all of you, maybe those of you that are in the chat in the West Coast there, can talk to us and hopefully let us know that everything is fine. But okay, so let's just go back. Soundhound up next.
Yeah, I was involved in this one. Most of the How to Trade show during the midday. Big move up today for Sound, 32.5% off this headline here. Trading high after the company announced it's launched its voice AI wondering system at 130 Torchy's taco locations. Guys, I go to the States a lot. I've never seen one of these. Have you?
No, where do you find them? Torchy's?
Torchy's.
Just say it's
in the Sun Belt.
Is it everywhere in the States? In Sun Belt makes sense.
No, I just said because torch, like the sun torch. Yeah.
I don't know. The chat's going to let us know.
From Oregon to Santa Cruz. What is that?
Even now the question is, yeah, but that was probably in reference to, in the chat, people are probably talking about the tsunami warning as opposed to where Torchy's is. But SOUN, absolute rocket ship. Oh, I'm not on the right page.
Texas, they're saying. Texas.
I've been to Texas Okay, that's not
once.
No, I've literally only been to Dallas a few times. That's it. So like Fort Worth, Dallas, Fort Worth, that's it. But then if Torchy's is there, then I miss my opportunity to go. SOUN, rocket ship.
You have to know to go.
That's simple. This thing is absolutely flying to the upside. Okay, the daily chart, like what am I gonna tell you? Remember that double top at 10.25 that we were discussing the other day? Well, obviously that's gone. You know, and it didn't just go like yesterday, it couldn't break. And so there isn't anybody that was trading Tesla today that is going to complain if you took a Tesla long. However, if you're looking at these small cap gappers, remember all afternoon, it's like, this needs to break $10.25. I was sitting in a trade at 10 and it couldn't break. We ended up getting out at like 9.90. It just wouldn't go. But look where it dips into at the open. It dips right out in front of that prior high at 10.25. It's the dip into prior resistance on the daily, and then it's a clean breakout. So I feel like if Tesla, like there's two opportunities that set up really, really well for a day trader. Obviously Tesla was one of them, but SOUN was absolutely another if you're looking at a small cap gapper. So good one there. And then I'm seeing a few things in the chat that I got to call out. Foul territory. Torchy's is 1,000 times better than Taco Bell. I mean, aren't all tacos 1,000 times better than Taco Bell? I mean, everything is better than Taco Bell. Like if we make tacos at home in my house, which we do at least once a month, if not twice, then when I reheat the leftovers 4 or 5 days later, that's better than Taco Bell. And even if I put no salsa on it and no garnish, that's better than Taco Bell. And if you can't tell, the only thing I like about Taco Bell is their inclusion in Demolition Man, which I thought was an underrated movie. So that's about the best thing I'm going to say about Taco Bell. So Torchy's for life, even though I've never been there.
Yeah, nobody. I mean, when you're paying $1 for a taco, you're not expecting.
Can I ask you one question before? Remember when they had 69-cent soft tacos?
Yeah, I mean.
Did you ever crush those in university?
Oh, probably. I mean, the thing is like, remember when we were going to university, they used to have like, I don't know, it was $1 or $2 Big Mac Wednesdays or something like that. Like there was just stupid belligerencies that were always continuously happening back in that space.
What am I saying?
What is it about? That ORIS? Yeah. No, we've already talked about it. Yeah. You were, I think. Yeah, I know, but it's been halted for an hour. It's not opening up, so the tap doesn't matter.
Still not on my location.
Yeah, so we're talking about we talked about that ORIS. We already talked about it. Sharif just seeing it now on the chat. Thanks for bringing it up. It might not open. It's a Chinese name. I have no idea. It's 5 million shares afloat there. All right, so let's move on here. All right, so. What am I looking at? All right, I just want to say Google's the name that I'm looking at right now. It's the only position I have, which is why we're there. Again, dip bought that, still like the stock, back up to the upside. But we got to find some more plays right now for everybody. The NASDAQ, relatively flat. I did want to have a look at the TQs. I think that we had done well over the last little while with TQQs, trading, especially in the afternoon. So we can have a definite look here. Not really near anything right now. I'm going to give it a second. Let's go back to GameStop. I mean, all right, yeah, so shares of GameStop off the highs, and it was really exciting during the midday, obviously, with Joe and Sharif there, but at the end of the day, it was really great there. It halted, it reopened back up. GameStop right there, nice little gap play to the high side. Now it kind of wants to do this little dance, but you know what? Maybe, I mean, we didn't break through 32. We did talk about 32, that we like that level, but maybe we just like this $30.25 area. You know, like that was fine. A lot of exuberance. It just opened up. I mean, first 5 minutes of a reopen. I'm not going to be like, you know, that price is truth or anything like that. You know, that's what you need to see. Right now, it's back and forth. We just heard that like AMC maybe is the one that's now starting to go. You know, like we can always talk about like what that 0109 meant and what 420 meant and all that kind of stuff. I don't know. I mean, here's AMC to the upside. Like, is there a movie release happening on January 9th? Like, you know, we're basically going to be playing this game if you're looking at that. So I think the best thing to do is just continuously look at price and just pretend that it's not going to lie. And it's not. So as you're seeing AMC, it's coming right into this area again as well. Sometimes I wonder, like maybe this is the cynical part of me, like people just need to get out of shares. So they create things to happen. And then, you know, all of a sudden there's a put wall or something like that right up here at $5.56. And there's no way it's going to break it because there's not enough interest in it. So you get up there and then you fade right back in. So I would say watch out for that. We've already seen this. This goes back to June, like middle of the month, middle of the summer. This 570 area, let alone where we are almost right now, tops out where we've been that last top. Like the last high of AMC is August 1st. Pretty much the exact price of 550 of where we are right now. So I just feel like just be careful. These are probably shorts. You probably have to go ahead and pay for shorts on some of these, maybe. I don't know if we have to or not. I can throw out
Both of them.
100 shares. You tried?
AMC,
We have to?
Yeah, you have to pay for it.
Okay, so
I just got it's really cheap.
I think it might be worth it in this area to look for.
It is okay. So 0.00 whatever. It's
Not expensive.
no. It's gonna cost you 30 cents for 1,000 shares. It's very very cheap. 30 cents 1,000 shares. I think GameStop was maybe like fractionally more than that, but almost nothing. This QBTS though, it's not really holding $4 like you'd like to see. So. You know, it broke out. Clearly, we didn't want to chase it. Want to see it put in like some kind of a consolidation or bull flag. You know, that would look good, but it's having trouble holding on to the bottom end of it. So I'm not sure it's time to jump in. My first thought, and as you were saying that about AMC, was to look for a fade in all of this. I mean, GameStop's not even breaking out above 30, and this is going to go 10% up. And you look over, like look at all this chop at 550 to 575. And that's exactly where this seems to be headed. So in lieu of anything else, like if that QBTS doesn't start showing a bid, I'm not sure that's going to be a great long. There's still time for it to happen. But I might look for a little mean reversion play on AMC just to try and see if we can't get a little bit of a pullback. I mean, 575 is really that top. So I just look for a bit of a trend break here because it's put in a pretty steep trend since the news, pull back into VWAP. There's your trend. If it loses it, maybe look for a short. It's that or QBTS, I think, and they did a really good job. When I say they, I don't mean anybody in particular. It's just the market did a very good job of rinsing Tesla longs. I'll tell you right now, like pretty much everyone around here has been long Tesla all day. That's the kind of candle that gets a lot of day traders out and then didn't really jump back in when it came back through 368. And now Tesla's doing exactly what it did before, holding above 370. I'd love it to pull back into VWAP and give us an entry, but I feel like it's going to be QBTS or that mean revert on AMC. Let's go to Adara. Sure.
We do have here Unity Software. This is another, from what I'm seeing, this rally could also be inspired by that Roaring Kitty tweet, and I'm going to explain why I've seen some of that speculation. So if you can see here, we did get that volume pop on Unity around when this tweet was released at 1:45 p.m. by Roaring Kitty. So, and no, there's no other catalyst in the scene either. So what is the reason for this pop to the upside, sending Unity up about 6% here? Well, this is the original cover upon which the Roaring Kitty tweet was based. This is for the Time Person of the Year in 2006, and they named you the Time Person of the Year. So by you, they meant viewers, people watching. Some people are expecting that you could be actually supposed to be interpreted as in you, the stock ticker, which is Unity's ticker, which is why some people are suspecting that Unity here actually did get that pop-up, as well as another Roaring Kitty sympathy play. So some food for thought because of the volume spike and the fact we're near day's highs. I wanted to bring up this one as another potential Roaring Kitty sympathy play here, guys.
So, I mean, it's choking up Neil here with these things.
Everything's choking me up
no,
lately.
I'm playing around, of course.
That's a bit much.
I mean, thing is, I think it's all a bit much. I think it's just it's food for thought. It's fodder. It's whatever we're doing here. And I think you want to just keep on looking at those levels. We talked about it. I actually like the quantum stuff better. I mean, I can get behind quantum. I just don't know if GameStop is like an actual viable business other than some of these tweets. And I think you're just playing for that. This market does have some of those 2020 feels. I mean, the way this market is acting over the last little while. So it does make sense to try to bring back those kind of like let the good times roll, And I just think that's probably part of what's happening right now is just sort of trying to see if they can get some excitement back. I mean, even a name like, we've seen this before, a name like Chewy, that's been talked about there. Again, putting some more money into this one. We've gone back and forth with a name like Chewy. That doesn't seem to be doing anything on this news. Actually down 6% today. There was news, wasn't there, a report? Earnings with Chewy. I mean, I want him to put something about Roblox. We're still long some Roblox shares here. $58. I mean, this is up again here today, Roblox. up. I mean, we just go from a stock that's down 6% to one that's up 7% today. Roblox just boom shakalaka. I mean, this is like a major keys move right here. 55 and still going here for Roblox. You got that break and it's just like peace. Nice upside move there for Roblox. Fabian, where's the oomph thing right there? Because yeah, that's to the shorts. Yeah, those are the shorts falling off that cliff right now because there's a nice move up. Boom. CEO tweeting out SMCI. Okay, I'm just listening. Okay, he's just saying that SMCI is here to support Tesla and their operations and all this kind of stuff. So yeah, just I guess telling Elon that if you need any equipment, we're here for you. So that's SMCI. So he's just tweeting it out. Just wanted to bring that to your attention. It's in our ear right now. I think SMCI again, like this is not a gap fill. That was the split that our charts are not appropriately showing. But there is the drip down. And I cannot believe we're almost all the way back. I mean, or basically we made it all. Apologize for the daily chart there. Hold on, it's going to do this again. That looks really stupid now, doesn't it? But we almost made it all the way back to that level again. So that was like, regardless of this happening, obviously the way the market's been doing, we talked about the SMH hasn't really been moving around that much. Semis have been pretty flat for the last 4 months, 6 months, actually. So right here, we're going to have to watch out for SMCI.
GameStop again.
I still like it. Right there, what did GameStop go through that 20, 30, 50 area?
So obviously...
Okay, so it's right here right now.
Yeah, I mean, I like QBTS, and it just held 380, so I got in. But clearly, if you just bought GameStop, whatever. Whether there's a there or not, they're both just runners. It did the bull flag. I saw a couple of times underneath 390 here that it held 380, and then size kind of jumped up this last time. So we got in. If we lose this consolidation, I think it's an easy out and wait for VWAP kind of deal. But it's not going to be, it's unavoidable, everybody, and don't at me. But you're breaking out on GameStop. I still think 32 on the daily is the big one. Obviously, you're not going to get VWAP at this point. I still have AMC up for any kind of a mean revert if it gets to $5.75, $6. That's what I'll look for. So it looks like GameStop does seem to want to get at least to the highs here, and then maybe we can get a test of that 32 level. As I said, we didn't pay much of anything, but we got some locates on AMC. It's getting real close to its resistance on the daily. Got a steep upward trend. Now that it's broken 550, it's probably going to put in another big trend line for sure. But the market is trying to catch a bid. Clearly, you've got the runners going, and they are not stopping anytime soon. GameStop, I hate to say to the moon. GameStop through the highs, or to the highs. At least. Well, the other thing, Bitcoin is still on the precipice of 100,000. So I have it up. Like, we're not bouncing very far away from 100,000 on Bitcoin. So at any moment, you could really get a test of 100K back through. So I am keeping that on the side chart up. But I'm watching QBTS, GameStop, AMC.
I just took GameStop
and Bitcoin.
We are now in the building here with GameStop. So we take GameStop on that break of the high. Let's just wait to see what it does. I mean, I was talking about taking that. We'll play it here. So that was that wick high. And I said, like, I'm not going to take this as gospel or anything like that. It looks like it just went right to that exact same level again. So what we're doing here is very, very light amount of shares because we want to be able to hold this. We've just seen it sort of hold the 50-period moving average. So we're going to have to watch out now for 29.50 if it pulls back in. We're not anywhere near panicking about any of this. So let's just hold on and see what winds up happening. What's up, UNH, says Russell McQueen. We'll talk about that in a minute. Thank you for the super chat here. There it is right here. I'll bring it on the screen to show you guys. We can put the chat in the top as well there at some point if you guys want to. There it is right there. Thank you, Russell, for that. We will look at UNH, of course, off that canceled. I guess is it back on now, that conference?
I don't know if they rescheduled it.
But okay. So yeah, we'll talk about it. It was delayed yesterday. So I don't want to short it because of anything that happened yesterday. I would rather look at sort of the fundamentals there and what comes out of that investor day or that conference. But here goes GameStop. So just a quick talk about it. Yeah, 29.50. We'll look to see if it holds that. I feel like that bottom break of 29 is where we'll get out. So that's the kind of risk that I'm trying to put in this. So breaking 29, so we'll be looking at about $1.50 or so worth of risk. And for me, when we zoom back out of this, Let me go. Actually, I'll just go like this and see if we get a better look. So that's still 32, that top. I mean, we were debating taking that if that happens. So now let's just settle down a little bit, hold this, maybe into the close, maybe not. We'll figure out what happens with GameStop. If we get shut down, we get shut out of this trade. That will be breaking through that 29 marker or so around here. But we're in it right now. It's GameStop. I mean, we're here to play. So we'll play a little lightly on this, not sort of, like I said, go too hard. But right now, GameStop, we'll take it with about like 25 or 30% of the shares that, you know, we normally would if we had caught this a little bit earlier. All right, so here we go, GameStop. First area out, probably like 31.50 or so. Let's see a break of 31. Here we go, GameStop.
Yeah, it's trying to get through that 31. I do still have eyeballs on AMC, but QBTS, the moment GameStop took the high, the volume really died on this thing. It's like they go from one to the other. We had a tight stop on it. We're in at 90. We're out when it broke 80. So I never really wanted to risk big, given that it has a monster gap fill down to about like, it's a 10% gap fill to VWAP and the 350 level. So I am still going to hunt over on AMC. I'm playing for a reversion on AMC, but I thought we'd go over UNH here because, and ultimately, you know, anyone do you. Technically, I wouldn't.
Oh, I forgot to trade.
Yeah, like I wouldn't want to short this, but personally, it is what it is. It's not a great story, but it is under a tremendous amount of pressure here, you know, when they cancel the investor day, and it looks like it is headed to some support there on the daily. The bigger level, 550 has been a brick wall here on UNH, no questions asked. But today, it has just been a trend down. I don't have any strategies that involve punching short at low of day on a stock that looks like this. And it's not much of a day trading stock, but you do have some support coming in at 575, and then the big one at the 550 level. Did I hear that we need to go to the desk with Adara?
Thank you very much to Firefly Neurosciences for sponsoring this portion of the show. Firefly Neuroscience is revolutionizing brain health with cutting-edge brain network analytics, powered by the world's most comprehensive EEG database. This technology provides precise insights for treating cognitive disorders like Alzheimer's and Parkinson's, as well as traumatic brain injuries like concussions. With FDA 510K clearance and CE mark approval, Firefly is paving the way for a future where brain health is clear, accessible, and personalized. Back to you.
Bitcoin is tanking, breaking through that $100,000 mark. I mean, we use the word tank. It's probably not a tank. It is just a move down right now. We can watch 99.7, coming into play right now for BTC. So it's a level and it's moving and it's Bitcoin. So there it goes right now. IBIT, we basically nailed that. 56.80, I think was about right. So now we'll be able to watch that with, with some concern, I guess, if you guys are trading Bitcoin right now, that it is making that move lower through that level. All right, so GME, I mean, we're ready for this. We're not really panicking too much. I do want to go over it. We are going to try to buy some. We talked about where in and around this 29.50. Hopefully that can come through. One stock that, though, although what we'll lose on GameStop, we're making on Shopify, so it's going to be net here, which kind of sucks. But at the end of the day, here's Shopify. And again, a stock that actually fits what I'm trying to do, and that is make money based on things that make sense. And that was into there to the 200 period. We said that we missed it at 35, but just because we miss it doesn't mean we get right back there, and that's exactly what we did. So we put that bid there, we stuck there, it came back in, it just fell. I missed it the first time when it went up here. Then it just fell back in and filled me again at that same level. So there it goes. Now let's see if it comes back in. We're just taking it out now in the 70s. We do have a higher target. So let's fingers crossed. Maybe we get that. Maybe we do not. Okay, there it is. All right. Sirens up, man. That's 50 cents there on Shopify. All right. We did not get more shares down there on on GameStop because it's just bouncing around $30 now. I do not want to get very specific with this. I already have the plan of action. We've talked about what it is. If and when it hits, great. We're going to average in at this 50-period moving average, and we're going to watch out for this low take on that downside as well. So that's what we're doing right now. I mean, it's not a whole heck of a lot, but that's what I'm into right now with GameStop. And it's a new position. Look, man, I have 1, 2, 3. Oh, actually, only 3 positions, but they're all long. So hold out hope that GameStop can actually do something. Moderna buyout offer coming. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what. No. The guy's
That's
just saying
not true, is it?
No. I think he wants it to come true. Moderna's been getting absolutely crushed. This was a name that I was thinking about getting into because I do like the technology. But unless there's something else happening with Moderna here, wow, this chart is bad. And again, you have HHS. We talked about that with RFK coming through. I mean, it's been bad. And also today you see Pfizer. You want to talk about a bad stock to be invested in. I'm in this name as well a little bit. Pfizer down there, 25. I thought this was getting hit today. Is it not? Or was it yesterday? Must have been.
Yesterday.
It was yesterday. Okay, yeah. So falling off of that 26 level there. 26 and change coming for Pfizer. So actually a little better today. So that's nice. Hopefully these are some levels that we can respect in and around 25 right now for Pfizer. All right. I'm not doing a whole heck of a lot. Yeah, go ahead.
Toby, I saw Toby in the chat there. Where are you, Toby? Let me see if I can find you in here. Oh, no, it's Tobes. Nice. I used to have a nickname on the floor that literally one person said, and they called me Robes, which I wasn't a huge fan of, but whatever. Why would anyone short AMC now? You have to have a trading plan, and this is just a simple mean reversion play, and then my confluence for the trade, I don't want to draw a line there. So there's your trend up from the bounce on AMC, right? So it makes a high, goes into a resistance zone on the daily chart, and then closes candle underneath the trend line, short in a prior high, and then into VWAP. At the same time, GameStop, which is the reason why it's up, was, I guess the group is going higher on that tweet. That made a pullback off of its high as well. So it's just a simple setup there for me on AMC. I like to take those shots, and it's a kind of a structured trade. If we get back above the 550 or GameStop makes a fresh high, it can jump out. The other thing I'm keeping an eye on is Tesla's getting close to VWAP. It's not there yet. And Amazon. Look, Amazon probably hasn't gotten enough press today. I'm the midday guys, which I'm just going to get rid of this dark pool wick here so we can see the chart better. Oh no, don't do it. Let's just go to the 15 minute. It's going to be better. Amazon is breaking out in a big way. It already dipped well above the prior high and is making a higher low and a bit of a round off here on Amazon. So if we can hold this higher low, remember the market's at the low of the day. If we can get any kind of a bounce here, I like the look of Amazon. I don't know if you can get VWAP. I'll only be able to show you with this black chart here. I don't know if you're talking about VWAP, but maybe something along the lines of this 220.5 where you put that wick bottom. But that's a strong stock as the market's trying to bounce off lows, something I'd like for the long trade here in AMZN. Bit of a stronger one out there that I don't think we've talked enough about. I was surprised that Amazon wasn't in our rundown. I thought the viewers might have liked that one.
I'm gonna have to get out of some Amazon. Okay, let's have a quick look at other crypto because 99.5 right now, Bitcoin is falling down. So let's have a quick look at some other names here. As we look at the Dow and the NASDAQ, everything is about flat-ish. I mean, there's always going to be names that are rolling around. We did just buy a little bit more Google, so if you see my price changing a little bit there, we did add a little bit to it. Okay, so here's just a sort of a scan of what's been happening. So there's crypto there, 99. I mean, it's still up in the last 24 hours, up 3%. But as you can see, crypto is making that fall down. Right now, Ethereum 38.39, that's pretty much holding well out as well. XRP 235, I think the high was like 270 or so for XRP. Again, we have the new SEC commissioner being appointed that is apparently go Shopify right now. Shopify 50 cents in the money on that one. Dogecoin, thanks for that. I'm in at about 38 and change. We bought it that day with OB, so that's about 15%, 20% in the money. Thanks for that one. OB, 120 there for Cardano. Tron was going good yesterday, up 60% on the week. 32 cents down 5 right now. Shiba Inu 2.6. So I'm not going to go over all of these, just some names that I know some of you are into there, including Doge, Shiba, Solana, so on and so forth. There. So yeah, just a couple little looks there on what's been happening. All right, just to check back in on everybody's friend, or maybe not. And what we're looking at here is GameStop. So it's bouncing off that 30. It's basically looks like it's going to be in and around a flat trade for me. So we'll just, I mean, it's not flat right now. We're waiting for it, but we'll have to hold out hope. Maybe we change this 50 period right now. You see how it just keeps on riding it up? We can now change our bids to 29.70. Also sit around this 29.50 area. Hopefully it comes in and we'll be able to take a play off of that. But that's something I'm looking at to average back into that trade. And then we just talked about Google falling back here. So Google's been a good stock. We're up on Google today. It's actually going to be next to Tesla, the next best stock today for us. But right there, Google 173. It's been holding. We've done it a couple times now, so we're going to try it again. But we already started the show kind of by saying like this market seemed like it wanted to go down. It's really been holding this VWAP like there again. It didn't even get there. I like shallow retraces to VWAP that don't work. That's like a good sign for a downside move. We really got sort of upside down, tipsy-turvy there on Tesla because we should still be. It's too bad. Like we just got stopped out there, else that would have been a good one just to add on to sort of what we've been doing today so far.
Tesla was, yeah.
What's
that was
Robinhood at 39?
There's a couple of people in the chat, and I want to know, Jameson here. What up, Jameson? BA cracking down, and then I wanted to talk about SMCI in a quick little second too. But look, Boeing just broke low of the day, and here's Boeing's actually looking pretty solid. So I want to preface that. I understand it's at the low of the day and it doesn't look very good, but this is actually regained the 50-period moving average and is kind of consolidating off of that high. Let me just get rid of that. Consolidating off of this high at 160. So what was prior support has now turned into a little bit of resistance, but I'm starting to like Boeing closing here, breaking out above the 160 at least looks interesting to me. So I get it that it's having a bad day, but in the context of the daily chart, in the context of a 15-minute, you essentially just have a consolidation between 155 and 160, and it got to 160 and is now pulling back. So as long as 155 holds, it still looks solid to me on that daily chart. It just, whenever I see something making a bottom like this, the next step I want is for it to hold a 50 period, but then make the next level breakout. So there's your consolidation. Once you break out and close above, then you can have a long trade with a stop out under support under the 50 period, which would be like $150. Very similar to, and the reason I was saying I want to talk about Snow is Enchanted. I won't say the rest of your name there. Snow, which is loading. That's a similar move to what Snowflake did on the daily chart, which is hold on, make a low, make a consolidation off the 50-period moving average, and then break said consolidation. So there's your hold of the 50 period. There's your top after holding the 50 period. There's your break of the top. It does a nice move off there. Now, you had multiple opportunities to get it. You could have taken this breakout, which is the one that I preferred, the early break, because I really liked Snow. But yeah, Boeing doing something very similar. I don't think necessarily Boeing is going to do what Snowflake did because, well, heck, it's Boeing, but it doesn't mean it doesn't have a chance. So anyways, just wanted to answer that question. And when I saw the two together, that's the first thing that popped in my mind.
All right, off the, great question there. We love Snowflake. All right, chicken dinner winner. Off the 200-period moving average there for Shopify. You're going to be basically your banger here, honestly, in the afternoon. I mean, we take this trade. We talked about it. We liked it. That's it right there, man. It is Shopify. Nice trade there. All right, so the only other name there, Google, iBit, we can have a quick look at as, 98 now. So we are really coming in.
There's no matter.
I mean, it's not going to look like, and this is what I mean by, like, it's not worth panicking right here. And my ears are all of a sudden buzzing for some reason. I had
it's a swimming.
Yeah, I know. For some reason, I had some water in there today. I have the
earplugs.
But okay. So just a quick little look there. iBit, where could we find some support? I mean, at this point, I think you're here right now if you want to take a shot at it. But I mean, it's only moving with with BTC itself. I think that's what it's supposed to do. So the best thing to do would to be look at something that's been here and done that before, and that would be crypto. So right into there, 200-period moving average is all the way up here. Again, this is a 5-minute chart, so we're well underneath everything. What is this green? I don't know what this, I have to ask Obi or something what all this is
Anchor?
all about.
Probably an anchor.
Probably a past anchor. Yeah, that would kind of make sense if there was a past anchor up there somewhere. But anyways, okay. So it's coming in right into some levels where we could find some support. Forget about all these lines. Right there, 98.250 was the most recent bottom. At the end of the day, what about just 98 kind of flat, right? So we'll see if that holds. Looks like it might want to into some past sort of choppy areas before we took off. So get ready for this trade. I think it's going to be here for us. Again, it's going to be BTC 5-minute chart, not looking too bad right there, as well as iBit, right? I mean, again, so if you're going to look at that, iBit back into the close, can you take a look at that? Right there, we'll see what it wants to do. But so far, not the greatest here, trading for Bitcoin today, downside move. And again, we talked about being a risk manager. Join me and Adara tonight. Thursday. I don't know if anybody's in the calendar for a guest. Hopefully not, because we have a big time announcement to make. Earnings, a lot of earnings, and that's the announcement. That's all. We don't have an official announcement. We have Rubrik. We also have Lululemon today reporting after hours. Wow. What am I? Oh, Aloe. This is Aloe. But I was like, am I wearing Lulu? That would have been fluky. I should have wore that. But Lululemon tonight. Ulta. So Lulu again. Look at this recovery for LULU. Wow. Again, like the stock, beautiful recovery from some of those dips. Now above the 200, above the 50-period moving average, and looking to go. Watch out for 360 coming into play there for Lululemon. Implied move on this, 8.7%. Join me and Adara as we'll be talking about all these names live there tonight for you. That, of course, is Lululemon. Looking for, and Lululemon, by the way, the 51st state is in the building right now with Lululemon. So we'll say a big shout out to you guys, and we'll be joining you guys soon. Right now, get ready to fix that flag, put a couple more stars on there. All right, so that's Lululemon coming in. Implied move on that, as I just mentioned, 8.7%. Last earnings, it moved less than 1%. We'll see what's going on. Oh, and a store that if this stock has like ripped up since like maybe beginning of November, or when was I in Buffalo? I can't remember. We spent some coin here at Ulta Beauty. I was really impressed with the store itself. I was really impressed with the pricing because they made us pay too much for the stuff. Nice move up there for Ulta Beauty, right off the last couple weeks. But at the same time, it's not like it's breaking out. But oh my, looky what we see right here. This 410, I like it, man. I like this break higher. We know Warren was in this. Hey, Warren, what did you see in the company, man? Like, I know he sold out of some of his Ulta Beauty, but what did you see in it? Do we still see it there? Let's see if Ulta Beauty can take that out again. Ulta Beauty expected EPS of $4.47 with an implied move of over 7% on that one. We also have another juicy name, man. And this one is really a shame because I was long in the 50s. We got out in the 60s, I think about the high 60s for DocuSign. I think this was one of the trades. I know when Brendan and I were doing that first podcast that we had, DocuSign, and this is why I'm talking about it. We were talking about that, and it was down into here. It was just before we turned over on the year. So it was down into here, $56, $57, something like that. Anyway, there it is. Right back in here. Yeah, here we go. So there's the moves back up that we started talking about on some of those buyout rumors or whatever it was at that time. And then we came back in, and then once we got up into these areas here is where I eventually wound up selling because it was like nothing. And now upside here for DocuSign continuing to work. That one, expected move, wow, 10%. Wow, these names are getting pretty spicy right now. We'll talk about it a little bit more. There's GitLabs, there's HPE, there's Woof, and the rest of them. But look at GameStop right now, coming right back into sort of where we were. I see you're out of AMC. Any updates on that one?
Yeah, just sitting back down. Got myself a hot water. I can only drink so much lemon and ginger tea. It's like I've had like 2 of them. So I'm literally just drinking hot water. But GameStop made another test higher, but really it's more about the structure of the trade. If it held above 550, get out. We shorted went for the 545 level. And again, every trade, you've got to have your own sort of set of rules. We've been pretty fortunate this week, right? So, like to start the month, we've essentially gone 4 for 4, but most of that has come down to one simple thing. If you have an execution strategy, sort of follow it. And I think a lot of times it's like, oh, you could just hold on to it. And you saw this with, what was it? Trying to remember what the small capper was. There was a small capper like 2 days ago, and you guys will probably, anyone watching a couple of days ago will remember. It's like, we had like a 30-cent win on it or something like that. And I just basically banked the profit to watch it go like $1, maybe like a half an hour later. But I was following my plan. And I think when you do that, like I'm looking at QBTS here. Like I could hold on to that and give it a wider stop, but no, I have a rule that I want to put in there for the trade on that little flag that it had, and I'm not going to hold it all the way to the bottom. Now, maybe it bounces off 365 or something like that, and then makes a fresh high. And if I'm holding at 390, it ends up a winning trade. But if that's not your style of trade, then that's not what you should do, because ultimately you just want to build your own level of consistency and not just like throw around and gamble. And it's the same thing with AMC. Like you could say, well, you got stopped out. It's right back to where you sold it. It could still get to 525. Fair, but look what's happening. If my reason for getting into the trade was mean reversion plus GameStop failing the high, well, since that, GameStop has stayed on trend and it ran my stop. So what would I be doing by sticking into this trade? I would be breaking the rule. You have a reason to get in, and those reasons end up gone, then you should exit the trade. So that's what you should do. I mean, it is what it is. To each their own. I just wanted to get over to NVIDIA. I just saw something in the chat. It's funny, Tony. I gotta say something about that. That's a really good one. NVIDIA trying to claw its way back into VWAP. The last time it did this was my one of the 1 for 3 on NVIDIA. Right? We took the breakout that didn't work. I had a dip buy that didn't work. But we were able to grab it off the 145 level. So there's your higher lows coming in off 145, and here's your chance to break away from VWAP. Now the last time it sets you a high above VWAP, like it failed it a couple times, wicked it a couple times, and then eventually broke it out. If it does the same thing, I would certainly look for a long there as well. Tony in the chat just basically said micro dump strategy. I don't think you can pin it all on micro strategy right now. That's not fair because at least this time Bitcoin is falling, right? So Bitcoin is down to like 98 change. And that's going to weigh on MicroStrategy. They were a buyer. I think the last buy was at 94,000. You got to start asking yourself a question. If you choose this as a vehicle, which I know some people that do, where would it have to go for you to exit? Because if let's say we pull back to like 75 or 80,000 or a large 10, 15, 20% pullback on BTC, you got to ask yourself, where is MicroStrategy going to be in that particular case? With Bitcoin, you can work off their levels. When you're highly leveraged like this, it's just going to be a different story. So it's not a very good move here for MSTR. There may be support down at the 360 level, but yeah, it's dumping because Bitcoin's failing, or at least that's a part of the story. And I just heard something on Xpeng, but I'm not sure if it's actually.
I heard it too. I don't know what it was, but there was something.
Xpeng getting news. Yeah, you don't usually get news on Chinese ADRs at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It looks like they caught a downgrade. You don't usually see that in the middle of the day. Now, that's not a lot of movement, but it's a Chinese ADR, and it's, like I said, 3 o'clock. So, maybe not a lot of volume on this. I'll keep an eye on it because it's got a flat bottom break, but it would have to drop a lot further if it were going to give you some kind of entry point there. Yeah, so it might be a nothing burger on that Xpeng.
Yeah, it probably is. We'll wait to see what's going on with it. Okay, here we go, man.
I never got Amazon.
GameStop. Let's go, man. Let's see if we can get something to happen here with GME. So we'll figure it out. But right now it looks like it wants to go one way and hopefully back to the upside. We talked about where we'd like to average in. We did not get that opportunity to do that, although we were pretty close. Now the 50-period moving average is at $30. So now I'm sort of thinking as we get closer and closer to the close here, if we do not take out the high again right now, which we're at, that this could be a complete sort of 360 here, and we may have to flip this on its head and get back out of this one on the other side of this trade. So we'll have to wait to see. I don't even really have any offers out there right now. I'm at 31.25 right now, 99,000 for Bitcoin. So I'm still waiting for a 31 break. I think if we can get that, then we'll get some excitement. We're waiting in the 20s to get a piece out on that one. But right now, I feel pretty comfortable if we maybe shut this thing down at 29.75. So let me change up our stop orders right now on GameStop and get some out, or get it all out for that dollar hit. If we do break that 29, let's go 69. All right, we'll play that game. Cat, 29.69 down into there. And we'll try to average 42. A little bit at the 50 period because now that's the new 50 period. So that's what we'll do there. We'll put a bid like around $30.10, and we'll see if we can get a little bit more shares. We'll add about 25% back onto this trade. So we'll put another 25% on and see if we can't make something of that right now with GME. So that's that trade.
Let me respond to Fiddleback here in the chat.
We have $1 in the money on Shopify.
Uber is not SSR yet. Uber got very close to 10% down by my math, but it didn't quite get there. It needs to break 65 by a few pennies. I think 64, 94, 95. And then it'll actually be short sell restricted. Remember, basically the rule is not adjacent to 10%. It has to tick mathematically and print the NBBO, the best bid, has to be at that 10% mark, which is just underneath the 65, and it's from previous close, which is at 72.16. I'm looking for, I love SSR bounces. So if it were to go 10% down and revert trend, yeah, I'd be for it. But clearly on Uber, it's just not there yet. We tried an earlier bounce that had nothing to do with SSR, but it was a trend break. So that's what I'd look for on Uber. Yeah, of course, now AMC wants to go. Sometimes it'd be like that. Follow rule, market says, it would have worked. But if you break a rule and get profited, you're just more likely to do it the next time. And you don't want to play it that way. I'll also have to fail on myself for that. Got to move on to the next. If Uber ticks SSR, then I'm going to look for the reversion on that. Just trying to look for those specific setups. Probably had it there, but as I said, GameStop stayed on trend. It ran my stop. Those are two reasons to get out, so I'm going to adhere to it. Maybe 20, 30 cents from now, we'll see Uber go into SSR territory. And by the way, that applies for tomorrow as well. If Uber, I selfishly getting down 10%, sometimes you get a better bounce the second day when people can digest the news a little bit better. So I'd like to see it almost take that 10% at this point, but it is making a little bit of a bid here on Uber.
All right. There you go. We'll take a GameStop long down into this area. And by the way, guys, let's go.
Money.
Look, man, the only way, I see some of you guys in the chat, it's like, I talked about this earlier, how sometimes it's a hard day. It's like, all you can really judge is like, are your strategies working for you? There's nothing else to do. Like this 200 period right there, like I like that. We've seen it holding. So we're gonna take the shot on it. If you're taking shots, but always getting shot, then that's not going to be good. You're going to have to look down and figure out all right, where exactly am I making money? What stocks am I making money on? So on and so forth. And then try to trade appropriately on that. Like if there's a symbol that I'm all of a sudden not doing that well on, I try to go puff, pass on that, right? We'll look at something else. But right there, Shopify, it's a nice move. It's a nice move to the upside. And it's following, like Neil said, the pattern. So if you look down and, at the end of the day, all you want to do is look at your net. It's ultimately all that's going to matter. But you want to make sure, as we keep saying, the strategies that you're doing are actually profitable. So you got to look down and say, how many shots have I taken? How many winning trades? And what exactly is going on? And I told you, there's not too many winning trades, at least from my side of things here today. We don't have, right now, GameStop's trying to fall back down. We're about to get stopped out right here on GameStop, right? But again, we've sort of based this out. We kind of thought that this would be a fun kind of trade. Looks like it's going to be a little more than fun. It might be a big L right here. Taking down 30. We just tried to see if it can hold this 50-period moving average. So we'll see what winds up happening right now with GameStop. It looks like it's going to break lower. We're getting out on a break of 70 or 69. So basically a break of 75, and we'll be out of this one. And again, without some motivation here in the stock, I don't... There it goes. I don't necessarily think that you really want to be in this. We could get a retracement all the way back into VWAP right now. I'm just going to get this out, take $1, not even $1 hit, well, almost $1 hit right there on GameStop. So a reverse dollar club right there. Dollar club, though, in Shopify, and that's sort of what I was taking, you got to put different trades in different baskets, right? And we knew that what we were doing on Shopify at least had some past experiences. And on GameStop, it's kind of the same thing. We've traded this really well before and really bad. It's going to be a catalyst-based business. And for GameStop right now, it's... it is what it is. It's trying to fail off this level. I have my offer there. If we get filled, on the punch through, and we will be stopped out of GME. But so that would leave me with only GameStop and Google heading into the last little bit. The Palantir short was so wrong. Who said Palantir let me see. Short? No, I don't know. I'm just trying to say what's going on with Palantir right now. I haven't even looked at it.
Oh no, what's
on charts?
Oh no.
There it is. Okay, so yeah, up 3.5%. Wow. Palantir, just like, I don't look at it. I look at it a lot because it's my stock, but at the end of the day, I didn't look at it for trading today. I don't know why. Look, see? There we go again, 200 period. Like, if we can sort of coin any kind of a trade that we've been doing, like what our trades are, it's the 200 period. That matters. So that's another look there for Palantir. Right now it's choppy, it's up here, but when the stock is moving, look for bounces in and around those levels. So there it is for PLTR again.
The other thing is it's the $70 level on Palantir, which has just been absolutely fantastic. Like there was all that accumulation and it just stayed as the most important level on Palantir the last few days. Like if you traded off just one price level, the first time it got there, I mean, it held up for a while, but even today, like, I think we mentioned this in the morning show already, but it is what it is. Every single even though 70, 71, and it looks like it's just going to continue. I love that continuation play on it. And as as I probably should point out, what's interesting is obviously, look, I can wax. Like AMC could end up working on the reversion now, but it doesn't matter because the actual execution didn't work. But GameStop did the same pattern and would have already given you that trade. That said, I was using GameStop as a proxy, not as a proxy, as like a leading indicator. So if you decide to use GameStop as a leading indicator to trade another stock, the question is, does that work for you in the past? I can tell you when Roaring Kitty came around the last time, the only profitable strategy I had that worked every single time, or at least 9 times out of 10, was fading on BlackBerry and other stocks because GameStop during that time wasn't even that great. Roaring Kitty. At least for a lot of day traders, it wasn't necessarily the best. And that's nothing against him. It's just the price action. It wasn't 2020. That's the best way to think about it. It was not 2020. XPeng is not what I want to look at. Amazon's starting to pull back in here. It is after 3 o'clock, a little bit early for the imbalances, but starting to actually think about them. You're still holding trend on Amazon since we came back on at 2 o'clock, which would mean higher lows. So the last, like this top in here, which is exactly where I tried it the one time, is 220.20. Now you're looking to hold a higher low off the prior resistance. So looking for it to make some kind of a rounded bottom, kind of like what you see in here, or like what you see in here. And then we take our shot in Amazon. Missed a chance here at 220.80, but at that time we're looking at AMC, right? So you go in the wrong stock, it is what it is, but you got to take your shot. But I like this higher low on Amazon if we can catch it. Let me know what else you guys are watching in the chat. Uh-oh, no, Thomas, QBTS, did that do it? You just said big drop? No, it didn't. Big dump on QBTS. I don't know if that's a big dump on QBTS. It's still holding. Still holding. So QBTS didn't really go, but it's still holding the top end of that range for sure. And Trixie wants to take a look at GitLab.
Yeah, they report.
Tonight?
Yep.
The last time I traded GitLab was it was months and months ago, but it was actually after earnings. So it was like the one time I traded it. I know it was the one time I traded because I've never traded it again, and it was a short trade after an earnings. It was a long time ago for a continuation play. Oh, good for them. They've actually filled in most of the gap here.
Nice.
Yeah, GitLab. Wow, that's a great recovery for GitLab. I didn't know it was doing so well. No, but it absolutely dumped off the 70 area and then was a good sort of continuation play on pops after earnings. But now it's in a nice little solid upward trend. So it's a little too far away from the 50 and the 200. Those are probably only coming into play if bad things happen. Ideally, you're just sort of breaking out the top here. A little bit of diddling in the middle of nowhere going into earnings and nothing terribly clean. And obviously not much of a trade today, except for the fact that somebody's selling a boat here at 66.50 when you look at the chart. Close price, another close, resistance, needs to chop through this area. Someone's clearly holding it underneath that price every time it gets there.
All right. First of all, Shopify right there goes into the club again, so that was nice. Again, perfect, almost like an NFT in what we're trying to do right there. Reverse NFT right here. GameStop makes the move down, and there it goes, right? So it does break that level. Now it looks like it wants to hold it. I'm actually going to try to go long one more time if we break through $30. Not revenge trading it. We'll use the same amount of shares. If it breaks it, then I think we can get going again to retry some of those highs. Would we make our money back? Yes, if we can get back up into $30.75. But I was going to break that there to see if we can get through 30, get up to there, up to 30.75, get that money back, put 75 cents in our pocket possibly against 29.50 if that goes. So we'll have to wait to see if that goes at all. Shopify still going here. Google still doing nothing at that bottom. iBit and Bitcoin really starting to go down. You know, like you didn't know anything, or else you'd be short Bitcoin. But at the end of the day, that $100 level, $100,000 level, definitely came into play today and broke through. And since we've broken through, I'll call up the chart of Bitcoin. We really haven't seen any relief rally. I guess we might have right there. We did get back up to 99.2, but we never really shot the moon back to 100. And I think that's the one thing. Like, there's the break right here, right? So maybe we can even just zoom in just a little bit. There's the break at 100 right into this candle there. It didn't even give it a chance to go back up. So sometimes you'll see like on Tesla, it'll break, then come back, then go, or something like that. This never, it didn't do that reverse. Like it didn't hit, come back maybe into the 50 and then drop. It just kept on bleeding. So there it goes. And right now making new daily lows now for Bitcoin. 98 now coming into play. So I don't mean to say that you might have had your out there at 104, 105 today, but that was a good double top right before this came through. I don't know if it was news-based or not. I mean, it doesn't have to be. It's probably not. So we'll have to wait to see if and when Bitcoin wants to sort of resume its upside move. I sort of talked about some consolidation in and around this area, and it looks like that's maybe why we bounced back up a little bit there just in the last 5 minutes. But right now it's looking here, and this is why I don't like, you got to have a plan of action before you start looking at the stock. Like, what is it trying to do right here, right? And I think that if you're bouncing off that level and you're long right now, this is going to be the spot where you're thinking about, maybe that's the Alamo and where you want to get out, 97.7, because the next sort of area back in gets you 96 flat. This is 95. It's probably VWAP. So I would just say be pretty careful with what I'm seeing here in BTC. No relief rally whatsoever on the 5-minute charts. We weren't even able to cover up this last candle.
And judging by the chat here, many different time frames being discussed for when people are talking about where the support is. 98,000 is like, that's support you're looking at like a short-term trade. I see Vader Trader saying heading to 95. I see officially Unburdened saying paper hands. Jay Lee saying heading to 70,000 again. Okay, I think that's what people should be afraid of. Like, I mean,
Hugo, what are you doing?
Bitcoin has done like how many retracements over, I don't know the number off the top of my head, but 60 to 70% retracements, I don't know, 6, 7, from all-time highs. It's done at least 6 or 7 times, right? I mean, somebody can probably fact check that for me. It's at least half a dozen times. It's done 60 or 70% from like, if you look at like a higher time frame chart. But I'm purposefully doing it this way where you don't see the big breakout. Remember what we're coming from, right? Like it was that long channel break in here. So when someone says we're getting down to 70, yeah, I think if you were to lose, I have a 90,000 roped off just for myself psychologically. I think if you were to lose this area to 88, then you're at risk of some kind of a bigger gap fill to the downside. And ultimately, that would be the bigger test. I think it's a reasonable pullback if you just look at a longer term chart, and at some point we were to retest that level. But this is just one rejection of a high break, and we haven't even got back to prior support when you pull it on a daily chart. On a daily chart, this is nothing on BTC. So just keep that in mind. Your time frame is always going to matter. Amazon is trying to hold out, like you hold a consolidation, now you put a bit of a bottoming tail candle. So it's looking a little bit like it did before, but the next step would be at least holding the higher low and trying to break away from this area. That hasn't happened yet, so we might not actually get that. You could always just head lower, and then there isn't a trade at all in Amazon. And if anybody's still looking at it, had I still been in this, VWAP would be the out every single time. It bounced off VWAP, and I'm talking about AMC. I'm not in the short, but if you did hold on to the short, obviously VWAP was from where the trend line came in. And when I look at a trade like this, Ramin, chart. When I look at a trade like this, if the reason to get in was going to be the trend line and a bounce off VWAP where we started it, then when it reverts back into VWAP, that's the target out. So I'd be out of the trade if we were still in it. But like I said, fail for stopping out of it. That was kind of the setup I was waiting for and liked. Whether or not we get the setup in Amazon, I don't know. I can tell you that you are now short sell restricted on Uber. So Uber has now, just a couple of seconds ago, gotten all the way down 10%. So now what I'd be looking for is, can you break the trend and give some kind of a reversal play? So the most recent, it's obviously a pretty hefty trend down, but I like to look at the most recent low break, which took us here. So if it can give some kind of a trend break, kind of like the AMC setup, I'd look for the break back up. I don't think VWAP is reasonable there. I just heard AAL. This might not get above, so there might not be an entry recently, but I just heard something about AAL, which has been an absolute rocket ship, so I didn't want to check that out.
All right, 85, 44 until I can see a little bit better. Okay, so the market did just have that move down. GME tried to break through $30 again, by the way, and did not do that. We took out some more shares on Shopify right there at the top side. That was $1. We're now only have, I just used the math, about 15% or so left on this trade. Good couple outs there on the top side. I mean, our first out on Shopify was for 40 cents. So, you know, we've made pretty good on that one. This is, let me just show you GME, but without just talking about it. We were going to go long if it broke through $30, remember, right there. So we have an out there. We tried to take that break. I'm fine with taking it. It does come all the way back. It gave us a chance to get out again. Look at this, man. Once, twice, thrice, triple tops. So I think if we learned anything today about GME, it's just that it's fine following technical levels. And I mean, there it is, there it is, there it is, there it is, triple top. And then we're going to go long breaking through 30. It never happened. We don't have to worry about it right now. I'm going to cancel that trade, but if it goes, it goes. I'm not going to take it. Maybe too late in the day. Actually, I'll keep it in right now. There's still 35 minutes. Maybe it does go, and we'll try that shot. All right, just in the triple Qs here, heading into the close. So we're underneath VWAP. We're underneath a bunch of stuff. I just want to see if there is potentially a little bit of a bouncing spot here. Look at the NASDAQ on the 60-minute chart. We can even go down to the 30-minute chart, get a little bit more of a look here as we go. So there it is. Hopefully we can bounce off this. That's 21,450. That would be a decent level. That's a 50-period moving average. 21,400. If we're underneath that tomorrow, then we will play shorts back in on this, right? And so if we can get underneath this 21,400, that is the short area for me and a long into it. So we'll see where we open up tomorrow, which is kind of what I'm trying to look at right now with the TQQs. So that's going to be the NASDAQ here. And then there is our early look. Oops, I clicked on it, but I'm on the wrong chart for the triple Qs. So this, again, is just a triple levered. I don't really, the leverness doesn't matter to me, where I'm just trading the prices that I see. So there it is, right into there. So 85.50. If we lose the low of the day, it'll probably lose it, so let's give it about 10 more cents, only because if it loses it, that's the NASDAQ. We could get accelerated, and then we want to be able to sort of maybe get that bounce back up. So we'll give it 10 more cents to this downside, 85.40 or so, but another brand new position for me here on the TQQs. And again, it's a decent sized position. It's going to be probably notional, you know, more than definitely, for me, one of the higher trades that we've had on here today. So let's see if this one works out or not. But it's again, it's trying to catch a falling knife. So we're not taking too much risk right here. I think it's well worth it into this level. But that's 24.75. Yeah, we still have lower to go.
You mentioned the early looks
on this.
I don't know if you showed them.
I mentioned it. No, I didn't show.
So nothing burger, unless you're excited about Enbridge being another buy and balance, which one of these days I'm going to call it up in Toronto. And just remind everybody it's dual listed. So it's completely insignificant if there's a buy and balance in Enbridge of $2 million, unless it's also a buy and balance when it comes out in Toronto. And oftentimes, I've said this before, you will find that if it's dual listed, it'll be a buy in one and a sell in the other. And then that's a bit of a trap for people. Charge point is $1 million, but it's a dollar stock. So the only thing of remote interest might be a Walmart at $700,000 to the sell side, but we'll let you guys know. Obviously at $350 when it comes live. We'll show you guys those imbalances, anything interesting. So Uber is now 10% and still falling. It continues to break lows. You're kind of running out of time for it to do some kind of a bounce play, but it is SSR. It is the only name that's really setting up for me right now after obviously AMC, which is now through VWAP, continues to fall. So I'm hunting on Uber, see if we get something here. I don't know if there's anything else, although I keep seeing people talk about Unity in the chat. So, like, what? Is the Unity deciding it's going to have a good day today when everything else is bleeding?
No, it was Adair brought that story.
Oh, that's right.
It was a Roaring Kitty thing.
Yep. Right, yeah. Roaring Kitty for reasons on Unity.
All right, yep, that's why. Yeah, no. Adair was just going to correct you, but I already did.
Okay.
Not correct you, but let you know that it was that Unity thing right there. And it was just, it's that whole trying to decode exactly.
So people are guessing that?
I guess so. I guess so. I don't know. All right, so we'll wait to see what's going on with all of that, man. I don't. We can check out GameStop again for everybody. I mean, it's down here at 29. Like, this would be the spot. You know, I'm a little bit wrapped up now with these Qs, but like it's right back to VWAP off of a triple top. Like, if you are short here, this is a great spot to cover. I mean, whether or not you're short or not, I don't know, but this is a decent spot right here to cover if you are. You could get this breakdown lower, of course. And remember, like, people are going to be holding these options overnight. They're going to be doing things so we still have tomorrow being Friday. So a lot of options are going to come to expire there. Could be interesting, $30 call mark on GameStop. We'll see if that comes into play again tomorrow or even in the end of the day right now. But trading off VWAP, and again, we talk about the strategies like once, twice, thrice, boom, all the way to the downside. So a triple top, I mean, it could be a double top. It doesn't really matter. But when you retrace back into the VWAP, which is the volume weighted average price now, basically everybody that's been involved in this, you could drop an anchor. The anchor would be up here if you do it since the volume came in, right? But this is just from the whole day and including from yesterday as well and overnight. So we'll wait to see what happens right there on the WAP. So what was that, Joe? Right, there you go. So exactly. So Joe's just talking about the option level there. A lot of, and that's why I'm talking like that. See, so me and Joe, we connected. We seeing each other right there. But yeah, I was saying maybe a put wall up there. You could see the same thing potentially on Bitcoin now that we're underneath 100,000. Check out IBIT and things like that for said walls.
And also remember, like everyone's all excited to get these ETFs and for Bitcoin and for all of. I mean, look, it's not just Bitcoin. I mean, you got the ETH out there. You're getting a Tether. It's just there's so many out there. Solana. So ultimately, it just creates a lot more leverage and puts more pressure if we do have downside moves, because when you get these, like, when leverage unwinds, it looks nasty. Obviously, Uber doesn't seem like it wants to revert. We're continuing to fall lower here. Tesla is screaming through 370. There's no bid at VWAP on that. I've seen a couple AMD. Someone's mentioning, look, if it's in the market and it's not Unity, it's probably falling at this particular moment. So if I don't get this set up here in Uber, I don't mind looking over here. Yeah, I mean, it's not at the low of the day yet, but down a couple of points and continuing to bleed here. NVIDIA is also through VWAP and falling. There's not a heck of a lot holding up very well here, except for, I mean, there's a few names out there that are worth watching. But if we do get one last shot, I am still looking for Uber. I just saw someone also put in the chat what's going on with, like, I understand AMC and GameStop, but they've all come back here. So I was here, got out there, and now you're back at 520. You're underneath VWAP. Essentially, what goes up must come down. So I guess they still like Unity for this story for reasons unknown, but AMC and GameStop are continuing to go back down off the Roaring Kitty news. At this point, Uber is down 11%. It might be a tomorrow-type trade, but the SSR bounces have been good. Like the other day, Chewy was fantastic. If you had Foot Locker, I had Chewy, not Foot Locker. Foot Locker was a really, really good bounce play the day after. Ugh. But yeah, we're starting to bleed to the downside. Like sometimes this happens. Like the market was doing just fine. It had a lot of good heavy lifters. Amazon kicked butt today. You had Microsoft was super strong at one point. Tesla had a monster day today. But this Bitcoin 100,000 thing, maybe some risk is starting to come off, right? Like you have to understand that sometimes these things tend to follow each other. But we're still looking for the reversion on Uber. Unless we get that, I don't see another trade for myself. That's obvious in here. Amazon lost bid as well.
Yeah, Amazon. Yeah, everything's losing bid. We'll probably wind up losing on this TQQ trade here as well, looking like it wants to break through. Oops, that's still GME. Sorry about that. As it looks like it wants to break through. There it is right here. Break through this 40 area, which is what we were sort of going to play off of, just trying to give it a little bit of room through. Remember we said like 50 probably could have been that bottom. So we did try it. We're going to give it a little bit more room. It's not like we're long at 60. So I feel comfortable about the position sizing and what we have right now. As you know, yesterday we had 150 handles in the money and so on and so forth. So right now we're down 13 handles. Let's see what winds up happening now with the TQs. I mean, it's having its day. I mean, you could check out Apple. I mean, there's a lot of names right now that just are not. You talked about Amazon losing the bid. I mean, there were a lot of strong names that just got weak real quick, right? I mean, now Apple's now red in the day. We saw Google not hold that level there of 173. We haven't looked at.
Oh, this is the best comment
Meta
today.
For a while.
Mo for the win. My money is on Intel for the Roaring Kitty tweet. See, now that just put a smile on my face. Roaring Kitty's smarter than that. Let's just leave it at that. No, it's just not his cup of tea. There's no massive institutional short position in Intel. There's obviously shorts in there, but that's just not his cup of tea, right? Like, I like the comment. It's good and fun for amusement, but I think he probably is going to stay. Heath Gill probably stays in his lane. Is going to be my guess. When he starts analyzing the semiconductor space, I think it's a different story. Just saying.
Yeah, I mean, we can all pick these names that are down 70%.
It's fun. It's fun.
Yeah,
But
I think it fits the bill there, down 70% on the year, whatever it is, Intel, at levels that we haven't seen in 40 years. I just think that that could be a depressed asset. That makes sense because why maybe
SPCE would be interesting.
he was looking, or why he was looking at GameStop because of how beat up that name was back in the day as well. But remember, it's completely different. Just go back and watch that movie. There, I don't remember what it's called anymore. Dumb Money, yeah, which I
on
saw.
Amazon Prime.
Yeah, exactly.
Amazon wins over and over again.
Yeah, it does. I'm not watching. So I finally finished The Penguin. I thought that was actually pretty good. So we're done The Penguin. I love the last. No, that's not on Amazon. That's on HBO. That is an absolutely fantastic.
I should just pay for Crave. I don't.
Yeah, man.
I have everything, but I have literally everything else.
Crave is the best.
Yeah, I know I should.
Yeah.
What else can I watch besides Penguin? That's
everything.
Oh, I can rewatch The Wire.
Absolutely everything.
The Wire.
Yeah. All the best things.
You've seen
Sopranos, everything. No, I don't watch The Wire. All of that. I mean, I should. I know how good you say it is, but I've never watched it. Yeah, it has everything. It's HBO.
I think there's maybe
HBO,
2 or 3 shows better than Sopranos, and The Wire is one of them. That's how high I think of The Wire. Sopranos is unbelievable, but
yeah, I mean,
I
The
put
Wire
a couple of
Sopranos,
things. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So here we go. The market is trying to make a move back here. I did want to look at Meta. Okay, here we go. Now we're starting to go back up. We take a 58 fill there. I'm going to take another fill here at 59s. Now we're starting to go. So we're finally back basically in the money now on this futures trade. Need it to start to go, man. These imbalances would be nice if they come out bids, but I don't want to be messing around. We're getting a little bit too late. I thought the move might have happened already. So I'm going to start to pair off just a little bit here on this move. But there it is, right back up to the upside. So it looks like we did good by holding on to it. Let's go TQQs right now. I'm just happy to get out basically for in and around for flat now. All right, so I'm only out of 25%. Let's see if it can get back going. I feel a lot better now about the risk to reward and the ratios that we have now on TQQs. So good job there, market, not me, of holding those levels. So let's keep going to the upside right now, market. That would be nice. Adara, she's over at the screen.
We're going to do here, as we always do, about halfway through Power Hour, we're going to take a look at some of these larger movers to the upside and downside in the S&P 500. And right now, we're going to focus on this sector over here that is going to be the transportation sector. There it is, found it just there. There's a lot of big movers to the upside and downside with catalyst and transportation, so I thought it might be fun to take a look. Starting with some of these airlines, LUV here, we have Southwest up about 3%, announcing this morning that they had, higher than expected Q4 unit revenue guidance. They also announced a $7 million buyback program to be launched in Q1 2025. Then we had American Airlines here, AAPL. This one's still actually near days highs, up about 19%, guiding adjusted earnings per share for Q4 between 55 and 75 cents, well above estimates of 39 cents. Last but not least here, UBER. This one is not new. Uber is down about 10% right now, near days lows. Couple different speculations as to why this is happening. We knew Tesla had that big move to the upside, getting some positive analyst notes. And Tesla, much like Uber, is in that driving space, specifically Tesla with its robo-taxis. But then you also have, for UBER, the fact that Waymo has announced it's expanding into Miami. So another competitor causing UBER to be pushed to the downside, guys. Back to you.
All right, right now we're starting to go. Let's go. Let's hit the hot dog gun. Come on, man. Come on, Qs. Let's go back to the upside right now. 10 handles in the money. Remember, the most we were out was 13 handles. Let's see if we can keep going upside right now. We are well positive now on the triple Qs, but again, it depends on what your targets are. Honestly, we only now have, correct. We have to do the E-signal ad read. My bad. All right. E-signal, look, you can look at charts. We can talk about that all the time. Neil and I get frustrated all of the time because our charting sometimes will give out. You guys know that. You see that on the show. That's why I default to the best trading platform, period. This is why I've been using it for 22 years. I like E-signal, infinite data, instant trading, better charting than I've been able to see anywhere else. Very consistent, entitlement-based. Brokers, you connect to over 50 plus brokers, has an app store, has scanners, has everything. It's fantastic. It's E-signal. But click that QR code, go nuts for you. I'm going to go back to trading here a little bit. Thank you, Signal, for all that you do for us and all of our viewers and for the trading community. What's up, Kathy? You in there buying this 98 dip or what on Bitcoin? Nice move back there on Bitcoin. As you can see, the TQ's also making that move back up. So I feel like Bitcoin might have saved the day. Oh, we went long there by accident, I guess. Right there, added a little bit to our position. We meant to go the other way. All right, so now nice move upside now, 85.70, trying to go. We just took some out. Let's watch out what's happening right now with the TQQs and the futures. So that's what I'm on. That's the kind of tip that I'm on right now. Shopify's come all the way back, but we said we only had 15%. Adara's mic, I believe, is still live, which is why I'm hearing it in my ear. 114.15 coming into play right there if you wanted to reload this. I'm close to getting out of everything as we're trying to take out the 50 period, or sorry, the 200 period, which is the reason why we got in the first place. So we'll take another piece out right here. Hey man, it's a big win for me, Shopify today. So we'll watch out for that and hope that these futures can continue its march higher. I'm here for it, man. 10 handles. Let's take another piece out right now if we can. I'm taking out like 5% at a time, trying to hold out for hope. But again, with 12 minutes left, I hate the word hope. I love the word hope, but not in stock market. We need to be able to be convinced of what's happening here, not just hope and pray that something's going to happen. So right now, I'm going to sit here, watch out for the TQQs, and we still have our stop right there, breaking through 40. So let's give it that little last ride up. We're pretty much with house money now, so even if it goes all the way back down, it'll be a small hit, but it will still be a hit. So let's hold out that maybe we get this bump in the night here at close. So,
ooh, bump in the night.
Thanks for trusting me with this trade, guys.
Yeah, and we're getting a bounce a lot of places, so great look on the future. Tesla bounces 370, Bitcoin bounces 98 sort of. It's not to 99,000, so it's not that big of a bounce on Bitcoin. No, we actually got into support on Amazon, and it did eventually catch a bid. Position board's not working. Okay, fine. I'm long 220.77 on Amazon, and it's trying to. I'm just looking for the range reversion on Amazon. While the other thing that's happening, it's going to happen right now, or at least hopefully I don't jinx it, is Uber and I don't have it drawn there. I have it drawn on my black chart. Uber's trying to close above this lower trend. So since it broke low of the day, the 66 breakdown, it's trying to break the trend line in its SSR. So I'm looking for the break at trend line. It needs to close above. So it needs to close above a 3-minute chart, 64.75-ish. If it can do that, I'm looking for the mean reversion. And of course, I think I might have just jinxed it. It looked like it was going to happen on Uber, but I guess it's not. Like the second it starts to bounce on Uber, right back down. So maybe an SSR bounce play we'll have to look for tomorrow. I will answer John F. Thank you for the super chat, John. Do you have a trade the pool competition update? I don't. I think well, look, tomorrow is the last day. We're supposed to be getting an update tomorrow for the last day of the competition. Appreciate you asking. I just heard in my ear that we are going to get an update tomorrow. So make sure you tune in. We'll have that for you. See how everyone is doing. You can always let us know if you're in the competition, the trade the pool competition, how you are doing in it, if you happen to know your results. And I said earlier today, I feel like a few people probably did well for the first time trading something like a Tesla or a bigger cap name. Whereas most days, you think it was those small caps. Today, I think Tesla could have been your one to take you to the promised land in that competition.
All right. I know Tesla was a big one around here. Props up to everybody who did that. What's up to Salvador right here? He's in at TQQs with me. And look, man, me and you, again, we're seeing eye to eye. You're out of 50% already on that one. So a great trade there for you on the futures. As we said, man, we just got right back into it. Like we say, man, we know where our bread is buttered, and we did have a good read there one more time on the futures, and it looks like it is starting to pay off here as it continues to go back up to said upside. So far, so good right there. It's 341. We're not super excited here about the market. It's not doing a whole heck of a lot. We are sort of lucky that we bounced. I mean, we talked about 21,450. It bounces off 21,460. We were close to getting stopped out, but at the end of the day, I mean, we've been stopped out before and had the market rip against us. So I feel, pretty good that sometimes we're able to get in and out of things. So there's a 67 and a 68 out for me right now, over 16 handles in the money. And just like you, Salvador, we're starting to clean up a little bit now. My next out is 85.75, which is going to be sort of right into here. I don't know if we're going to get there. I'm getting very nervous. Not nervous for anything other than the fact that we have earnings coming. We have a couple big names, and then we also have the imbalances that are going to be coming out very, very soon. So here's the balances right now. We don't have anything for NASDAQ. Anything that's on here will be from 9:30. That's a NASDAQ name, but it's pretty mixed. So we'll wait to see where this goes. At 350, you'll get them all coming out. And then again, like, you don't necessarily want to be in the NASDAQ index, because if the imbalances come red, then, you know, NVIDIA, all that, they'll fall down and it will carry this with it. So let's be careful. We still have our stop there at 40, which is hence why, look at all the outs we have up here at the 50-period moving average. Today was a good day. Let's not give it all back here by being silly into the close. So, yeah, we just, Obi is a very, very busy man this month. I mean, Obi next week. I'm off Tuesday and Friday. Neil off Wednesday. Neil off the next Tuesday. I'm off the 19th, which is the Thursday. Brendan's off pretty much all of Christmas week. I'm off the first day.
The whole week?
Yep, the 23rd. You're off your birthday there. Obi's back in. I'm off the 31st. I took New Year's Eve off. So anyways, very, very exciting times here at Trader TV Live. Get ready for a couple new hosts. We want to thank Joe for providing everything that he's doing, and Sharif as well, and Adara, of course, over there on the desk. And Adara and I tonight will bring you Lululemon, HPE earnings coming after hours. It's going to be a big one. Rubrik as well, looking to come out. Woof, GitLab, DocuSign, and Ulta Beauty.
Ulta's going to be...
I had Ulta Beauty shares.
Ulta, that's going to be a wild one. Oh, yeah. Remember the Elf has fireworks. Ulta Beauty should probably have some fireworks. That's a good list, actually. That's
Exactly, yeah.
I guess it's the last salvo of earnings, everybody. So that's the biggie. Obviously, stay tuned no matter what, but that's a fantastic list of earnings we're going to get. Only 5 minutes to go. The imbalances. Yeah, this will 100% be the last trade. But Uber did break trend. Excuse me. It did close above the trend line, barely, and then held above the second time through. So when it broke, so there's your close, you reopen above the trend line, like right there. So there's your condition in. It then broke a prior low, so I got in, and we tried to add it. I got 76s. I was trying to add literally at 70s if we can pick up some more there. So trend reversion on Uber. Oh yeah, Amazon. And again, only 5 minutes of the imbalances. Amazon broke through 221. I'm just looking for it to get back into this resistance at 225.5. With only 5 minutes to go, nothing really changed on the early look except for HL as a sell for 1.8 million shares. That's pretty much it. There's nothing there. It's still Enbridge, which I think we mentioned is probably a nothing burger. If it comes out big, if Enbridge comes out big in the Toronto exchange, then I think it'll be a little bit of something. But if that doesn't happen, then forget about it. So Uber, which has been bleeding all day, trying to catch a bid, down 10%. Ooh, interesting. I was about to say, I need money. You better have meant 375 on Tesla, because you just posted 275 close you call on Tesla. Yeah, you better mean 375, because the 275 would have people panicking. That's 100% true. All right, so we're into Amazon. Obviously, that bounce is going to work. We'll see about an Uber in here. My stop is under the prior support level every single time. That's how we roll.
All right, that's how we roll. And how we roll is with this, hopefully. And again, I may just start to trade the futures only, man. There it goes. Yes, sir. It's a 21 handle winner right now on the futures. And look, this is the thing. Neil's traded 14 symbols, Joe, Sharif, everybody. But you know what? The TQQs goes into number 2, and we just started the trade here. So thing is like sometimes when you're on the right names in the right space, you can see what's happening. Hopefully it can get going. I don't want to get too convinced that this is going up right now, because we do have 3 minutes. Shout out to the Piper and everybody else out there that's waiting for these imbalances to come in. And I'm just slowly getting them out, man. We still have a third left. So I'm actually going to put out right now another 15%, see if we can get it here at 74. Because, yeah, I am getting a little bit nervous. And that's what I'm saying. Like, you don't go up to one of the top stocks of the day without putting on some risk. So obviously, if I still have a third left, I still have some risk on here. So I'm going to take some more out as we go. Congratulations to those of you trailing this trade. It looks like it's going to work out for us. But you never know where it's going to go. We cannot now go red on the futures because the imbalance won't, even if it comes all the way back down. We just got to have another piece right now. So now we only have We had a third left, and now we have about 25% left, so let's wait to see here. We do have another one to the upside. Yeah, Neil's already in Uber, so I'm not going to talk too much about it. Palantir's coming out right now with the imbalances as well, so that's going to be a nice move there. Just real quick, real quick, here comes the imbalances. I'm going to get this going, and we'll see if the futures do rip up or down. Our stop orders are in there no matter what for that one. So here we go, 3, 2, and 1. Oh, no, sorry, we still have 2 minutes before they come out. So I'm just going to get all set up here to go. New York and NASDAQ, this is what we're looking for. I've got rid of all the brokers. They'll be updated once that market flies through. So I thought we were a little bit, for some reason I was like, where am I? Right there, we misjudged the time. So I'm going to get another piece out right now.
A little bit of time.
At 70. Yeah, it's still, good point. There still is some decent time left here. So let's wait. Good thing we traded some of these names here in the afternoon, including Shopify, as that made that move up and now into the futures. I'm going to get out one more piece right now, actually, in these futures. Getting a little nervous as we're pulling back here, heading into the close.
Yeah, and with it being 1 minute to the imbalances, so Uber did make a bounce. It just got to 65, so it goes to next level up. So stop goes from here to this prior bar, which is, prior bar close or bottom, which is 70, which ends up being break even. I said I was trying to get more at 70. Well, we got filled at 70. If it loses 70, I'm out. Part of that is going to be it's the end of the day. Obviously, we're not carrying trades. And then the imbalances, like Uber's in the news today. Like, would it be crazy if Uber had an imbalance? Not really. So I'm not expecting it will, but if it did, I want to make sure we get the trail out. And then a similar story on Amazon here. Like, it did get through 21 and then a bit of a fade. So I'm just looking at that prior support, which is at 88.
Here it comes.
And we're going to move the stop in there to 88. So obviously, it could come out of buy or sell imbalance. If it comes out of sell imbalance, it's very likely I get stopped out. But at least at this point, if we get stopped out, it'll be underneath or above where we got into it. So it can't turn into a losing trade. At this point, if we get a pop-up, I'm looking to get taken out just underneath the 40 level. So Amazon and Uber both looking like they want to make that bounce. Now remember, this is a scalp trade. This is Uber today. Uber has taken it on the chin. Right, so I'm zooming out so that you can get an idea. Yeah, that's great. It bounced. Hey, you get a bounce. It was 25, 30 cents. But we're absolutely flying to the downside overall in Uber. Bounces are out. It's NVIDIA that leads at 1.4 million to buy. Whatever Eric is 2.6. BAC sell 2.2 million. PAC B is only $2. 1 million, that's only a $2 stock. Walmart, 900,000 to the sell. WFC as well, 900,000 to the sell side. So really, the only big one is NVIDIA, and 1.3 million on NVIDIA. That's a nothing burger on NVIDIA. So I'd say that's absolutely nothing. Amazon just flew to the upside, so we did get target on Amazon. Dip buy on Amazon going to work? Dip buy, not a dip buy on Uber. It was a trend break on Uber going to work. The one that's unfortunate, of course, is AMC, because AMC lost, even though the trade idea was right. But it's all about the execution. Good day at the end of the day today. Anything that ends in Y and you can be green, you got to be happy about it. But I will be looking back at why I did not have my stop there at the high of the day, right? I put my stop at the high of the day, which usually I would, we'd have a winning trade on AMC. You've got to be able to go back and say, hey, well, what was my reason for doing so? I reacted maybe too much to what GameStop was doing. That's the answer. I have to ask myself if that was the right answer. Because if I just took this on the technical trade, it would have worked. But because I actually looked at GameStop, I had a tighter stop on it.
All right, here we go, man. TQs, again, another big day for that one. 17 cents, we just take that out to the upside. Now we're getting pretty light on it. We still have about 15% now left on this as it continues to work out. I mean, Shopify as well just got that bounce out at the 200 period. Another good trade there. We'll just try to hold this maybe into the close for the TQs. Maybe we do get a little bit higher. I don't know. I mean, the Nasdaq's trying to get going there. We did look at the imbalances just a little bit there. Ericsson, BAC, and Nvidia with the bid as well. We do have Lululemon coming through at the end of the day, so we can see what that's doing right now. Again, Doc, you sign all of these stocks coming in at the end of the day. there's Lulu up now 1% today, which is nice. With the NASDAQ being down, I think Lulu has a very good chance to beat. Getting rid of all their inventory, I like it. They're trying to get a little leaner on that side of things. We'll see if Lululemon wants to work, but it's already had a pretty epic climb, man. I mean, this was $200. I mean, not really. That's 200. That's August, but breaking that 50 period of 261, now up almost $100 from there. I like the stock. Nice move there for Uber. Shopify, let's just get the rest out right now. I mean, this is going to be another big trade. So let's spin the money there for Shopify as it's all the way up now, trying to break through that 74 level. We'll sit there and get filled if we can in and around that 74. Just one little more push, and we'll get those fills right there. Hopefully we can break it and cake it, break it and take it. And there it is right there.
Cake.
And today, so Ozan, if you're around, my guy, right there. Okay, TQs also 63, 64s. That's 13 handles in the money. We might as well just start to get out more and more. Oh, that's Shopify. Sorry, still my bad. We still have a little bit of left on Shopify. TQs dancing around. That's literally going to be it for me. We looked at DocuSign into the close. Let's have a quick look as they report. Joined Adara and myself today on that 83.40, 83.50. Therefore, DocuSign, not much happening into the close for that one. And then the other big name I think that a lot of you may be on is GitLab. So we'll have to have a look there as well. Amazon's pulling back today as well. So GitLab on the downside move, today, but back almost trying to get green. Still down that 0.39 versus 0.25. So I'm just going to throw it over to Adara and start piecing out more of this futures trade.
Keep an eye here on SMCI. I do want to say thank you. Neil brought this to my attention. Thank you, Easy Peasy, for the $5 super chat, asking me specifically if SMCI is reporting earnings tonight. I could not find any evidence that they did. There was one tweet today from the SMCI CEO, the first time he's posted any tweets in over a month. Sean mentioned this earlier as well. When I went to click on the tweet, it actually says it doesn't exist anymore, so it may have been deleted. It was tweeted just before 3 p.m. today, and it actually specifically tagged Elon Musk. When the tweet, again, I'll still look to see if this tweet does still exist, but basically it seemed to be SMCI CEO asking Elon Musk, or suggesting that Elon Musk should invest in some of their products with regards to its supercomputers in terms of, Elon Musk working with XAI. So SMCI CEO, interesting post there, again, trying to, looks like soliciting business there from Elon Musk. But in terms of actual any news on earnings, nothing that I can find. Thank you very much for the super chat. Easy peasy. Back to you guys.
Yeah, shout out to you, Easy Peasy. I feel like that's one of those, if SMCI was gonna drop that report finally, we'd know all about it. But a good look. I think everyone's anticipating it there for sure. I mean, the day, heck man, if SMCI, if they actually get the real all clear on SMCI, there's a lot more to the upside that could happen. But just keep in mind, it's still incredibly risky. So 55 just hit, and market went down, Uber went up. Nothing of note happened on the imbalance locator, except NVIDIA flipped. So NVIDIA was a small buy imbalance of like 1 million shares. It is now gone. So I don't see anything anymore on the imbalance locator that's of interest, with the exception of maybe, if you're into BAC, 2 million is not insignificant for BAC. So good look there for BAC. I'm just going to double check and throw an offer there. I moved my trail on Uber, but BAC is the only one sticking around, and it just tanked. So yes, you already had, if your opportunity to short BAC on that imbalance is probably gone. So you need to probably have it in here on BAC. So yeah, really nothing much going on the imbalance locator as far as I'm concerned. Tesla pulling back. Whoa, what happened to Amazon there?
I was going to say, I'm going to go over to
happened to Okay.
I don't know. Look at TD Bank right here, guys. Down 7% and bleeding into the close. So just anybody there, probably an imbalance, but just ticking down with big volume right now. I saw someone in the chat say TD Bank's next area, $47. Well, you are well below. You're probably, I got to go over to the desk in a minute, but I just want to look here, TD Bank. I just want to see it because, whoopsies, darn it, I just closed it.
It is
all right.
a sell.
Is it a sell? Okay.
Yeah, it's about,
Where's the daily?
yeah,
Here
it's
it
a sell
is right
balance.
All right, so I just wanted to look on TD Bank here. I'm going to go over to a weekly chart because I just want to see how, because I'm willing to step in here and try to buy some of this, but you're at levels, you're below 2020. So you're sitting in this stock here. You've collected 3% for 5 years, which is great. But right now, all of the capital appreciation is gone. So I'm thinking you're coming into some levels. No wonder why maybe you said 46, 47. That would be pretty nice. But again, up there, almost doubles up to 80, and now all the way back. And I'm just saying, this is not the environment here in Canada. I mean, this is Royal Bank. Just to show you, very much similar to what you guys see in the United States, where there's winners and there's losers. TD Bank's a huge loser. This one right here, I like the stock. I'm not in Royal Bank either. My bank is BNS, so this could be at the same level since 2020 as
BNS
well.
is better.
BNS is slightly better.
Royal's really good.
Yeah,
CIBC's pretty good.
Yeah. No, it's only
I think Royal's the best. Bank of Montreal and Royal Bank are the two best.
probably. There's CIBC. Wow, huge move ups there as well. So yeah, man. I just think it's about time to maybe start.
Well, we
to
joke
buy
about it.
Some TD Bank.
Just invest in the one that you bank with. Because I bank with CIBC, and then I got tricked into that 54 bottom a couple of times, and I didn't take any profit when it went to 80. So I bought that level on TD. I won't give the other reason why, whatever. But I wanted that U.S. exposure, and it's just been a dud. Just a couple of things in there. So I didn't see a reason for Amazon, by the way. It probably was, my guess is small buy imbalance flipped to a sell imbalance on Amazon. That's the best I can come up with. The other thing to keep in mind is, remember, stocks that go, especially big cap tech names, that give you this ramp up like this, right? Like if you get that ramp up and steady strong buying, if they're a buyback company where they're doing buybacks, you can't do buybacks in the last 10 minutes of the day. So sometimes you'll get these dips at the end of the day in these trend up big cap tech names that are doing buybacks. So that's the other reason that you might be seeing this happen in Amazon. I don't know. I'm just 100% speculating here. But if that's the case, I would look for this maybe potentially tomorrow and going forward in Amazon. If it goes trend up all day long, maybe look for a mean reversion in the final 10 minutes of the day. So that's just my 2 cents there on Amazon. Apparently, Harsh in the chat just said airline stocks are tanking. Oh, yeah, my AAL chart hates me. My 15-minute. Okay, maybe not tanking. Pulling back after what was an unbelievable day. Shout out to AAL. I mean, we didn't even talk about the cruise lines. They've been having a pretty good week as well. And AAL has been an absolute rocket ship today. 17%, so it's just a slight pullback. The bell brought to you by Firefly Neurosciences. And let's ring it in 3, 2, and 1. Thank you very much, Adara. Shout out to Firefly Neurosciences, revolutionizing brain health. How did the market do at the close? 0.3 to the downside on the NASDAQ and 0.2 to the downside on the ES. Leading the way for a lot of the day, obviously, was Tesla. Tesla's going to end up 3%, so not that bad at all. Pretty decent day there. But really, one of the bigger stories was the shocking, outside of a really tiny bounce at the end of the day, was the shocking move down for Uber. Waymo getting operations going in Miami, and Uber taking it on the chin. Want to give a big shout out to Fabian and Ramin on the ones and twos, always making us look and sound good. And a big shout out to my man Joe and Sharif on that midday kicking butt, whether it's GameStop, whether it's options, whether it's small caps, whether it's Tesla. I know you had that Tesla bounce as well, Joe. Fantastic trading. And also a big shout out, of course, to Jeff Mendel for coming by yesterday. He stopped by today. You guys didn't get a chance to see it from the OTC markets. And a big important shout out to both Brendan and Adara on the desk, getting you guys those news. But we got some earnings to get to. We got the market recap show, and you know who's over at the desk doing double duty today, like we always do around here. Mr. Katina, Adara, and your market recap with earnings to boot. Hi, everybody.
Yeah, big time earnings. Hey, Dara, how's it going? How you
Good,
doing?
how are you? I always forget there's no chairs.
Yeah, get rid of those chairs here. Does Neil sit down? No, you guys don't sit down too, do you?
We sit down.
Oh, you sit
but
down.
Also, to be fair, he did have a foot injury for a lot of
no, it's not. I was just wondering how.
No, I think that's why it's like there's more difference. Yeah.
All right, welcome to the after show right now. Kind of a busy day here today as we wind up. Relatively flat. There was a couple moves there at the end of the day. Just looking here at the Qs, triple Qs right now today. Wind up down 0.36, so that's a negative move there for the market. The S&P 500 500 today, also down that 0.2%. IWM, an interesting one down today, down 1.25% on IWM as that one keeps going. I want to thank everybody for staying with us right now. Woof now out, I guess. WOF now out. We'll have a look at that in just a minute. Tan to the downside. What was up today? Uranium was up a little bit there today. China was up. Some of the financials up today with XLF. Gold, a nice little downside move today, down 0.73. We've actually had this talk earlier, gold or Bitcoin. What do you think is a better investment next 5 years?
I don't know. It's hard. We'll have to wait and see what happens. I think, Kate, with the election, I'll say what? I'll say now. I'll say Bitcoin.
Bitcoin. All right, I like that one. Thank you.
Just because of what I think is going to happen politically.
It's okay. It doesn't matter. I mean, I think it's to each their own. And I think that if you're maybe not investing in equity, why not have a split portfolio? Why can't you have half in gold, half in Bitcoin? You don't have to have all in one.
I agree. I like that approach.
Get that going. Hit the like, hit the chat, hit everything. We're ready to rock and roll. We're going to wait for Lululemon coming through today. It looks like Petco is out, Adara. I don't know.
I have Wolf earnings.
You have Wolf earnings.
Yes.
So what was expected here, just real quickly? Expected EPS negative 0.3. What do we get?
So we did get a net loss of 6 cents per share.
All right, so a little bit lower than expected on Wolf.
Yes.
But you know what? Puff, pass. There's absolutely nothing happening right now with Petco.
Exactly. And the thing I always want to clarify.
Dog or cats?
Both.
Both. I like
Honestly,
it.
both. What about you? Dog, right?
Dog.
Yeah,
Dog.
I figured. Also, I just want to clarify, sometimes the analyst estimates that we see are not always going to be the same ones that the market is reacting to. There's certain different consensus, so I always want to clarify that before saying estimates. That being said, it looks like Wolf did have a little bit of a larger than expected loss per share. However, their net revenue was a slight beat, $1.51 billion. I was seeing estimates of $1.5 billion, so they beat by just a hair from what I'm seeing. We also should be getting Rubrik as of right now here. I'm going to check if they're out. That company was backed by Microsoft. They're up 15%. Yeah, RBRK is out here, sharply to the upside. Adjusted losses of 21 cents per share. That is better than the expected 40 cent per share loss. Then we had their sales, 236.2 million versus 217.52 million expected. They beat across the board. They actually IPO'd earlier this year, so good look for RBRK.
Yeah, so we just had, again, the Dow Jones today down 0.55%, the NASDAQ down almost 0.2%, and the SPX as well, downside there today. Here's Wolf Petco, not doing a whole heck of a lot. What we are waiting for is Lululemon, of course, for them to come through. Lululemon, expecting a decent report from them. What we're actually looking for is an EPS estimate of $2.69, so $2.69 reporting for Lululemon. We're pretty excited for them. I mean, I really like the daily chart there for Lulu. It looks like it's trying to inch up just a little bit. I do have everybody here. I want to say thank you for the chat. Thank you, everybody. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. We're here right now. We'll do roll call at the end. We want to see how many of you stay late with us and how many are with us right now. Adara, over 5,000 people here right now. Wow. Thank you so much for watching. And by 5,000, I meant 4,000. So right there, nice. Thank you so much for watching. Get 1,000 more viewers.
Lulu pushing higher, but I'm not seeing numbers yet. Also, I don't know if you saw the memes called it, but Chia is judging you for wearing an aloe sweater on Lulu earnings. Looks like Lulu is out here. Repping aloe there, showed it to Sean.
Hey, if Lulu beats, we'll wear Lulu tomorrow. I was wearing their pants the last 2 days, I think. How long are you allowed to wear pants before you need to get rid of them? I
don't know. We have HPE and Lulu
reports. You should see the amount of laundry that's going on in my house.
Right
Okay, nice move up there right now. What's up, Adam DeLuz? He says hi. What's up, Adam? How are you doing? All right, HPE, it looks like a beat right now for HPE. Trying to get going right now. Ulta Beauty is out. GameStop doing nothing, 29.20. Ulta Beauty reports $5.14. The estimate was $4.52. It's a big beat for Ulta. Ba-bang, ba-bang. I'm not in. All right, Ulta right now. Nice move to the, oh no. I hope my wife is not watching this. Oh no, I think she's taking it, my kid has. Right, okay, Ulta upside right now. We love that stock. Lululemon upside as well. Bang, bang, bang. All right, dear, what do you got?
9% year-over-year increase in revenue to $2.4 billion. I was seeing estimates of $2.35 billion. That would be a beat. Now what about diluted earnings per share? 87 cents, $2.87. We were looking for $2.69. That's also a beat. HPE, I also have these numbers up here. They reported a 15% year-over-year increase in revenue. So HPE here, $8.23 billion was what we were expecting. They reported $8.5 billion. That's a beat. Let's see if I can find these earnings per share. Okay, reported GAAP earnings of 99 cents per share and non-GAAP of 58 cents per share. Both those numbers beat the estimate of 56 cents per share. So HPE beat across the board. Lulu beat across the board. Again, from what I'm seeing now, because sometimes we see different estimates, that's the numbers right now.
Shout out to CompuCare. CompuCare, he's here every day. What's up, CompuCare? He's here every day. He's here every day. What's up, Adam? Everything's going well. Glad to see you here on the chat as well. What's up, the Piper? The Piper says he took $7 on Lulu. Let's go. Let's go.
Shout out to the Piper. Congrats there. That's awesome.
Yeah, congrats. So Lululemon, we talked about that possible beat there for Lululemon. I like the stock. Nice move to the upside right there. Just quickly, there's a lot happening right now. HPE looks to be relatively flat right there. We're still waiting for UiPath to come out. We're waiting for DocuSign to come out. Is DocuSign out yet? Maybe DocuSign is now out. We like that stock up to $90 right now for Docu. Things starting to go crazy. We will not forget to end the stream tonight.
No.
Or maybe we'll keep it on. Stay tuned till 4:30 to find out exactly what we're doing right now. Makes sense that Alta's having a nice upside move. Wouldn't be surprised about the guide. I mean, I already told you, my daughter, she got the little, it's a Sephora, which is LVM. No, Sephora is not Alta. I forget who owns Sephora. I'm going to have to look into that. But there goes Alta Beauty right now. Nice little move to the upside.
I have Alta and I have Docu.
What I was going to talk about with Alta was the fact that it's the season, right? 'Tis the season to gift giving. And right now, nice move up there for Alta. You just said you had DocuSign as well. Thank you, Matthew. Matthew saying he loves the show. He loves the energy. It's amazing that we can sit there all day, trade for you. We just get right back up over here. I walk 20 feet and the vibe changes completely. Shout out to all of you guys here on this desk. We love this market recap show, and it's because we have big time earnings. We've got Adara going over all the numbers as well. There's GitLab right now, and I'm going to let you breathe. Let me breathe in 1 second. I'll give it back to you. But there's GitLab right now. Nice move to the upside. The implied move over 16%. Looks like we're getting 8% right now. Everything is beating today. I don't think we have anything that is going to the downside. We're good luck, baby. But that could all change. It's just a matter of time. So it looks like right now GitLab is going up. So LVMH does own Sephora. So we are right about that one. We like the makeup space right now as, hey, we talk about it. Chinese, US, man, it's a consumption-based economy. We're just buying everything up, and including Ulta Beauty. And by the way, you know, we always talk about this no matter what you think about Lululemon or anything like that. They've had a real nice rebound back to the upside right now. A lot of sort of exuberance there on that report. Touches a high of 380, but it is fading back in. All right. What do you got now? What do you want to talk about, Adara?
I want to go over GitLab, Ulta Beauty, and DocuSign, but I'll start with DocuSign here. So they reported adjusted earnings of 90 cents per share versus 87 cents expected. That's a beat. Sales were also a beat. 754.8 million versus 745.263 million expected. They're at days highs right now, or sorry, aftermarket highs, I guess. Short float of 6.76%. Ulta Beauty. Sean went over that too, but just a reminder here quickly. They have about a 5.8% short float. They had adjusted earnings of $5.14 per share versus $4.54 per share expected. That's a beat. Sales of $2.53 billion versus $2.5 billion expected. Another beat. As Sean said, a lot of beats. Now GitLab here, they did name Bill Staples as their new CEO. I looked him up. He was formerly the CEO of New Relic, which does some software analytic type stuff. So it seems like a good fit for GTLB, which has a 4% short float. GitLab did report revenue of $196 million. That's up 31% year over year. Now, that also here, they were expecting 187.67 million, so that would be a beat. They said they also had GAAP and non-GAAP margin expansion. I'm trying to find their earnings per share here. Okay, here we go. GAAP net income, so loss per share of 18 cents here. And then non-GAAP income per share, 24 cents versus estimates here of 16 cents. So it looks like a beat. Some of these losses per share are always a little bit harder to gauge because they use different metrics, but it looks like they beat across the board. Either way, we have a lot of market participants trying to get some GitLab right now.
I like that. So I don't necessarily think that Lululemon is a great buy moving forward. I mean, I think we've talked about Alo, we've talked about Nike, we've talked about Adidas there as well. There are a lot of alternatives to Lululemon. The only thing here about Lululemon that we'll look at just real quickly on the daily, we're still holding that 200 period moving average. I want to be supporting stocks that are above the 200 period moving average. So I like it. I think it's going to be good. You're going to get that cross rate here of the 50 and the 200. Definitely some pressure to the upside right there for Lululemon. UiPath is out. GitLab, again, look at that, $75. Take a look at that. Where's Obi? Can you look at that? Can you look at that?
you
Right
look
there.
at that?
Okay. 77, 78, $80 right there coming through for GitLab. So get ready for that one. Rubrik, RBRK, right now, they've been out as well.
Yeah.
Look at this tick higher on Rubrik all the way up here into $63. Oh, we forgot about this one. It's only up 20%, Adara Rubrik.
Oh, we went
Really-
over that right away.
Right. But just
yeah.
I ain't talked about it.
Okay.
We're sort of obsessed with Ulta here and Lulu, but there goes Rubrik. Huge move up, now breaking higher on the daily chart. There we go for Rubrik. Is this a relatively new name? Where is it here?
It IPO'd in like March or something.
So look at this, man. Wow, what a name. $37, over $65 right now, or $63 for Rubrik. We just got UiPath.
Yeah, we did have UiPath. So here they've announced here, apparently they're going to be integrating Anthropic's Claude language models to deliver
Of course they
next
are.
generation AI. So I just want to stress here, UiPath with an AI related catalyst. I'm not seeing their losses or income per share yet. I'm just seeing the overall number. So I will tell you though, revenue up 9% year over year. They reported revenue of $355 million. Analysts were looking for revenue of $347.65 million. That would be a beat. They also said their annual recurring revenue grew by 17% year over year. So that's a good look there. Apparently they have GAAP gross margin 82%, non-GAAP gross margin 85%. None of these numbers seem
There you
super
go.
disappointing
GitLab
yet. They're up
just
about 6.5%, and GTLB still rising again, guys. Not only did they report strong earnings, but they also did announce that Bill Staples is their new CEO, and here's their guidance, which is above expectations.
good one, yeah.
Q4 2025 revenue between $205 million and $206 million versus $204.368 million expected. Adjusted earnings of 22 to 23 cents per share versus 14 cents expected. GitLab killing it.
I think GitLab might be something here because GitLab, again, that's a great report. Like 22 to 23 cents EPS expected is what they're guiding versus 14 cents. Like 23 versus 14 is pretty big. Oh, man, I remember this with Raider Trader. I don't know what his situation is on IoT. I remember before he had puts on IoT. This was the last earnings report. It's too bad. If you're around here, feeling pretty good. If you're around here, Raider Trader, IoT just reported it's down pretty nicely. It's too bad because I would have liked to see what his opinion on this was. Last time he was short, he talked about that, and it actually went up, and he had to cover. Wondering if he took that short again. But there's IoT right now. Yeah, it's 7 cents versus. Okay, I won't steal the thunder. You got it? IoT.
Yeah, I got it. Thank you. So they did report 7 cents per share for Q3 versus 4 cents expected. That's a beat. They also beat on sales, $322 million versus $310.56 million expected. Now here's where we get some issues, and it's going to be their revenue guidance for Q4. 344 to 336 million is what they guided versus 335.83 million expected. So the midpoint of that, if I math this correctly, would be 335 million, which would be a miss. Then they also here guided, revenue for the fiscal year slightly above expectations. They guided Q4 EPS above expectations and fiscal 2025 EPS above expectations. But that revenue guidance miss for Q4 looks like that's the only real negative I'm seeing right now because they did beat on everything else.
Yeah, I think this is, I mean, unless Lulu turns red right now, Samsara might be one of the only big names, and it's not even that big. I mean, the market cap on this, 4 million shares today is actually no. VSCO is out. Victoria's Secret is out. They may got, I mean, I don't know. Christmas time, let's see what VSCO is doing right now. Upside. You cannot find a losing trade. There goes
IoT.
Victoria's Secret. Nicely done up there to the upside. So I don't know, man. What? Okay, Victoria's Secret. Where's the secret here? $25 just 2 months ago, doubled. Victoria's Secret up 100% in just a couple months. Huge move up for VSCO right now. Okay, good mover right there for Victoria's Secret. Expecting a good guide on that one, I would think. But again, there it goes, Victoria's Secret. Let me check on Lululemon. Okay, Lululemon, chugging away. Back there to the upside for Lulu. You're looking at me like you want to say something.
I do want to talk about Victoria's
go.
Secret's numbers, if that's all right here. So they did report net sales of $1.347 billion. That is 7% increase year over year, and it's also above estimates of $1.29 billion. And it's also, it's an increase year over year for them as well. This was interesting too. So they reported a net loss of 71 cents per share. Analysts were looking for a loss of 64 cents per share, so that would be a miss. However, it was an improvement for their loss of 92 cents per share on a year-over-year basis. So they did miss on losses per share, but it improved on a year-over-year basis. We're getting a heck of a topping tail candle, though, in VSCO right now.
I just saw the guide there for Ulta. It's fine, but it's not great. I mean, the Ulta Beauty guide here, 1.1 billion to 1.2 billion versus 1.17. So kind of in the middle with a little bit of a lower guide. It's just funny that like Ulta and VSCO, they're all coming out on the same day rate here. Nice move to the upside rate there on Ulta Beauty. I want to talk about quickly today, USO was down on the day. I'm going to go over a little bit of a broader recap in a couple minutes because we just have so many earnings.
As well.
I know, and I just saw that as well. Asana just came out. I didn't even realize that. Is it hot in here or is it Asana?
Ooh.
I don't know. That's okay. All right, so let's see what Asana's doing right now. A little choppy here. Maybe something was released a little bit early, but there's the nice move up. A little choppy, up 13% right now on Asana. What were those numbers looking like?
I can get you those numbers. So they had a smaller than expected. Okay, I'm seeing their guidance here. Let me see if I can find the numbers themselves, but I can go over the guidance right now. Q4 adjusted earnings per share guidance, they're expecting losses of 1 to 2 cents per share versus a 1 cent per share loss expected. So that's a little bit weaker than expected. They're guiding Q4 revenue between 1.75 and 187.5 to 188.5 million. The low end of that does miss estimates. Their fiscal 2025 guide, though, is a beat across the board. Now let's get into their actual earnings because Q3 2024 adjusted losses of 2 cents per share, better than the expected loss of 7 cents per share. For sales, they reported $183.882 million, better than the estimate of $180.666 million. So very ominous estimate there, I guess, there for Asana with the 666. But nice push to the upside. They have a 10.5% short float.
So I'm going to ask a brief little favor of you, and that is that we were talking over and over today about TD Bank, and I mean, that was really gotten hit, and Neil and I really didn't go over too much of that. They reported yesterday, so maybe we can go find out what exactly the problem here with TD Bank was, because this is getting absolutely destroyed. We talked about this again, and the reason why it's interesting is that in Canada, we only have a couple banks, and this one right here on the weekly chart, it looks way different than all the rest. And I know that they've had some issues there with their operations in the United States. They've had to take a little bit of a sidestep on that due to some of the findings that they've had. Some due diligence was not made there by TD Bank. There was different corrupt actions happening, and it was very, very based out. But this drop down right now, breaking down to some levels here on TD Bank on the weekly chart, not looking very healthy. If there's nothing there, we'll get it the next little while. But if you just look at what it was doing today, I feel like sometimes we miss, like, this was a nice move down. It could have been really faded all day. So I want to look at this tomorrow, which is why I'm sort of, I know that's what I'm saying, the money laundering in the United States. So they now are banned for X amount of time to sort of operate over there. And I know that the CEO has been talking about due diligence and looking into all of these practices and talking about a 6 to 12 month sort of internal process there for TD Bank.
Yeah.
So is that basically all that it is?
Well,
right?
yeah, so they said they're expecting apparently fiscal 2025 expense growth to be in the 5 to 7% range. They're expecting expenses to grow. They started their strategic review as of last month. They said it's going to take about 4 to 5 months. They also said they've reduced their U.S. assets using proceeds from their investment maturity, so they're going to be paying down certain short-term borrowing. This report was actually released before the bell today.
All right. So yeah, we sort of knew that, and we were looking at TD Bank for that push back down. All right. Just real quickly, we went over some of those earnings. I will revisit those. I want to thank everybody for staying late with us and making sure to ask us questions in the chat. If there's any sort of stocks that maybe we're missing, let us know ASAP. Here's the stock heat map. Let's just go over a couple quick names on the day, and then we'll go from there, right? So as you can see, Adara pondering life. All right, so Google right now. That was funny. All right, so Google today down that 1%. Although the NASDAQ only down 0.25 at the end of the day, you could see Google today, Meta today. Here, let's just break out this technology sector. Google, Meta, Microsoft, nice little move back up to the upside, holding the NASDAQ above, not above water, but keeping it in and around flat today with that move. I don't even want to talk about Netflix. Netflix continues to go higher. Another day for Netflix, another new high, 0.75%, Meta 0.79, Google as well, Oracle. Yucca, man. I just talked about how much I liked Oracle yesterday. They talked about having over 200 or something data centers, looking at over 1,000 in the upcoming 12 to 24 month cycle for Oracle as well. Salesforce, what goes up may come down. Salesforce down 2% today, leading the way there in the technology sector. Bad day for Salesforce. The retail trade continues to be pretty hot. Although Costco and Walmart take turns today. Walmart up 0.9, Costco down 0.9. Amazon 220, although we did get a little bit of a fade off that. We'll watch out to see what Amazon does here into the close. We'll call it up in a minute because I'm not sure what it did. I know Neil was looking at it. We have Lululemon and Ross stores as well today. In the finance spot, we talked about XLF there today. So if we're going to go over to finance and have a quick little look at what was going on, Berkshire today with insurance companies up today. Berkshire up 0.48. JP Morgan and some of the higher quality banks. BAC starting to go back upside. The money center banks, JP Morgan upside. Even the regional, WFC, nice move there today, up 0.82. Some credit cards, a little bit of problems. As rates, I don't know, rates seem pretty steady. Will we get that quarter point hike cut? Probably. We can look if that's baked in. Maybe we'll do that in a minute. Right there, AXP downside. FinServe, okay, interesting. That's down 5%. We didn't notice that earlier on today. Citigroup, Citibank, they're 1% as well. So just a quick little look at some of the key names there, what was moving around. In healthcare was very interesting. You were talking about trading. This is nuclear, sorry, NNE. We don't need that. Utilities. In the health space, what? You want to talk about, like, let's slap some fails on here. What's up with
UNH
this, Adara?
was a dope short today.
Yeah, it was dope.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know if it was dopamine or not, but what was going on with UNH?
Well, UNH, people are still reacting to the fact that, so not United Health CEO,
Right.
but United Healthcare CEO was unfortunately shot. I'm not going to get into the details of that because it's not stock relevant, but they are, as someone who was a criminology student, they are kind of wild details. Anyways, so that was kind of what, from what I can tell, like they actually had a price target increase today. They did not care. They sold off all the way through the close. So, or actually they got a pop at the close with imbalances, but other than that, they were weak all day. But I also really quickly wanted to mention HPE earnings here. So they did have a beat on earnings, but they're a little bit down now on their guide. Q1 earnings per share estimates between 47 to 52 cents. The midpoint of this would be 49.5 cents. So that actually would be above estimates, but the lower end did miss estimates. So I guess that's not well received. There's also a super chat. Thank you very much to Easy Peasy,
Right.
saying that SMCI E-Trade is showing earnings on December 5th, as is Thinkorswim. So they were supposed to report on November 5th. They did not report November 5th. As of right now, have not seen any actual estimated date. We did have the CEO tweeting earlier today, but he was just kind of shouting out basically Elon Musk, and then it actually looks like he deleted that tweet. So it's all very confusing, but we do not have any earnings that we are aware of as of right now. When I pulled up on Benzinga, the only thing from today was that Twitter post.
Yeah, great update there. Thank you, Easy Peasy, for that super chat asking us about SMCI. And if SMCI comes in, we'll any news that hits, we'll be able to find it out right here on our charting software. We'll call it up. I mean, we can quickly look at SMCI for anybody that's still interested or around. 5-minute chart. Again, closes at the bottom of the day. There was a little bit of a push down at the end of the day in the overall market. The thing about this SMH, I don't know, man. I mean, I want to support things that are above the 200 period moving average. SMH actually is. Someone just said, what are these lines on the chart? The green is, if you're talking about mine, the green is the 200 period moving average, is SMA's simple moving average. And then the pink line right there is a 50 period on the day. There's Easy Peasy with another $10. And he says, thank you
much
to Adara. And I mean, that's the thing. We've already talked about Victoria put in the chat how great Adara's been doing. And I've already said this over and over again. Definitely nice to have questions answered and research provided. So that was a great one. I was looking at FXI here as well. I don't love the Chinese names, but again, in a day where it was kind of mixed overall, FXI up 0.3. Maybe they got beat up a little bit too much. The name that interests me the most right here is Alibaba, though, on the daily chart, because looky, 200 period. We love that sort of a play there for Alibaba. The thing about all these stocks, look, if you're thinking like, all right, where are we right now in the market, right? Alibaba's already pulled back. We had that China stimulus package that was coming in September and October, and then I guess it didn't do anything there as China's still in the crosshairs. We had the guy from Florida, not Ron DeSantis, the other guy, who's now going to be the
guy's in Florida.
not representative to China.
Not Marco Rubio.
Marco Rubio.
Yeah.
That is who I'm talking about. He's not going to, apparently, not a great choice there by President Trump to support the Chinese trade war. So we'll figure out if there is going to be a war. But that 10% tariff, not horrible. I mean, I don't think that proposed tariff is really going to do anything to that relationship. We'll see once they get to the floor and to the desk. January 20th is going to be an interesting day. President-elect Trump has threatened many things. He's talked about the Middle East. He's talked about tariffs. He's talked about us here in Canada. I just think that for now, settle down with Alibaba and FXI. Let's let January happen, and then we can rebuild trust in some of these names at that point. Hey, what's up, Nimrod? All right. Guys, I bought loads of Uber. Yeah, all right, me too, but not loads of it. I just landed, disconnected all. Now I'm down 10%. Why is Waymo in LA? First of all, I think it was in Miami, is what we talked about there.
They're adding
in Florida,
to Miami.
FLA, so dramatic. Okay, so yeah, look, I'm with you, Nimrod, on all this. I had actually lost money. I don't have my account going on right now. Trading Uber to the long side today. I thought there was a chance that we could stop in and around here at $68, but apparently not. Uber, I know you have the story there. I'm going to throw it to you in a minute for this. But there it is, 63. Nice downside move. I think you're asking us, Nimrod, where there could be some support here for Uber. Hard to catch falling knives underneath the 200 period. That's just happened. I am not going to be buying any more until we get into maybe this 63 area. And we're not too far from that, man. It's at 65 right now and change. I think you can get an opportunity to buy some more there tomorrow. The thing about Uber is there are some headwinds, right? There's Tesla coming out with the robotaxi. Now you have Waymo. Whenever you get guns pointed at you, it's not great, right? Unless you're the Penguin. Did you ever wind up seeing that?
No, but I saw the Batman movie from 2022. As someone who grew up on the Batman, I think they did a really good job of capturing like that Bruce Timm style 1990s Batman.
Right. Did you like it, Ramin?
I'm going on like a Batman nerd rant here, so I'll cut that off quickly. But I do want to say with regards to Uber Catalyst, is the Penguin show good though? Because I really like the movie.
I thought it was really good.
Okay.
It's only like 7 or 8 episodes.
Oh, okay, that's easy.
And I think I saw I don't even know, but what happened in the last one where it kind of wraps everything up, I really liked it. And if you're a fan of Batman, I don't know, I like it.
You'll have to check that out.
He loves hearing Sean say Nimrod. Why do you like me saying that?
I mean, I'll take a look at this Uber Catalyst here.
Okay.
This is interesting too. We have Debbie Smith saying Uber actually works with Waymo, so not sure why this was a negative for Uber. We don't know for sure it was the Waymo thing. I had been kind of reporting it all day as a 1-2 punch. Tesla was sharply to the upside today. Tesla also got a price target increase here from BofA Securities, $350 to $400. Now, BofA Securities actually visited the Giga Texas factory, and they said they actually think Optimus is a huge driver, specifically mentioning autonomous driving. That could certainly be a negative for Uber. They also were really bullish on the Cybercab, right? But the thing here, too, from what I'm hearing is there could be some concerns that this shift towards autonomous, as exemplified by what happened with Tesla and the move to Cybercab, as exemplified with this Waymo story, which, by the way, actually came out right at 9:30 a.m., which I don't think helped Uber either. Basically, there's this fear that if the autonomous driving continues, there might not be need to hail an Uber driver when you can just get your autonomous taxi or hail your autonomous cab and get your Optimus to drive you right over. So that is my understanding of the sentiment. I am but one woman, so I don't understand everything that's going on there, but this is my analysis as someone who did some research, looked into it, and of course, if I ever find anything else out, you guys will be the first to know.
Right, that's funny, Trixie Hobbitry there. Yeah, I'm with you, man. I really like what happened at the end there. And everyone, and the same thing, actually Marissa said the same thing to me, that she was sort of, into Penguin, the character, until that last episode. And it's just, it's great. For me, I really liked it. Go back and check that out there. Z Penguin, I don't know who's who's responsible, like who produced that, Warner Brothers or what. But that was a great one there. Yeah, so there's that move down on Uber, and I apologize. There's not too much to talk about with Uber there today, but we are almost getting ready to end the show. It's already 4:30. Ramin has not hit the siren yet, so we can keep on going on
You're just
that.
gonna make her
She's
hit
the
the
boss.
siren.
She's the boss. All right, just real quickly, let's just go over some of these names just real quickly. Let's pull up a 1-minute chart, and we're going to go over some of these big earnings names, and then we'll let everybody go. So, all right, just real quickly, RBRK. Rubrik was the biggest winner of the day, up over 21% right now as they beat Guide Forward. Great numbers there for Rubrik. The next one here, Lululemon. Bang. I mean, a big one for Lululemon, up 8%. A little bit light on how much we're up. Actually, implied mood, 8.7% you wrote down, Adara, and it is 8.3%. So nice implied move there for Lululemon. Options will be squashed a little bit depending on where you bought them. We'll see if Lululemon can extend that move as well. So that's a nice upside move for Lululemon. Ulta Beauty up 9%, 10% and still going. We like Ulta Beauty. The implied move on that one, 7.6%. Could definitely be a continuation play there tomorrow. One of the best, man. I really like Docu, and my guy Mateo is like, man, why are you still not in DocuSign? I'm like, mamma mia, we should be breaking through 100. He's Italian, Mateo.
I know. I figured that's why you did that.
Yeah,
I met
yeah.
Mateo. Mateo's cool.
I'm allowed to do that because, my dad's, anyways. Okay, nice move upside there through $100. DocuSign, can we get that? Yes, we can. We'll see that tomorrow. Implied move 10%, now 17. For DocuSign. Wasn't GitLab a nice little winner as well? Look, in the AI space, in ChatGPT, in coding, in all of this, man, GitLab definitely joining that race as well. It's an arms race right now, and GitLab part of that, up 6%, but disappointing because it should be up 16% right there. And another big one is HPE. We got to go. We got to all get out of here. My son's got chess. My daughter's got hockey.
Awesome.
And today, Adara,
What?
it's your Green Bay Packers. Not yours, but, our Green Bay Packers playing the Detroit Lions tonight. Detroit is the best team in the NFC. I believe they are maybe 9-2. Green Bay's, I think, is 8-3.
Can I ask you a question? Why do they call them the Packers? Like, everybody else is like an animal or like a cowboy. Like, what are you packing? Are you packing heat? Are you packing, like,
Heat.
football?
Heat and footballs.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it has to do with, so it's cheese, it's factories, and it was just the packing industry back in the day.
That makes sense. Thank you for explaining that. Yeah.
I'll have a better answer for you tomorrow. All right, thank you so much to Adair, but we got to do one more thing. Roll call. Yeah, we may lose tonight, but I think the Packers will be fine. I think they'll be fine there tonight. I would take Green Bay with the points. All right, let's just go quickly here. Who's still here right now? You watch football or not really?
I watched. I've told you that. I watched CFL. Bombers just lost like another straight.
So the Argos.
I know. Everyone's like, "Oh, you're rooting for?" I'm still Bombers. Sorry, I've been to Argos games. I'm still Bombers. I grew up Bombers. But yeah, shout out to Winnipeg.
Shout out to Winnipeg. Shout out to Winnipeg. What's the weather like in Winnipeg?
It wasn't that bad when I went, but it got like increasingly cold the longer I was there. I don't know what it's like as of right now.
It's always a white Christmas there.
Always. I've never had not a white Christmas.
I like that. I like that. My kids are praying for a white Christmas. I don't know if it was one here. All right, who's here right now? It's Daddy Gators here. He says, I'm here. Bears versus Bulls is here. That's always great. Daniel, beef pork. Yeah, beef pork. All right, Jay Haas is here. Debs is here. Philip is here. BGZ is here. On the blockchains. Yo, if you're on the blockchains, man, you're off the chains right now because that's a great little move there for blockchain-related entities. Nephew is here. I've never seen before. What's up, Nephew? With the capital IP. I like that. We hear even on weekends we hear, baby. We don't stop. You're right about that one. Blue Arrow's here. The Piper's here. Innova Entertainment, AOUT. He wants us to talk about that. Simon H is here as well and says, great show. Adara, for a couple seconds, who do you see here?
We had a super chat here from Nimrod
good,
again.
go.
Thank you very much, Nimrod, for the super chat. Saying shout out to awesome Adara. Just realized I always write guys, but I use it unisex. Thank you very much there, Nimrod, for the kind words, and thank you for the clarification. No worries there. We have Kevin Hansen. Oh my God, we have so many people today. Kevin Hansen, Robert Liu, Bright Awakening, Jared Tweedle. We got Moneybag Cat. Hopefully everybody's making bags of money.
Yeah.
We have MS. We have Bears vs. Bulls. Thank you to everything you do. Shout out to Ramin. Shout out to Sean. Shout out to Obi, who's still there chilling. Oh boy. We also have Neil, who's not here right now. Joe, Sharif, Brendan, whole team. We got Easy Peasy. We got By the Drip. We've got Soar Up and Right. We have Sauce Martinez. We got Diane. We have Volky. We have Bob Curran and James Dell. Someone here was asking me to wear green tomorrow. We'll see how I feel.
Sure, let's go. Yeah, we'll see how you exactly. You do you, Adara. Thank you for the Piper, man. I just saw your email came in. Email us marketing@tradertv.live. Very, very kind words. He says he loves the energy that you and I bring, and thank you, Adara, for that, as well. Definitely feeding off of each other. So, all right, without any further ado, kind of a red day in the market today. Gold down, oil down, market down, S&P down, IWM down 1.25%. We'll see if we can get that going one more time there. Bullet. All right, man. It's not the club. We got to get out of here. No matter where you are, thank you so much for watching us. Be safe, everybody there in California. We didn't get really an update on that earthquake there or tsunami warning, but get ready. I hope you guys have been ready for that. That you can't ever prepare for those.
No.
So we'll hope that everybody is safe.
Best of prayers and wishes to
didn't,
everyone.
didn't affect anybody too dramatically. So be well on that one. Look. Wherever you are, make sure you join us tomorrow at 8:30, where we're live one more time. We're going to trade some of these names off earnings. It's Friday. It should be a great one. We may wear red. We may wear green. The only way to find out is by tuning in tomorrow. Thank you so much to Ramin, who's the last one standing. I'm not going to say thank you to anybody else because they're all gone. All right, potato.
French fries.
We'll see everybody tomorrow. Thanks, Bears vs.
See you
Bulls.
guys.